Hello and welcome everyone to Conference 1 playoffs. We are here, Diamond and below, ready at the semifinals. We're going to be seeing some great games today. Sir Waltham and Jag sitting across the table for me. Jag, how are we feeling today?
I am doing great. It's awesome to be back at Conference 1, and I'm seeing some teams I have never seen before. For the regular season, we've mostly been covering the Immortal and Above Conference, but here we get to see the Diamond and Belows have their time in the sun. It's playoffs. 3 rounds have already gone and come. I think it's about 22 teams total. Now we're down to 4 that are left standing, and we're going to see 2 of them today. It's going to be Wayne State Esports Green versus Babson Esports, and honestly, it's pretty surprising Babs had made it this far. They are the only team right now that's standing that wasn't in the top 5, top 10 of that initial seeding from the regular season, currently number 14, and they had a big upset win against Penn State, who was number 3 coming into this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you always, try to not necessarily rely on those statistics, the placements, because in a lot of these games, anything can happen. But it's still really nice, really surprising to see those kind of, I guess you could call it an upset happen. A lower seed always taking the higher seed. It's going to cause some waves, no doubt about that.
Yeah, and on the other side, they do have another high seed they're going to have to deal with, number 3, Wayne State Green. They've had a bit of an easier run, I would say. They haven't had to really face anyone except for Akron, who's number 10. They also had a bye in the first round, so they've played 1 less series overall than Babson, who had to come into that first round not having a bye. So you got to wonder, yesterday, maybe if they had faced off each other, that exhaustion factor could have kicked in, or maybe having more prep, staying hotter, having more games could have been, the deciding factor. But now both teams coming in completely fresh today, no wear and tear, had a good night's rest, and you're playing in a spot for that finale, so there's a lot on the line here.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, both playing in that spot for the finals. We are in the semifinals, of course. That would make sense. That's typically how the math tends to work out here, Jag. But as we kind of take a look ahead, neither of these teams, or I guess neither of the winning teams from these 2 semi-final games, going to have time to rest before heading immediately into it. Maybe if they finish with 2, the other team doesn't, or finishes in 3. It's, of course, the best of 3 format. But as we look ahead, all the information we need to have in front of us now are what these 2 teams are going to be playing in terms of that map set. And you want to go ahead and walk us through that a little bit, Jag?
All right, I just disconnected for a hot second there, so I might need you to repeat that for me.
All right, well, basically what we're talking about here is just the long-term endurance of these teams, knowing that they're going to have to go into those finals, which is not a best of 3 like this one. It's going to be that best of 5. So I kind of wanted to talk about what we're going to be seeing here today, here right now, in terms of that map set, what kind of maps we might see and how the teams might react to those.
The ban phase has already been done, so we know exactly what they're going to be playing on, and I personally am stoked for this map pool. It's one that doesn't have a Sun in it, which, if you've seen me broadcast before, Sun's a great map, but you almost always see it. Today, no Sun whatsoever. It's going to be Icebox, then Split, then Bind. And I feel like Icebox is now a map that has slowly made its way into the pool. I would say before, Bind and Haven were usually the general 2nd and 3rd maps that came after Sun, but Icebox has continued to pick up steam. And I think that's because it has a different playstyle than most maps. There's no Astra, there's no Omen, real possibility. A lot of the time, you have a Sage, and then you have a Viper, which is not a combination that's found much of anywhere else in Valorant in general. Maybe Bind, you tried to pull out a Viper. It has worked in the past, but I feel like that's going to be a bit of a different meta where teams are going to have to kind of make their names known early. On the other 2 maps, I'm expecting, the Jet setup. Jet Astra kind of is been the name of the game. Maybe a Sky thrown into the mix. I feel like she's losing a bit of steam as of late. But the most interesting thing, talking about, you won't have any rest time. Penn State's game against Babson yesterday was on broadcast. So if they did their homework on the side of Wayne State's Green, they'll know what's coming for them. They'll have an idea of what might be played on the other side, because Icebox is actually one of the maps played in that game.
I was a little bit of insider information there. You say insider, but it's pretty well public if it's on stream. But again, that information being gathered going to be essential for these teams moving forward, or rather for the WSU team moving forward. As we look ahead, Icebox, again, you mentioned it, going to be first up, and there's a high possibility of that Viper. Early on, Jag, I'm going to ask you to make a prediction here. Do you anticipate any other hero, or any other agents, rather, that are going to be coming out?
Well, I feel like Reyna is a real possibility in Icebox. It's either that, or it's probably going to be on... Well, actually, I don't think Reyna is really going to be in this pool at all for the rest of the match. I was going to say maybe Haven, maybe Ascent, but here, I think Icebox is really the only time you'll see her. Reyna, Jet, And then a Killjoy. I think that's kind of the standard comp with the other agents I already mentioned, which are Viper and Sage. It's a pretty standard meta, I would say. Sometimes you maybe try to go for something cheeky like a Yoru, who can have good map control, but Yoru, really not the best duelist. Has he ever really been a good duelist? I feel like
I
he's
don't
really
think
never
so.
been in a state where he's been played professionally or at any level. So yeah, I think that's kind of the general expectation. I don't think there are going to be that many surprises. There could be a Sova instead of a Killjoy. I think that's a real possibility. Other than that, we'll have to see what these teams decide to come out with. One thing I will talk about, though, from watching that game for Babson earlier today was that they swapped their roles in that game that was streamed. Like they all swapped from like duelist to sentinel, etc., etc. Specifically, they had a person named Nerd who fragged out really hard on Reyna on their second map. But on the first map, they were on Astra, didn't do nearly as well. So I'm really interested to see if they're going to continue swapping up who's playing what.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because when you talk about, the switches between agents, especially between somebody like Reyna and somebody like Astra, those two heroes can have an entirely different play style. Normally, at least from my experience, when you see players on Reyna within, a coordinated team environment, not so much on like your public games, but that person is kind of put up by their team to be that exceptional fragger, win their 1v1s, and then recover, move immediately on to the next one, set their team off in a good start. Astra, a lot more coordinated, has to be a lot more synergistic with their team, so it may be them still trying to figure out what player fits into what role or what aspect the most effectively, and if they feel like one role is a little bit better, not surprised to see the swaps come through.
Yeah, I think you bring up a great point, is that, at the end of the day, every character in Valorant, every agent has great kill potential, but some definitely have better than others. Reyna, for example, Jet, like the duelist, like that's kind of what they're meant to do, right? When you're playing a controller like Astra, really, your goal is to sit back and control the map from afar. That's kind of her whole kit. She goes into her nebula form. She's able to put nebulas around the map. She puts gravity wells down too, and then they can execute plays where, hey, like I need this smoke to come up now, or hey, I need you to gravity well this specific place on site so we can enter. So she really needs to stay back and be very cautious. But then when you're able to play someone who's initiating first with her Leers and then has that soul orb ability where she can heal back up, it's just so much better for someone who wants to play aggressive. So maybe they really learned in that second map when they had Nerd on Reyna, like this is the way we should go, or maybe just because of the way it's changed up, maybe your Astra player doesn't feel comfortable playing Viper or vice versa. So you make those changes. Viper plays very differently than really any of the other primary controls you have in the game, like in Brimstone included. Viper, she does have the Poison Orb, which kind of works as a smoke, but it's really more to just create damage and create chaos than really allow you to enter a point. A lot of the time you're actually relying on your Sage and her walls to enter points when you're not playing with an Astra.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going to see exactly how these teams kind of come to difference here, especially as, we haven't historically had a lot of coverage in this, I guess, region, this diamond and below bracket. So a lot of this stuff's still up in the air as to what teams might feel more comfortable. It could even be something as simple as, what a player is feeling that day, Jag. I don't think that's certainly out of the question. We're going to get a feeling for what the players are feeling for today. However, as we start to line up, Nerd already on that Reyna, we were talking about it. I think I tend to like that pick.
Yeah, and I said it. It's either going to be the Sova or the Killjoy, and it looks like both teams are going to be running at the standard meta, so predictions are coming through. We still have to wait for the lock-in. It's not official until it is nailed down, but across the board, it is going to be the comp that I assume. Viper, Sova, Reyna, Jet, Sage. It's a mirror matchup, so there's no comp diff today. It's just going to be a teamwork and mechanical diff.
Yeah, going to be very interesting to see how these two teams play up against one another, especially on a map like Icebox. You know that the Viper's going to have that huge level of control. Super Stress not necessarily locking in that Viper, but at this rate, I'd expect it to all be but certain.
And this was Babson's pick. So it's, a little surprising, honestly, that we were going to see Wayne State Green take attack. This was their side pick, and they decided they wanted to try to be aggressive first. And I will say, Icebox, I feel like slowly but surely has become a little bit less defender heavy sided than most of the maps in the game. I feel like attackers actually have a really good chance at establishing themselves early and then holding on defense, getting quite a few rounds and then being able to take that lead into halftime, because that is the name of the game, getting the 13 at the end of the day. So it's really intriguing to me that they want to try to take that lead early, but they want to do it on attack. So we'll have to see if that strategy works out. It definitely could. There's a lot of really good ways, especially on point B, for attackers to set up with the spike. So even if you lose rounds, at least you're getting those extra credits.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree as well. Sometimes it's just a mentality issue. Even if you start lagging behind in the attack, if it's a little bit better than what you might normally anticipate, or you know you can make it up in the defense phase, that allows you to be a little bit more calm, a little bit more collected when you start going into those positions, especially when you know that you're going to have that innate advantage with the character selections coming through. But now as we look ahead going into that first round, it's going to be pistols coming up as every game starts.
Well, to see if they decide to go for classics, go for ghosts, and if you're a Reyna player and you really want to run the ghost here because you can get that overheal early, and that is your shield actually better than light armor. Let's see what Nerd and Neil before Neil decided to do. I love that name. That is very creative. WSU Green, they're going to be on the attack first, looking towards that A site. Everyone's marching there.
And just immediately, right off the bat, Nerd already starting off with some big kills. Junaid going to be taken down early on, and that means that the attacker is going to be suffering a little bit. You know, that Sheriff just looking too dominant. Nerd again with another one. This is a great start for the defenders, and the attackers might be regretting their choice early on.
Nerd is just fragging right now. 3 kills. Can't get any more, but it's flawless from Babson. What a great way to start this. I want to point out really quickly, Nerd's got the new Arcane skin that just came out yesterday. It's a little replica of Jinx's gun that she uses in League of Legends. One of her guns, at least. She's got a huge kit, but that's what you want, right? It's flawless. You don't really have to buy it, but you are going to do it. You want to get that extra advantage. You're going to buy Spectres here to secure that round. I'm really surprised that Wayne State's wanted to push on to A. That seems like a very hard point to take, especially early on. It's just so close quarters. There really isn't that much room you can maneuver with, and you don't have that many abilities. So, a bit of an interesting decision doesn't pay off, but looks like they might be trying it again.
Yeah, as it doesn't pay off for the first, it's also just as detrimental for the second. You mentioned it, this firepower not going to be in the hands of the attackers this time around. We'll see exactly what they opt into here. And interestingly enough, Ilyu going to be holding that spike rather forward. Normally you'd like to see that laid a little bit farther behind, or at least not, you know, towards the spearhead. But smoke's already coming out, trying to make things difficult for the attackers. And just like that, the spike is going to be planted, so now pressure going to be put onto the defenders to try to retaliate, but they're taking their time and getting recollected to go in full force.
I think they're just trying to find a good angle so they can all approach. The recon bolt going to be coming in. Not going to find any information now. Tab's hitting behind, but everyone is falling on their side.
Oh, and Tabit getting 1 kill, you might think it's not enough to turn the game, but it's still something. It's still robbing at least a couple of weapons from the side of Babson. I say a couple, 1 weapon from the side of Babson, and that's going to make their economy not as dominant next round.
No, it's not, and it's already an advantage for Wayne State now that they're able to get that plant, so that means extra credit, which means everyone's going to get a full buy, except for maybe their Sova. It looks like they actually might have committed a bit too much there. We'll have to see how this all equals out. Looks like they bought a little bit for each other here and there. They do get the full buyout, so this is a bonus round in their favor. And we know now that they can execute pretty well onto a site. That was very methodical, very well planned out. They just didn't have the firepower really to match it. So it's a good advantage now. We'll see what they do. Looks like they're going towards A again, so A really seems to be the place they want to end up. And they're actually going into a 5v2. This could be really good for them.
And there's the concept of going to the well one too many times, and that's not going to be the case here. 2 kills early on for WSU. This is a great start now, even with the retake. It's going to be at a man disadvantage for the defenders. Spike has not gone down yet, and the longer they take, the more time the defenders have to get regrouped, come up with a strategy, just try to scout something out. And looks like Ilyu finally going to be going down for the spike. Nope, in fact, we'll be just trying to figure out where those defenders might be coming from.
Spike planted.
The only ultimate Babson had, though, is the Empress, and it is gone as Nerd is one of the first 2 taken out. Now they're going to lose their Sage, reformed out of the fights. This is looking really, really good for Wayne State.
Really is, and now we see Soju trying to get in, just trying to find any sort of angle. With the stress taken down as well. Ilyu going to be holding up with that Vandal, getting the 3rd kill.
Ilyu already very close to that resurrection. I think that one of the most impactful ultimates in the game, bring someone back to life if they've already fallen. Also, looks like they're leading the team in KDA for the moment. And that's the interesting thing about Sage. A lot of people, when she first came out, played her very defensively, kind of like how you'd play an Astra nowadays. But she can have some really great engage potential. Her walls are really great at creating space, but her slow orbs also can be a great just kind of crowd control ability that disengages the enemy. Right now, Ilyu is getting their squad back into this on the scoreboard. Now Babson, they're going to be able to match them with firepower as they are able to buy here.
Yeah, and watch out, Babson did have that operator. They're going to be holding it at A. A smart decision given the insistence of WSU to keep running that site. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case this time around. Soju just trying to hang out, catch anybody out, but it's going to be Nerd who gets that first kill. It is on A. So already we can see that the attackers might be shying away from that. At least most of the attackers will be, except Neil on that Reyna. Just trying to hold out now. Most of the team are rotating towards B, going to be making their slow steps towards it. But again, being very careful not to overexpose themselves, letting those resources perhaps run a little bit dry before full committing. Recon Dart will go out, not finding too much for the defenders though.
Depending on how this goes, there could be a resurrection option. The ult orb, it looks like, was taken by the side of Wayne State, but they did not give it to their stage. So that's a missed opportunity to be equal. But Soju has the angle, but cannot land the shot. Tabit able to get the headshot, and now it is a 4v4. This is everything Wayne State could want. And now they get reformed. Oh, this is very nice.
Oh, Ilyu almost messed up there, had their abilities out, throwing it as that Viper turns the corner, but able to take super down. June's, however, going to be reclaiming the life of their Viper. Ilyu taken down next by that Phantom. June's caught with the knife out, not able to make that corner.
10 seconds left.
Now, as we see here, Nerd on a one-player mission. Can't find anything, though. Attackers will get the victory, and even the spike plants.
It really comes down to that one pick on the Soju. Had that angle, may have been able to find a collateral kill if they had shot, but instead you saw the slight hesitation there of the operator. Allows Habit to find the headshot, and while there were trades there, a little bit, across the map, mostly mid, sometimes on B, the trade's still going the way of Wayne State. They are back in the game, and they put the economy for Babson on ice for at least this round. They should be able to take the lead here, unless it's a nice thrifty coming out from Babson.
Babson's certainly going to have to step up if they want that to be the case. Once again, the A push coming through, and Nerd going to be taken down early on. That Reyna not going to be able to parlay too much damage. The Marshall coming out from Soju, so not the operator massive shot damage that we would expect to see on an angle like this. And the defenders responding very quickly. We already see most of them stacked up at A there on the mini-map. It's going to be the Sage Wall that comes out, tries to restrict the movement as they all make a rush towards B. A little bit of a fake there. You gotta love to see it, especially if this spike goes down unabated.
Yeah, everyone has been cleared out. So he does get one, but in the meantime, they lose Reformed once more. Super Stress does get another. It's a 3v3, and the Sage is not alive, unfortunately, for Babson. That might be the deal breaker. Still, Babson, they have found themselves in a 1v1.
A 1v1 with very little health pools remaining for both of these players. Ilyu does not have, does have that heal online. Looks like they don't want to commit to it. That Jet so dangerously low. This might come down to some time pressure. Soju has to try to make a step. No!
Soju!
Ilyu looking down the wrong angle. Instead, Soju able to take that corner, get the defuse, and that was so close.
Thrifty.
That's a thrifty round. I said it had to happen, and somehow it did. The aggression that's coming out from Babson on the attack, I mean, it cost Nerd their life, but everyone else just playing very far forward. I don't think that Wednesday was expecting that, and they were caught a bit off guard. There might have been a bit of a little bit of disinformation or miscommunication. Looks like Ilyu is expecting Soju to be there way sooner than they actually were, and when the moment came, they ended up hesitating. So like you said, that healing orb was there. They didn't want to use it because you use an ability, you're going to be kind of caught with your gun for just a few moments. That could be there between life and death, but this time not committing to it cost them the round.
Tabit going to be bringing out knives, not investing too much into this round. Of course, you don't really need to with those knives being so potent. And like I said, potency coming through there. Soju taken down. Oh my god, Tabit getting a second one as well. Able to take the weapon out of the hands of the Reyna. Going to be pushing through that Viper smoke. Eventually has an end of their reign put to them. Nomu now trying to hold forward. And the attackers still have a couple members hanging back. We see that Viper even pulling away from the plant site. Nomu going to be taking down Super Stress, and June's now just trying to get any information that they can. As that Hunter's Fury sends it out, clips one of the members that Reyna so low, eventually taken down. Neil now out of this fight. It's a Sova and a Sage up against the same and a Viper. You can see June's already having a little bit of pressure put on them with some shock arrows. Reform's going to be taken down by Ilyu, showing who perhaps the more dominant stage is in this instance. But June's reclaiming back, getting a fourth. They can get the fifth. This will be huge for their team. Going to be the weapon swap coming through. Are they going to be faking the defuse? No, it looks like they're in fact going to get it to the half. June taking very careful shots, takes their time to get around. Unsure if they thought they could get that defuse in time or whatever the case was.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what they were trying to go for there. I really like the idea of getting the spike to half or just going for the fake. But you have to know that there's someone still around the corner. Maybe they thought the round was over. I'm not exactly sure what transpired. They picked up the gun, and I was thinking, well, maybe you're trying to find more ammo, try to take that fight. But the gun they actually picked up, the Vandal, had less ammo than the Phantom that they had thrown away. And then they just committed to the spike. So that could have been a huge round. That could have been an ace. There, the decision to go for the defuse is going to cost them it, and all things are even once more.
When we say all things are even, but the defenders did not seem to have an incredible amount of firepower in their hands. Exactly why we might be seeing the Viper's Pit come out. Any attackers trying to push through that going to be suffering a slow loss of health.
Take flight.
And of course, Superstra's going to be able to see them a little bit more reliably. It's going to be the Owl Drone going out. Barely misses that Viper, but Superstra's taking a lot of damage early on in that. Ilyu has the orbs keeping their team healed up, and the defenders felt like they had the Viper's Pit committed too securely onto that site. Neil going to be taking down one before being brought to their knees themselves, and it's all up to the Reyna. A 4v1 is a tough ask, even if it is Nerd. A couple shots downrange from June. 8 is going to get it. Nerd taken down, and attackers claiming their fourth.
It's a clean round. They do lose one to the pistol, but I think that loss was like a 1v3, and they were able to take out 2, so not bad when you've got the firepower of a Vandal to be able to at least trade out and in your favor there, Babson. Like you said, it wasn't equal. They didn't have weaponry. The score was equal going into that, but now Wayne State going to take the lead. And they also have a very nice ultimate bank, so while Babson now can buy and they can get the operator back, which Soju wasn't able to find a lot of value with last time, they still have that res. That resurrection has been sitting with Ilyu for quite a bit now, and they have not had to use it.
Yeah, again, you mentioned it before talking about that res coming online. Soju having that sniper rifle, that operator, going to be getting the value for it. I was going to question whether we'd find the same benefit this time around, but already we can see the damage coming through. That Viper peeking into that same angle. Soju just taking the simple lineup of the shot. Nomu now down and out of this fight. The attackers look like they might be second-guessing themselves, but the Junaid can't get out of here without threatening that line of sight from the operator. They have to consider exactly what they might want to do here, although as their attackers start to rotate, maybe things change up just a little bit. June's able to get the shots onto Neil, and just like that, it's the spike carrier and the pinned down Sova going to be slowly waiting for Nerd to reveal themselves. Eventually takes the shot and is able to get out free now.
Yeah, I think this round was essentially over once they lost Ilyu, because that's not only your res, that's also your healing orb. So this damage now is completely permanent, and if both members of Wayne State that are alive are in the red, not in the green as they wish they were as their namesake, Form though might be able to take this duel. Now decides to back out, and now they know there's at least one mid. So if Wayne State wants to do anything here, it's really just planning the spike. Winning this round, very unlikely, but if you can at least get those extra credits, it's worthwhile.
Absolutely, but the question remains, now that their position has been revealed, where does that jet rotate to? That's going to be something that should be boiling up in their minds. They don't want to run into it. 2 of their members have already been taken down by Soju. They don't want to let any more get taken down. It looks like instead it's just going to be the saving of time. Defenders are going to be taking that round, and the attackers are going to at least have 2 weapons still in their palms.
Yeah, it's a save round. It's worth it if the rest of your team can buy, or if you can buy for the rest of the team. It looks like they can, so it's no harm, no foul. I think that is the right decision at the end of all things. I was thinking that if they don't have enough, then like going for the spike is the play, but they probably realize, like, you know, we still have enough in our economy to have pretty even firepower here, so instead of giving them more kills and potential ultimates, let's just take it easy. That's the biggest thing I've noticed from Babson. Their ultimate bank has continued to just not exist for the most part, despite the fact that they're 4-4, while Wayne State, they have quite a lot to use right now.
Nowhere to run!
You're going to be starting it off early by throwing in the Hunter's Fury. Not finding much information with it, however. Not really finding any damage either, as you would expect. Nerd trying to hold down, manages to get one, but doesn't get the heal. Ilyu taken down. Meaning that now, the opportunity not there to heal. Instead, is going to be that ring coming out from Lorena. Now, as we look ahead, the attackers do get the spike planted, but they are down members. Kneel before Kneel, going to be using that Empress form, giving themselves a little bit of that reinforcement. Question remains, what exactly do the defenders do to try to push up here? As soon as that smoke drops, Nomu taken down. One remaining Kneel before Kneel, going to be using that ability, just getting themselves out. But the defuse is coming through, and it looks like they may not even be able to push in. Are going to be taking a kill, though, to be able to walk away with something. Not the other kill onto the Sova, however, that will remain alive for a second.
The Empress, it can be such a carry ultimate. I've talked to a lot of players about it, and they really don't like to pop it because they don't want to rely on it too much, but it's really just making Reyna go from already a great agent, a great duelist, to Super Saiyan Reyna. Lets you automatically heal, and then you can just Wraith away if needed to. That time, just not enough, and I think they were just too far away. Like you said, like they might have been able to win that duel against the Sova, but that spike was almost guaranteed to be defused, so they're able to take something away. And still, Wayne State, their economy, not too shabby. I think it is their Sova who might have had to be bought for there. Didn't look like they had enough themselves, but third round in a row now that we're going to see everyone have good weapons.
Makes sense. I believe that Sova was the one who bought for their teammates in the prior round when they had that save, so it really makes sense as to why they'd be a little skint this time around. But again, the push for A continues to come through for WSU. I think we've seen them go for B a handful of times. You could probably count it on one hand. And it just does not seem to be working for them. The defenders starting to read this a little bit aggressively. They're not even putting too many people onto B site. They're waiting until they get a first pick and then seeing if the attackers kind of change their pivot here. Although that's a little bit questionable. Again, you go to the well too many times, it might start to dry up.
Too many times to the well. A few too many peaks there. Reform lucky to get out with their life as see the comic book words coming out. A little bit of a whoosh there, able to get away and wins. But look at this positioning now from Wayne State. They have completely taken over mid. They're actually taking over defender spawn side, which can allow the defenders themselves to have some interesting rotations as June's just going to peek.
30 seconds left.
Say goodbye. Wayne State, they are down 2. They're going to be down 3. Now Ilu's going to have to choose something on this flank.
Oh. And with the kill going out, again, that Sage still has res. Superstrass almost whiffs that in the most horrific way. Illy was able to get away. Maybe they turned, but hindsight's 2020. Defenders still going to be taking that. And interestingly enough, again, that was almost the opportunity for an even fight. 2 versus 3 with the res still online for Ilyu. Very close.
Yeah, that was really, really scary. That's one of your worst nightmares as a player is you have someone who doesn't know you're there, isn't even moving, and your crosshair, maybe you just like step forward a little bit too much with W. We'll have to see this replay.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they were looking a little bit off. So it wasn't because they were moving. I just think their initial placement was just a centimeter or 2 off, but able to find the kill, able to take the lead. And now Wayne State, after having a really nice comeback, are going to be finding themselves at the disadvantage weapons-wise, and they lose this. Babson Esports is guaranteed a lead going into halftime.
And the scan's going to be coming out from that Sova the Recon dart. Nerd able to get one. Soju just using that shorty, able to get another. They had the operator, but it's not even going to be relevant right now. Now it will be as Tabit gets taken down, and now the attackers going to be suffering with just Junaid still on the field, held up in this high ground area. Does have the spike, so not all is lost, but they're going to have to be careful that Viper is slowly wrapping their way around from attacker spawn.
Out of charges. Standing ahead.
It's the world right now. And you need to do anything here. They do have a Vandal. They do have full armor. Oh, they find one. They find 2. They find 3. This is a 1v1 now.
Revealing area.
That was pretty incredible coming in from Junaid. Absolutely demolishing, but Super Stress catches them as they jump out. Of course, if you're the attackers, you have to try to press. You know that you're gonna lose the round if you don't at least get that final kill. There's no reason for Super Stress to press, so it's pretty much on Junaid at that point. There's not much you can do. They tried to avoid the shots, but again, only so much.
It's a guesstimation of where you go. I mean, you had a good idea that there was someone behind you because of the shots you were taking from behind. So there's really only 2 ways. Either down or you take the zip line going forward. And either way, you're going to be in a very uncomfortable situation, a very I would say, fragile area, like, you're going to be vulnerable no matter what. So that time they took what they thought was the lesser of two evils. It did not work out in their favor. Babson is guaranteed the lead, but 5-7 going into halftime, if they can win this round, is no laughing matter for Wayne State. It'll be a very good round record and gives them plenty of opportunity to even things out if they're able to win the pistol and then the round after that.
As we can see here, it's going to be all about this performance coming through from WSU. They're starting to pivot towards that B site. This is something I can appreciate now. I've been talking about it for a minute. They're already going to be working to get Spike down, and Superstrash just trying to fire through the smoke or trying to fire through the environment. Not able to find too much. Tabit taking one down with those knives out, but it's going to be the res coming through. I don't think we've seen the res come through from the attacker side much at all. Nomu going to be detected, has to back out despite being in their own smoke. Soju goes in for the shot, misses. Junaid able to take them down with a shock arrow. Neil gets taken down as well, and right now it's all going to be up to Ilyu. Didn't need to peek that, perhaps just needed to wait for the spike defuse to try to come through. Either way, 3 versus 1, tough opportunity.
Switching sides.
That is going to be the halftime swap. Babson, it's not the lead that you want, but it's a good lead nonetheless. He probably could have gone another round or two depending on how things played out. On the other side, for Wayne State, you're probably thinking, man, we could have had some opportunities here, but now this side of the swap, we should have a bit of an advantage. I think the biggest thing is that Ilyu had a very early lead on their ultimate, and then we never saw it come through. I don't think we ever saw them use that resurrection. And it is a tricky ultimate because unlike some other games where the person who gets resurrected is invulnerable for quite a bit of time, you are completely just like vulnerable once you are brought back. There is like zero time for you to get ready and like get back into swing of things. You just got to go. So you don't want to commit things like a wall just for the res. They didn't want to commit anything there. That's an ultimate that they might want back. We'll have to see if they can get a res sooner this time, but Soju going to start things off.
Yeah, now it's going to be up to Babs and to start off on the attack, and they're going to be following the lead of WSU, taking that A push and immediately getting 2 kills off the back end of it. Again, Nerd coming in a big fashion here. Junes is going to be capturing that ult orb, will be able to build up towards that once again. We see Neil before. Neil really being dissuaded by this smoke. Of course, the Sage Wall can be able to do a whole lot. Nomu able to take 1 down, but with the damage already being so heavily done towards the defenders, it's questionable how much it matters. Attackers are going to be coming through, losing only 2 members.
That was a very aggressive rotation by the Viper there. Just gets all the way behind Super Stress. Tried to make something happen. They did. Found 2 kills. I mean, look at this. Like, how did they get all the way over there and then they catch Nomu without their gun off? Could have possibly won that 3rd duel too if they didn't have to reload. Great flank. Help get them that round win. Now with this weapons advantage, including Nerd buying a Vandal, they're in a great position to get to double digits here and be very, very close. Only 3 maps away after a round win here to winning this first map.
Yeah, the firepower definitely going to be coming through for Babson as they look to immediately shake things up. They're going to be taking it through to B. And the defenders looking more like a hit squad right now, a little bit of a conga line, just trying to stay coordinated. They know that they don't have that firepower advantage, but now they're starting to break off, and Neil is going to be getting the read that the team is going to be moving towards A, especially with all the abilities being committed here. Super Stress taking down Tabit to start, taking down a second as well. The defenders don't really have the focus fire, it seems, to come through here. Going to be heard through pipe, or through tube rather, by that Sova. Not able to find too much. Ilyu able to take 1 down before they eventually drop, and again, another 1 member alone taken down during this bonus round.
Babson, I feel like, they had that first round that was flawless in their first pistol round, and they've had many rounds that they've only lost about 1 person, maybe 2 along the way to their victories. The only real round I can think about that they lost a lot of maybe was that Thrifty round they got. In general, they have just been really good at staying alive. They've been really good at keeping their economy healthy, even when they were down and out for a little bit, when it seems like Wayne State was making this great comeback. They've been able to play the objective pretty well and have a very nice just way of recovering even when they were down. So overall, they've been playing like a full game, economy-wise, mechanics-wise, and they probably won't win this round because they will be at a disadvantage, but they're very close to closing it out.
Enemy marked.
See if the follow-through is going to be here for WSU, and immediately losing out. We mentioned that Nerd had bought that Vandal early on. Junaid just taking it down, the 1 in their counterpart, and so is Tabit taking down Reformed. And now we're at a 3v3 situation, but the defenders, again, have to try to get into position for the retake. Fortunately, the spike not immediately in the hands of Babson will take a moment. Superstrat's going to be throwing it down, allowing just a moment of breath, and then the Viper's Pit comes out. No more breaths, especially not for the defending team. Viper immediately caught out Superstrat's Viper Pit. Going to be finding very little. June Nomu helping to clean this up. And just like that, the defuse is going to come through. You talked about the superior firepower, and it seemed to shine through for WSU.
I feel like Superstrat had that amazing play in the pistol round after the side swap, but their Viper's Pits have really not been finding too much value, unfortunately. Last time it got walkthrough and then they were found out. This time, it's not the same thing, but a much faster way of doing it. Nomu just says, you know what, I'm fine being the decay. I'm fine taking a little bit of damage. I am just going to catch you off guard. I'm going to catch you when you're walking away. Does it perfectly. It was still a bit of a risky play regardless because Superstress was one of the last people alive. Really, Wayne State already had the numbers. They used the ultimate. They tried to make that hero play. Couldn't find it this time, but now they get the full buy themselves. Except for Reform. Reformed actually looks like they might have to settle with a Sheriff, so not exactly sure what happened there of the economy, but that Sage going to be down a real weapon. All they have is the sidearm.
You can see here the attackers on the side of Babson looking for their options, and WSU not committing too many resources, too many members to holding this A site. Instead, it's going to be that Sova who has to quick react should it be necessary. And Junes might be able to scout that out early on with this Owl Drone. Certainly going to be clearing a couple of angles, allowing the attackers to move a little bit more freely. But the defenders see keyed in on this and now going to be allowing themselves a rotation. The Owl Drone being a little bit distracting. Tabit able to take a few shots, but not finding too much. Babson able to get a spike right onto point. Tabit getting very aggressive with these shots, given it's just a rifle that they'll be working with. WSU kept at bay for the time being. Ilyu tries to break the flow by getting in there, but immediately taken down by Nerd. Soju following up with another kill of their own. And right now the defenders just don't look like they have anything in pocket to clean them up. Nomu not able to control that recoil. Junes taking them down. One kill in favor of Tabit, but that's going to be about it.
Yeah, even with the Sheriff, it's still roared there. You saw it get the last kill. And I think Tabit, they're trying to use the Marshal. It can work. It works really well on the second and especially the second round, actually, I would say, because then it's a body shot kill for the most part. But it's very difficult to land those headshots with it. Operator, you know, as long as it hits the upper body, it'll get a one shot, one kill. Marshal, really will only do a good amount of damage, won't get you down. And a semi-auto sniper rifle like that, you really need to fire away very quickly. Not able to there. The rest of the team fell around them. Babson now, they are very, very close from taking this first map in the series, and it would be a decisive victory if they don't give up any more maps.
There.
Absolutely tend to agree, and Nerd already keyed into Neil. Neil looks like they may have been considering throwing out that Lear, just trying to get some damage, but Nerd taking a wailing has to back off, but since they're not killed, they're going to be able to be healed up by that Sage. Won't have that armor online, though, meaning that one more shot like that could very well do them in. The defenders not being too quick to over-rotate, allow those resources to move to B. See if it works out for them, but so far the attackers not allowing themselves to step too far, not get too heady into things. Right now we can see that Sage is currently carrying the spike. Illu, forgive me what I was just saying, Illu getting 2 kills, double headshot with the collateral coming through, setting things up nicely for the defense to now have that numbers advantage. Superstress trying to make the rotation into tube, not able to find it. Instead taken down with a single headshot by Tabitz, and now it's just a hunt for the Sage, for the Sova. No ultimates online for either of them, so nothing to really lean on, but if you're Babson, you still might be comfortable with this.
Yeah, this is, if you're Wayne State, this is like pretty good. It's basically just, you're gonna try to go hide and go seek, and then, you know, if you're able to get every kill, you win out. You do lose one along the way, but you can still force Reformed out. You can stop them from getting any sort of plant. Yeah, it looks like even with the kills that are coming through, there's not enough time. There's not enough play to get there, and there it is. Shut down Wayne State. Able to stay alive. That's a very important round because it will come to the economy quite a bit. As you see now, Babson, they can, for the most part, buy it, looks like, but maybe Soju's gonna have to sit this one out. Soju's gonna have to use their Blaze Storm instead. So they win this round. That economy is completely decimated, and Wayne State finds a way back into this map.
Yeah, very essential here. Worth noting, Neil, before Neil, going to be using that Guardian, so perhaps a little under-leveled, if you will, compared to the armory of the attackers. We'll see if it works out for them again. Sometimes the Guardian also takes his 1 or 2 shots well placed. Soju immediately taking to the skies, trying to find anybody from the defense out of position towards that mid, over the geometry. Not quite able to locate them, though. Immediately, Viper Wall setting up, sectioning off B. That gives the attackers a clue that that's where the Viper's going to be. They might start to commit resources towards A instead. Looks like that's exactly the mindset that's going to be going through Babson.
Have the Resurrection. They have the Empress as well if they want to use it on this side. Viper's Pit could come out, it looks like, from Wayne State, unless that's a glitch, which it is a visual glitch. Sometimes that ultimate gets stuck in use, which I think it might have, actually. That Empress is going to be popped first, as well as the Lear. Tabit now to have a very nice stance on their own.
Soju getting a first kill with those knives. Shock Dart goes out, doesn't really find too much. Spike goes down, and now the defenders have to once again try to crawl their way back onto site. But the attackers are just going to be heading back towards attacker spawn. The defenders are given a lot of opportunity here, but they still take it a little bit slower. Tabit, however, because everybody's gone, able to get rezzed right back up and kneel before kneel with the Guardian, like I was calling. Just has to get 1 or 2 shots, able to deliver that. Just like that, it's a 2 versus 2, very rapid reformed. Caught in the reload, it's a Sage versus the Sova. Ilyu has to try to go for the defuse. It gets the first take, but that's all they're going to get. June's learning from their mistakes, but perhaps not Ilyu.
It's interesting, honestly. I was wondering how many differences we'd see between the Immortals Plus conference versus what we've seen today from the Diamond and Below, and honestly, I've been very impressed by these Diamond players, but the one thing that I keep seeing is that they just keep committing to the spikes in 1v1s. It's really dangerous. You really want to use it only as a bait for the sound that comes out of it. You know, you hear the spike starting to be diffused, then like it's in a force the person who's still alive for the attackers to run back and try to find them. That's when you can try to take that advantage of them being caught off guard. But they're just holding on to it for dear life and hoping that no one rotates in time. But there's always going to be someone rotating towards you, and generally they're going to be able to catch you up because that spike does take quite a bit to defuse.
Yeah, again, yeah. Oh, Super Stress starting off strong. Babson with their match point getting set up, starting already on a very good foot. Now, just like that, the defenders trying to push ahead, Ilyu having to commit that heal orb just to themselves, but equalizing things out. At least that was the case before they fell, courtesy of Nerd's hand. Now we see the defenders trying to come in, and the defenders continue trying to push in from that defender spawn side. It's going to work out for them this time. A little bit of information gathered by Junaid, able to take down Reformed, as a matter of fact. Tabit almost taking a little bit of damage, courtesy of their teammate. Soju, however, caught during the reload, has to back out, able to get away. The location is going to continue to be revealed, and just like that, Junaid able to line the shot up. The defuse is going to be coming through, and no problem there.
That really started by Junaid is staying alive and winning that 1v1. Gets the Hunter's Fury, throws it in after getting a little bit of recon information, and is able to not only kill one, but also, I think, basically hit everyone that was standing on the other side of that shipping container. You'll have to see the replay here. So that there's the information. They know where the Sage is. It's one shot. Kills Reformed is also able to hit one onto, I believe, the Sova on the other side. Junes, I believe, was tagged up by that. So great Hunter's Fury there. Great way to just use it after getting it immediately. And again, Wayne State, they're still staying alive, and they've actually put Babs in a situation where they cannot buy. Babson wins one more. This map is over. Wayne State know that. And at best right now, all they can do is play for extra rounds.
Soju had that Marshal in hand, gets taken down rather early on, and that is an unfortunate loss. That long range was perhaps some of the few leverages you had against your opponent. Not going to be the case this time around, though. Defenders this time starting off very well, taking Super Stress down. Additionally, and Tabit hanging around those horizontal ropes. The attackers now looking a little bit anemic, not getting ready to push too aggressively. Nerd's going to be the one to pick up that scoped rifle, and trying to find the shots. Can't quite see any openings, though.
Well, there's a shot. Nerd, no, not able to connect. I think this is a time where Babson wishes they could play a little bit more like Wayne State. Wayne State had that great push in the second round of the game when they were going for a light buy when they couldn't buy, and they were able to get the spike. Landed right now is a 2v2, and they are completely getting pincered.
Yeah, a tough situation for Junes. They're able, I believe, pick up the weapon that they initially got the kill from Junaid on. But it's just that by that point they were already getting surrounded. You mentioned the pincer just coming in too dominantly from the defenders.
So even if you win that upfront battle, I mean, you saw the flank was coming through, so they would have had to turn around or really have eyes in the back of their head to be able to win that one out. Weren't able to trade out more. Would have been great if they could, but that's not really the round you're playing for. It's this one right here. You win this, you win the map, and you advance onward into the game. You lose this, in Win State, they really get an opening into potentially coming back into this. They could get to double digits themselves, and Absent can't afford that. They can't keep going back and forth between buying and saving.
Oh, and Ilyu setting themselves up in an excellent position. Nobody checking that corner as a nerd. Gonna be losing their life because of it, as well as the Reyna following up quickly, or excuse me, as well as the Sage following up quickly. That's going to be reformed. Neil before Neil, now slowly wrapping through to attackers spawn. Again, looking to put pressure onto both sides from these players. Tabit taking down Super Stress. A 2v4 situation. Soju making that a 2v3, pulling out the knives. But as soon as they pull them out, not going to be finding it. The defenders going to be coming up victorious, but took a couple losses. Might harm them.
It might. We'll see. Actually, the economy for them is looking pretty dang good right now. So besides Junaid, who might have to have someone buy for them, there it is. Everyone's going to be nice and healthy economy-wise. And it's okay to take a few losses along the way because you continue to just bite away at what Babson had. Babson cannot buy once more. And this is where it gets dangerous. They're getting snowballed very quickly. This economy is not able to build up because of how much they're losing these rounds. Not only how many they're starting to lose, but also just like the way they're losing them. Everyone is falling. I think that's 3 rounds in a row now for Wayne State that they've been able to win. And it seems like back to the drawing board for Babson and back to a save.
Now they're going to be going up against an operator. The one shot by Tabit dashes towards the opponents. Not sure if that was necessarily intended, but 2 kills just like that. A SWAT team hit if you prefer. Neil going to be cleaning out Nerd. And now it's just the Sova. It's just the Viper. The question is, can they make a difference? Super Stress able to take down one, but the location is going to be revealed. Gonna hear those ropes going through. Super Stress not able to connect Junaid with that. Able to get their 3rd kill. Wrap this up quickly for the defenders.
And this is the round now. If Wayne State wins this, they are almost guaranteed to go to extra rounds unless, again, Babson is able to pull out a Miracle Thrifty, which they have done before, so it's not out of the question. But if Babson loses this, their economy, again, going to be in shambles. They will force to whatever they can because they know that it's not going to matter. Is after this, if it goes to round 12, or if it goes 12-12 each team, then it's overtime, and we basically get a reset, which we'll talk about if we get to that. But this round is very important for both teams. Babson, they win this, no worries. Wayne State, they win this. They have made an amazing comeback.
Then Nomu going to be throwing in that Viper's Pit rather early, right towards mid, forcing the attackers back. Actually decides that they want to kind of duck out through Tube. They'll be trying to avoid any damage because, you know, the Viper can only be positioned in one spot for that area. Easy to funnel bullets down, but the attackers from Babson get dissuaded from mid. And question remains, how long does the Viper play there before eventually going on the chase or going on some sort of aggressive maneuver themselves? Eventually they will be leaving that smoke, that Viper's Pit. Ilyu now going to be holding up on point B, as we can see on site B. The attackers look a little bit stumped here. They don't know where they want to go. They anticipate that that operator's still going to be in play, so they may be shying away from A by pure nature of it. But they're not being given too many reads except for that Viper, that Nomu just committed that Viper's Pit early on.
Use it very early on, and well, they will get all of their health and armor back. And mid control is now decimated. It looks like Babson were just going for a bait. They want to take back onto B, and they already know how much utility is used from the Sage. Ilyu on the other side. One of the slow orbs, all of the Sage, well, all the one Sage, but still Ilyu able to take out Soju, and now the Empress has been used.
Now things might start to get interesting here. Ilyu going to be healing themselves up. June's equalizing while Ilyu is caught healing up. 13 seconds left for the spike to go down. If the attackers can just make this fight take long enough, might be able to find something. Spike goes down before it can get planted. All that needs to happen is the defenders just can't lose their lives. 2 seconds left. And just like that, the defenders come up clean, and now things are looking very close to a 12-12.
And I like the idea of the fake. I like the idea of the bait and switch, but you have to make noise somewhere for that to truly work, because they never actually cleared out B on the side of Wayne State. They still kept 2 in the back. It was this Sage as well as Neil before Neil. They just kind of played it back all the way and waited for the re-engagement. And once you see that Viper wall come out, you know something is about to go down. So they're able to give information. The rotation comes through. Even when babson has positioning on the point, they don't clear out the flanks that are coming in through mid. As you saw, Nomu just walk through, decimated. Now, this is Wayne State's game to lose at this point. They're in the driver's seat, and they have the better weapons.
And Tabit still has that operator in hand. Doesn't land the shot, though. Nerd taking them down. And it's a great entry, but it's going to be Soju gets taken down next. No jets available for either team, although Resurrect's still online for the defenders. If they're able to get to the body safely, that might change things around. We can see that Sage starting to navigate their way there. Ilyu might just be looking for that opportunity set up by their team. Right now, Neil, before Neil, going to be holding up on this high ground, exchanging shots with Super Stress. Tabit taken online, and as soon as they start to peek, Super Stress taken down by Ilyu. A nice opportunity here. The defenders now turning things around in a great way. June's going to be getting one with that Phantom, but it might not be enough. The attackers now dismantled, and they're going to be looking to pivot their pathing here. Nomu, however, seems to have an idea that they might be going through kitchen. The read coming through there, and Sova not quite able to check that corner or check that angle. Instead, Nomu going to be getting the kill.
Switching sides.
No, that was a 2v4, so it would have been very difficult for babson to clutch out there, but they did have an Empress. They could have popped that early, tried to use it to clear out areas because Arena does have better vision of where enemies are. They are outlined in red. Hit the plant, maybe they can pop Hunter's Fury afterwards as a defensive measure, just sway them from planning, maybe get a kill or two. So it would have been very tricky, but there were potential options there, but instead they just kind of got completely surrounded by the defenders, found out, and now it's overtime. So if you have not played Valorant in a while, this is not a first one, this is not a golden round, this is, you have to win by 2 rounds, and your economy resets every time, and you already start with half of your ultimate ready to go. So this is really economy, like we talked about that a lot, I've talked about it a lot. It's kind of thrown out the window here as you keep getting the same things back and back. It's really now about strategy.
About the fundamentals, if you will, fundamentally pushing up towards A, or at least trying to get any information about A. We still do see the attackers WSU now leaving their Sage behind towards the entry of B. Right now, Soju going to be getting a first kill for the defense. babson now freeing things up a little bit, but we see the majority of their forces being committed to A. And right now, this Sage just hanging back for WSU. Doesn't really seem to be doing a whole lot, Ilyu. Kind of playing it calm, collected, allowing themselves to slowly move towards that mid. To be very careful, but Neil, now, along with the rest of their squad, just trying to find any information that they can gather. And so far, both these teams seem a little bit wary to push on one another.
Yeah, it's risky. I mean, this is extra time. You don't want to mess up. You don't have as many opportunities to really make plays that might go the other way. Junes, though, might be about to face a 1v2. Has the recon bolt, doesn't want to use it, and gives up that positioning at the right time, or maybe at the wrong time, because now mid could be going the way of the enemy Sova. As both teams just kind of holding their position for the most part. No one really going anywhere.
When you hold your position, especially as an attacker, that's not necessarily a resource that works in your favor. It's going to be the Viper Wall coming up. June able to take down Junes. As we continue here, the spike has to go down. The kill's probably not going to come through. Nomu goes for the plant. Super Stress able to take down one, but it's equalized with Nerd falling. Now, just like this, Ilyu going to be holding right catty corner to their wall. We're going to know that reformed right there at the corner, shooting that wall, trying to get it destroyed. But with the healing coming through, Ilyu able to take them down. Preemptive healing coming from Ilyu, not quite able to catch Super Stress. However, it's going to be the Reyna versus Super Stress. All a question about how this defuse goes. Neil gonna be waiting, but the defuse, it's just gonna go through? It's absolutely just gonna go through. I think the bait was expected from Neil.
Yeah, that's the. I mean, I was talking about this like 2, 3, 4 rounds ago. I was like, you don't want to do this, and here I am getting it completely thrown in my face. That time it worked out. I think that Super Stress expected the bait. Like you said, like they didn't want to make the move, but then when you don't hear like the next fake after like 2 or 3 seconds, that's when you realize, like, oh crap, that is them holding on to this. Like, we have to go now. I have to go now. There's no one else left with me. That was also, like, again, that would have been a free round win for them. Instead, they're facing a potential loss here. babson wins this. This game is over.
Yeah, what a wild ride. It's come down to 13-12, and we're still not even done yet here, folks. Babson going to now be on the attack, trying to come up with the victory. Perhaps going to be a little bit more aggressive than we saw from the side of WSU on this attack. As we look ahead, they're getting lined up towards A site once again. It feels like in a lot of these, Jag, B has just kind of been an afterthought, with the exception of a couple pushes initially by Babson.
It's really surprising because I feel like B is usually the go-to spot as an attacker. It's just much open. It's much easier to push into. You see here on A, like, it's still close quarter and there's so much high ground to deal with that it becomes very tricky to try to really find the lane you want to go into. But still, Babson has done quite a bit of damage. Junaid very, very weak, but it's actually going to be Neil before Neil who finds that first kill.
And the second as well, getting super stressed. It will be the opposing Reyna. Nerd going to be using that ability to get out and away from damage. Tabit taking down another Soju, and now the numbers are just being whittled away like a huck of wood for Babson. They still have command of Spike, but Nerd hit from the back end. Ilyu not quite able to get the kill onto Junes, but Tabit has got it covered. And it doesn't even matter that they lose those members. Again, the economy is always reset in between each of these rounds.
Switching sides.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the biggest thing to think about too, is like, you don't have to worry about losing your weaponry. You can risk it for the biscuit in this scenario because you can just get it back next time. It doesn't matter. Economy is going to be the exact same every time, regardless of what you do or don't do to actually earn those credits like you would in regulation. So just riskier plays, you can try to go for them. And Wayne State now, they have found an equalizer. So it's not just 2 rounds in a row, it's a 2-round differential. So they could win another one, and they'll still have to win another one after that. So we're basically back to where we started. It is essentially 12-12 once more. And we'll just see if Babson can do what they did last time on defense.
Soju immediately forced out of position, takes a shot towards the drone and clips themselves on one of the boxes while trying to dash. That costs them their life, but now both jets going to be taken out. No more opportunity for that. Sage will be read out. Ilyu going to be seen by Nerd, or at least have their location known by Nerd, but doesn't matter if Nerd is dead. Neil going to be taken down next, and right now the defender is doing a good job to keep things even. A mirror matchup of 3 versus 3. Viper, Sage, Silva, scratch that, Reformed no longer in this fight. Advantage to WSU now, who have that site presence. Super Stress is going to have to start pushing ahead with their Silva if they want to make anything happen, but the question is, what can they make happen? The answer is not a lot, as Junaid puts them to sleep with a single bullet from the Vandal to the head. Now June's going to start to be looking to wrap around, but might not be expecting to meet Junaid. Does not. As a matter of fact, Ilyu knows that the ult's not going to carry the next round, goes ahead and brings up Neil.
Yeah, that's another thing to point out, is that ultimates also do not carry over, as you said, because you keep swapping sides. So you can't just keep it once the side has been swapped. So Raz, just, you know, for the fun aspect of it, for the lulz at that rate, just, you know, you have it, why not use it? As Wayne State now could win this out. They win this here, game over. Icebox goes their way after would have been a very crazy back and forth. And I still just want to touch on how impressive it was for him to get here. That is 6 rounds that we see that they won in a row to get to this scenario. Only one was a defuse. Most of them were actually through eliminations. What a comeback from Wayne State. Even if they don't win this game, like, their tenacity is very impressive.
Yeah, I absolutely tend to agree here with you, Jack. Just looking good from both these teams, honestly, right? Because you think, you know, well, one team lost 4 on their defending half, the other team lost 4 on their defending half. So I mean, it's very similar in that tempo, right? If we look at the side of Babson, they lost 4 on the second half. It very much in comparison to WSU. Well, of course, we did have a little bit of a pause there. Both teams going to now be all set up, ready to go. Timeout's going to be expiring. And now as we look ahead, once again, the operator going to be coming out, and Tabit going to be holding actually the B site with it. So might be looking to get some early damage, and it might be highly impactful based off of how the attackers are clustered up.
They're playing a very aggressive angle here, trying to see them right as they come out. The drone, though, going to find them out, so now they're going to have to walk away. Doesn't have to commit the tailwind, so that's huge because they'll still have it. But this Lear, well, now they're going to have to use it. They're very lucky to be alive still.
Yeah, very fortunate to have saved that ability. As we can see here, Ilya just trying to fire away, and the defender's not fully reinforced here. We do see the side of Junaid the player of Junaid trying to come back, trying to make their way back onto site. And it's going to be very difficult as the defenders lose 1 in Nomu. Tabit still trying to hold off with that operator. The Lear's coming out from Neil, trying to find any leverage they can. Doesn't really find a whole lot. Superstrat's going to be throwing in their abilities, trying to make things all that more difficult for the defense. The defense doing the same with the Viper utility of their own. Ilyu going to be going down, and things look like they might be all tied up here. Tabit taking one down. Junaid quick to follow up the 2 versus 3 situation. Neil not able to win their 1v1. Junaid attempting the fake, or at least attempting the defuse, but not going to be going for it, as the attacker is now going to be evening things up once again.
Overtime.
Yeah, we're just gonna keep resetting. It seems like this game can go on for quite a while, and I mean, that's great. Like, I want to see more action between these two teams who have been playing each other very close, but we still got a lot more Valorant today. We still got at least one more map after this, and then the finals coming up, so we'll have to see how long it takes for them to settle this first duel at least. There, Abson, I feel like there's a little bit of confidence there. You see, they got their own Resurrection Reform getting in at the very end, saying, you know, hey, like, you're not the only one who can bring someone back to the dead, but Soju can take out Nomu very early on.
And that means no ability to have those smoke screens up, no smoke clouds going to be available unless the res comes through in a huge way. And with Ilyu getting that first kill, might be a nice start. Nerd taken out of the fight as well. We talked a little bit before this match actually started, Jag, that Reyna sometimes tends to just be on that character pick. They are the reliable fragger of the team. With that being gone early on, might be a little bit of a change here. Superstress has their location revealed, scouted out by that Owl drone coming in from Junaid. Now as we look ahead here, Junaid trying to take some shots, has to dash through, or has to rather walk through those smokes, and WSU now setting themselves up in, once again, a very good position. Soju taking the shot, misses it. We've seen such crucial misses coming through at vital moments for this team. Are you going to be trying to go in for the plant? Now Soju receiving a little bit more pressure. Ilyu has the opportunity there. Soju taking the shot onto the Reyna, getting a little bit frustrated. We got to see that that plays perhaps a little bit instrumental, being able to land these shots moving forward. As we see Soju taken down, missing the shot once more. Junaid cleaning up their counterpart. Junaid and Junes, I'm just now noticing that, and I'm sure that's going to cause no confusion.
Switching sides.
None whatsoever. I mean, JOO at the beginning of 2 names in the same game, both being the top fraggers of their team. Nothing could ever go wrong. What went wrong there was that, you got to feel for Soju. I think the reason why they missed is I believe they were moving. There it is. When you stop moving, the crosshair, you'll see like the red dot in the middle of it on the actual operator's sight line. That time you saw like just moved an inch, moved as well in the shot that was a follow-up. And that's why they were not able to connect there. When you move, shots go a little bit haywire. And unfortunately, for Babson, could it be the nail in the coffin? They lose this one, and again, this is the end for them here on Icebox.
We'll see if the trend of us just playing dominoes against this scoreline of one then the other continues. Babson, of course, as you mentioned, has to get the spike planted and detonated, or has to get the kills to come through. And WSU seems content to just play this a little bit more conservatively for now. Neither team losing too much. Nomu takes the Lear and tries to drop down onto the planter, rather, but can't quite find it. Spike does go down, and just like that, we see the attackers start to back up. It's a little bit of a dance coming in between these two teams, both playing on opposite sides of the wall, but WSU starting things off well. Well, I guess continuing things off well for them. Tabit getting a kill onto the Viper. Now, just like this, things are looking very even, but WSU has the pressure of time put onto them. It's gonna be the darts going out from Junaid, trying to find the kills. Tabit able to get one, and a little bit of damage plugged into the other end as well. It's all up to the Reyna. Neil before Neil has to be very careful again. That time not going to be working for them. Have to try to get the defuse, and Nerd holding on the other end of yellow. There's just not enough.
Last player standing.
And dying this fight there, it's fine. Again, get a reset. It doesn't matter. They're
Overtime.
saw they wanted to play it a bit too safe, and at that point, it doesn't really matter because you're not in the losing scenario. Like you go in and like you find these like really aggressive plays and you catch them off guard. You can be the hero for your team, but you try to play a bit too cautious, and they were split up. You saw there was one to the left, one to the right. So odds are, even if you do push one of them correctly, if you're not able to do it quick enough, then their team member could probably be there for the trade, for the follow-up. And once again, Sir Waltham, we are reset.
Yep, what is it, 6 rounds in now, and no real progress been made to the chagrin of either of these teams. But I think they're putting on some great matches in between. Again, a lot of back and forth between the two. Soju holding on the low ground with this operator. Normally, you don't like to see that too much, but whatever they can find, certainly going to be an advantage for them. Junaid going to be sending in the Owl drone, catches out that Viper. Does manage to get the read on the Super Stress. As now, WSU going to be looking to get aggressive onto the A site and going to be taking down Nerd. Once again, WSU has the opportunity to start things off strong here. Super Stress and Soju trying to hold on to this site until they can get the reinforcement. Soju eventually taken down by Lilu themselves. And Super Stress playing in the corner, but nobody has checked that corner. It's going to be the plant that comes through. The shots coming in, Super Stress just a hair off Junaid, able to take them down because of that. Now Babson 2 versus 4 have to try to push in here. June's trying to gather any information that they can, but this is a lofty goal.
Is how do you reapproach this? I mean, the way this is being held is so smart. They have some far back, they also have some on point. Form gets traded out, and then immediately the res comes in. That's a valuable res. That's also a valuable kill. 3 for Ilyu. And once again, Wayne State, they find themselves on match point. Is the 3rd time finally the charm?
I mean, we'll certainly find out. I think this would be the... Would this be the 3rd or the 4th time? Either way, it might be the charm, but...
I think it is the 3rd time, because the first time that they won in overtime round, that was actually them evening it up, because Babson won the first one. And since then, it's been Wayne State winning like that first of 2 to get to 2 differential. This, I believe, is their 3rd time. I mean, if I'm wrong, we'll find out. But Sir Waltham, take it away.
While we have a moment here, interesting to note, we talked about it before, Babson number 14, so to even go this long against a team that is number 2, still very impressive coming through here. Soju going to be trying to land these shots early on, set Babson up in another good spot. Nerd goes down early, though. Junaid looking to set their team up in a nice spot, however, only sacrifices their life. That's going to be the information not going to be able to be gathered on a retake, but not going to be able to be gathered for the defenders either, as June's the next to go down. Reformed, going to be getting the spike plant, and now just like this, it's a 3v3. The Reyna, the Viper, the Sage versus the Sage, the Jet, the Viper. And Viper will be able to be healed up by the Jet. Never mind, no longer an option as Reformed gets taken down. Lilu using that Phantom to some great success, and right now the defenders being very careful. They might have that expectation of the operator in hand by Soju. Super Stress able to take down one. Thing's looking very even now. The shots try to come through. Soju dissuaded away from that spike. Not able to land the shots though. Still looking a little bit shaky. Lilu able to take down Soju, but brings it back with the kill from Strauss. Now 4 kills in their pocket. Man, we're back. We're back to even.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone. We are back to just tied. It's now been, I'm trying to do the math, I think 8 rounds of overtime, and we are no closer to finding a victor. I mean, that was a crazy performance by Super Strauss, because they thought they were going to be healed, and then there was a great flank by Ilyu, where they're able to take out Reforms. There's no healing. They're at 30 health for basically the rest of the map. I think they were at 1 or 2 kills at that point. They find the last one, I think the last 2 or 3. And that's what keeps Babson alive in this. And then, you know, just the Viper's Pit for fun at the end once more. And we get that really fun visual glitch again. But what's really fun for Soju is getting that first kill onto Junaid.
Yeah, a good start for Babson. They're going to want to put themselves in the lead this time around. Equalizing is nice and all, but you need to get 2 in a row, meaning you have to be in the lead. Now June's going to be sending out that Owl drone, not able to gather too much information, and the trigger discipline coming in from Nerd is going to be huge here. They don't shoot at the Lear, allowing themselves to get the kills onto the members as they try to pass through. A flawless round from Babson, and now finally they're in the driver's seat.
This is the first time since the first round of overtime that they have been the one who could possibly win, and they've just been equalizing, and it's paid off for this long, but can they finally put away, can they get their golden ticket to the finals? Meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, we just got an update. WashU Red is up currently 1-0 over University of Ottawa Grey. So WashU, they've already gotten 1 step closer. Now can Babson be the one to get into that 1 map to victory? We'll have to see right here. Everything is in their corner.
Well, it seems to be the case. We'll see if Babson can hold on to this bag for the time being. immediately taking an aggressive stance onto point B. They don't want to let up. They want to continue with this advantage that they have here. At least mental advantage. Again, in overtime, not too much physical, tangible advantage other than just the mental as we go forward. It's going to be WSU committing a few members early on. Keep in mind, however, that's Sova going to be hanging back Junaid, just waiting. This might be a crucial kill coming through. Superstrass taken down, checks the corner, but doesn't check it hard enough. Junaid going to be pulling them down, and now, again, no control, or less control going to be coming in from the attackers. Lear goes out, Nerd sends in a second, passes through the wall. Not able to get anything for it. Shots being exchanged back and forth. Stage wall coming up gives the attackers a moment of breathing room, but Babson might start to feel this slipping through their fingers. They have such a huge opportunity. Reformed going to be pushed back. Soju getting their location revealed, taken down as Nomu already going for the defuse. It was a nice attempt from Babson, but they just lose that Viper so early from an excellent position hold.
And I just had to look up what the longest game of Valorant is just to see where if we're getting close to it, and we're not quite there yet. The longest game in pro history at least was 44 rounds total, so we are currently at 34, so 10 more before we get to that potential, but it feels like it's never gonna end. There's just these amazing individual plays like that positioning we saw from Wayne State there that help get them up ahead. Then after, and the biggest thing, it's like very imperative, is that the momentum it just continues to flip-flop. You get flawless, and then you get your own flawless to even things up, to set the score back to even. And there's no better way to answer than that.
Definitely would have to agree here, but now as we look ahead, Neil going to be looking to hold this higher ground. Ilyu taken down early on, and already Babson continuing an excellent position. Tabit trying to get any sort of advantage. The defenders holding firmly onto A site. Everybody going to be wrapping around. No healing available for the side of.
I have the spike.
That's Sova coming in from WSU. Junaid. Neil going to be trying to navigate their way out of A site, or at least give themselves some breathing room from A site. Information is going to be gathered by this Owl drone. Whether they're able to get any kills off the back end of it or not. Nerd keeping sights on the Tabit, knows that they're pinned behind that box, can't quite make their escape, and Neil before Neil now has to get a twofer, or at least get the spike down. It's not going to go either way. Nerd going to be proving themselves a superior Reyna this time around.
Again, now the pressure is on Babson to close out. That time I was a bit worried because you saw the way they were playing that. Soju was so split from Nerd, was trying to play kind of the flank angle, I guess, controlling mid a little bit more, but once you know that the Reyna's right there, that's really when you start to push in. Luckily, Nerd able to win that one out, able to take most of that point, honestly, was able to just kind of do it themselves on the Reyna, then able to take out their counterpart. The individual plays can only get you so far. That's the team that makes the dream work. Babson now, they can take this home after 36 rounds.
That's going to be the plan here, but WSU going to be looking to equalize once again. Shots going through smoke, not able to connect with too much. A couple shots onto each Reyna, do believe, but not enough to put anybody into the dirt. However, Ilyu, rather, going to be put into the ground by Soju early on. Aggressive forward position coming in for WSU on this defense, and it's going to be Babson losing 2 to Tabit, so a huge opportunity here for the defense to come in, equalize things up. Tabit has enough to pull the knives out, and we're going to be doing just that as the attackers now have to kind of consider their options once again.
That angle, Neil before Neil. Gonna miss the shots. We're gonna throw out the Lear just to create some space. They try to go in. It looks like they're looking for the double Lear too. It's a 1v3 for the moment at least. There is a Reyna behind them. Most of the team is on A, so this could actually work out pretty well for Babs. I'm sure they're down 1 person overall, but if they're able to find a numbers advantage on a point and take it over and win it cleanly, then they have the numbers advantage going forward.
See if that's going to be the plan here coming in from Babson. They're going to be pushing as a team pretty aggressively, using some of that information tab and just holding steady, not allowing themselves to be revealed. Sees the location of that member revealed by Owl Drone. Nomu taken down 1, but equalized with the kill from Soju. Soju caught during reload. It's all up to June to try to hold something. Has to use that knife to get out of there. It's going to be the defuse coming in from Tabit. doesn't decide to fake. 2 HP left on June's, eventually taken down. Tabit's now clear for the defuse. Didn't even really need to use those knives too much.
Knives came out just because, again, like, you have it, they're not going to be there next round, so you might as well just pop the ultimate while it's still potentially worthwhile.
Switching sides.
It helps get down,
Overtime.
I believe it got June's down to very low health. I'm not sure if it was the knives connecting or if it was just Junaid firing away, but regardless, the kill is secured, so is the round, and, well, it's 36 rounds in now, it's a Ken, it resets, and I don't even know what really either team can do to break through. It seems like every time they do get the lead, like whichever team is getting that 1-round lead that is only 1 round away from victory, the other team just ends up one-upping them and making these amazing plays that shut them down.
Yeah, that's certainly been the case. I believe both teams have had a lead 3 times, right? That's if my math is checking it out there. But either way, somebody has to do something to break the tempo here for either of these teams. And it's so difficult. Tabit taking a huge amount of damage to start, 4 HP. We'll have that Sage to ideally give them a little bit of healing, but it's going to be coming through rather late. It's going to cost the attackers some time too, which is one of the more valuable resources.
Time is not on your side if you're the attack. It's finite, where defenders, they can just kind of wait, sit back, relax, maybe get some popcorn and wait for the attackers to push into them. Can't get too comfortable though, because if you're taken over, then immediately use your advantage. So you know there's at least Nerd able to move out though, so not going to be caught off guard there on this A site. Question is now, does Babson, do they know this is the time to rotate? Do they realize that they don't have any other information anywhere else? I'll say for the most part, they're still playing off the point. Depending on what happens here, that might be actually the key, because Wayne State, they don't actually seem so sure of pushing onto this.
Neil, and be throwing in that Lear, trying to block the site from Nerd. I'll be finding too much there for it, but Ilyu going to be finding some good value there. Tabit having to dash past that Lear, trying to just press up on any advantage they have. Reform going to be holding up right behind that plant site, behind that typical planting site. Spike has to go down, 10 seconds left, does eventually make contact with the ground, and now the defenders have to try to push in. They did their best to dissuade that plant, but can only find so much. Tabit and Ilyu playing in a very risky spot, considering they're double stacked on top of one another. Soju trying to get the dash out, but Tabit taking them down, and now with this, the defuse trying to come through. June's preventing that Reyna from getting the kill onto Nomu as well, and Babson gonna have the opportunity and the time to get the defuse.
Soju has not had a fun day with those dashes. I gotta say, there's been a few times where they've either just hit the corner or they've hit an object in their way. That time, it doesn't end up costing their team the round. They're still able to clutch up. And there you saw what is kind of something we haven't seen at all, was a lot of time when we see those defuses go down, it's either when the round is already won or it's a 1v1. That time, it was a 3v2, and they use it. They do go for the defuse, but what they do is they put someone on that angle. So if anyone tries to shoot the defuser, who I believe was reformed, they have someone defending them, and probably someone who they're not expecting to be there. So who's ever fighting them, trying to get the kill on the diffuser, is actually going to be caught off guard, going to have to go for a very quick spray transfer there. They couldn't get it done. Babson, again, the ball is in their court.
Oh, and Ilyu going to be holding out with a couple of kills. 3 kills to start. That already puts them in res. Not going to matter, though, Reform bringing it back with a couple kills of their own. But, man, Babson losing those 3 members early on. Not a great start, especially when they're just 1 point away from victory. But, I mean, how many times have we said that today, Jack?
Quite a few. I believe this will be the 4th for them, at least 7 overall, as both teams have done pretty well. And let's say with Reform falling, it comes down to June's to have one heck of a performance here. 1v3, not impossible, and they do have the spike, so they could force something on point. There's really no point in planting unless you have a real strategy going in, because that credits that you would get otherwise not going to matter when your economy continues to reset. Looks like B, though, might be the name of the game. B's pretty much cleared out. There is going to be that run rotation from their jet going a little bit more towards A, and they've got mid control, so WSU, as they try to find out where June's is, have completely split off for themselves, which could actually be the advantage for this Sova. it's a lot easier to take 3 1v1s than 1 1v3.
Revealing area.
Absolutely, and June's did take a long time to get that spike planted. And meaning that the defense are going to have enough time to get themselves slowly wrapped up onto point. Now, they can just have 2 members cover while one goes for the defuse if they opt into it. June's taking some initial damage, getting cleaned up. The defuse going to be coming through from Nomu. We're back at scratch.
I've never casted a game that's gone into overtime this long before. I don't know about you, Zerwaltham, but this is definitely the longest overtime scenario I've ever seen. Just neither team can close this out, and I think this is really impressive from Babson because, again, we've talked about it. Like, they are the dark horse. I don't think anyone expected them to get this far. A number 14 seed coming in. Everyone else that's left, I believe, is in the top 5. I'll have to double check that, but I do know that, yeah, I believe it is 1 versus 5 in the other side of the bracket right now, with number 1 currently up 1-0, that being Wash U. So that's what you got. That's what you're playing for right now. A shot at potentially playing the number 1 team during the season. Not a lot of teams want that. It's not good odds, but when you've gone this far already, you might as well just go the full distance.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that fatigue that could be setting in as we play, as we get into that best of 5 off the back end of a best of 3. You're going to be exceptionally tired if you end up going 24-22 or whatever the case would be here, which, so far it looks like we're on the track for that. But right now, Babson starting off on the defense, trying to continue to hold things down, get that early lead, which they've been doing a better job of than the first couple of rounds or first couple of sets we've seen. The attackers from WSU not going to be going through their normal A information gathering set. Instead, it's going to be a little bit of a slower push, trying to find out anything that they can, being a little bit more methodical. Recon Dart goes out onto B, not able to find too much, and once again, we're seeing the bisecting walls come through. Neil going to be taking down June's. That information no longer going to be available for Sova. The shock darts pressure not going to be available for Sova, and with Reformed going down, things going to be looking a little bit grim. Somebody's going to try to make a change from the defense, but it's not looking like it's going to happen. Tabit finally taken down by Soju, but Soju vastly outnumbered, especially with this Reyna who's not making any rotations to help. Going to eventually have to be on those wings. Soju going to be spotted out by the Aldrone, continuing to just dance around. Has to be very careful though, can still reveal themselves to the opponent. You see that Reyna slowly starting to make a wraparound rotation, and Soju right now just trying to buy for some time. Nerd able to get capitalization off the back end of it, getting 2 kills. Babson, I was criticizing the Reyna staying so far back, but it might have worked out for them in the long run. The Lear goes out. Junade able to clean up Soju, taking them off the map as Nomu does. Nerd. Attacker's going to be coming up clean. I thought Babson had a real opportunity to swing that.
I did too. I mean, I agree with you. I was very surprised by Nerd staying so long in A, because once you have that information from Soju, he's like, hey, they're planning here. That's usually when you rotate. Maybe didn't want to rotate too quickly, thought there might be someone waiting for them in the wing since they took their sweet time. Because of that, they found really good position where they were able to take out any mid control that Wayne State had. But from there, Soju tried to take the left, Nerd tried to take the right, or at least that's what it looks like from my angle. I think it was the opposite if you were in their shoes. And because of that split, they ended up being divided and conquered. Wayne State now, this is their time in the sun. 40 rounds is what we are at currently right now, and while that is close to what the most has been played in pro play, actually I've gotten information that in CF1 last year there was a game that went way farther than that in terms of rounds. It was, I think, 26-28, so that's quite a number to beat, and Soju's the first to fall in the meantime.
Spike down A.
No charges.
Revealing area.
One enemy remaining. Defenders win.
Man, 19-21 is where this game finally stops. What's a... I mean, I want to say lengthy game, but when you put it in the context of last year, we had 26-28. That's pretty hefty.
Yeah. I mean, this is still a very long game in its own right. Not as long as what we saw last year, but still, that is a crazy amount of time to be playing in an overtime. That is, I'm trying to do the math really quickly in my head. That is 9. That's what, 17 extra rounds, I think. We'll double check the math later, but
Yeah.
it was just so back and forth, and then it's that one breakthrough is what you're waiting for, and finally Wayne State able to find it, the number 3 seed, finally able to get ahead at the right moment, get those kills when they needed to, and secure a round. We were talking to some of our producers, and they're like, "Oh, like has anyone won on the attack?" And it happened very rarely, but it was Wayne State able to winning their attack round that really set up this defense they're able to hold on to. And you can see that, I mean, the top 3 of the performers in this match were from their side. Ilyu especially looked very impressive on that stage.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree there. And I believe it was Ilyu we were talking about during the first half where at least I kind of got in my mind, that underperformance as Sage, mostly because the reses weren't coming through as aggressively or as predominantly as you might like to see them, especially if they have it on are off of cooldown for the majority of the half, and then they just never use it. I'm not sure if we ever saw it come through on that first half still. We'd have to go back and watch it again, but if so, we only saw it once, and I mean, that could have changed the tempo up. I mean, again, given the fact that if you use that res and win one more round, we don't have to go into all these overtimes. You don't have to play on this tight of a rope every time. Either way, a little bit of hindsight there. Always going to be a little bit more 2020.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, like, from a performance standpoint, they did amazing. I mean, their average combat score is the highest, their econ rating pretty low, unfortunately, but in terms of first bloods, plants, like all that stuff, very high numbers, especially for a stage player. And that's really the numbers you expect from your duelist. But as the Sage, like, you don't have to be as defensive as some other characters. You can play aggressive, but your kit is still super important to support the rest of the team. And that res is the best way you can do it. Bring someone back, and you never know, that extra body could help you win a round that might have been lost otherwise. But that's just theory. We'll never know how it would have ended otherwise. And it took quite a while for them to get it done. You still get the win, and now you're on match point. You one more map, and you go to the finals.
Yeah, one more map, and you're getting shipped off to your finals. And I want to talk about something here, Jag, and that's kind of the mirror composition we saw from these teams. Because, a lot of times we can say, oh, this character slotted a little bit more beneficially into the map. It didn't really come into effect here, and I wonder if that's kind of why we saw so many overtime rounds. There wasn't any, compositional weaknesses that one team was able to take advantage of over the other. I mean, in the end, this is a very largely mechanics-based game, but sometimes you get those little slight edges based off of which character you pick over the other.
Yeah, I think it comes down to just how the characters were played. The compositions were the same, so you could always do the same things, but I think the approaches that were taken, I think that we saw sometimes, especially when they were down, this is more during regulation, by the way, but I saw a lot of very aggressive plays coming out from the side. I'm sorry, I'm losing my train of thought right now. From Babson, that's what I'm thinking of. Babson, they played very aggressively when they were down in weapons, which can work out very well if you play as a team, but you see that they'd go for like these single flanks with like a sheriff or just a classic, and they'd try to find wins there, and they couldn't. And they kind of played into more of their gameplay later on, even when they had the numbers, even when they were together. You saw they were kind of going more for those side duels instead of playing together. And sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. But at the end, it just didn't work enough, where I feel like from Wayne State, they played better together as a team in terms of, I might lose this fight, but then there's 2 or 3 other people there to back me up to win it, and then we can take that numbers advantage going forward.
Absolutely, and it's exactly what we saw there. But folks, despite how long that game may have felt, we're not quite done. In fact, that was only our first of potentially 3 maps, so buckle in. This is looking like a long one. We are going to be on a quick break, so grab a drink, grab a snack. We'll be right back.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet.
My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training upper one both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet.
My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are here, Conference 1 playoffs, diamond and below, and we are in our semifinals still after a, 19 to 21 point game. Very lengthy, but one we've certainly enjoyed casting so far. Jag and Sir Waltham here at the desk, ready to bring you more of the action as we look towards our next map, WSU. And Babson going to be going on to split. Jag, what are we thinking?
I mean, we don't see Split very often, so I'm really excited for this because it's just a map that hasn't been played in a very long time. It's very defensive-sided, so I feel like a lot of teams don't like it. It has been changed quite a bit since it first came out. Now it's a lot better for attackers, but I think the biggest thing is, how do you play it? Well, it's not the meta, I would say, compared to maps like Ascent, like Haven, like Bind that we might see in a little bit if we do go to the map 3. I think we're going to see a lot more raids. At least I'm hoping to see a lot more raids, and I think we also might see a lot more Cypher.
Yeah, definitely like seeing that Cypher. A very heavy ability to gather information. Can sometimes be very reliable at holding a point with just by themselves, or perhaps with one other person holding up towards mid who can quick respond. Should the information be there, however, we are going to be going into the agent select, and we'll see if we have another mirror matchup as we saw on Icebox, although so far these teams not showing their hand to us too early. They can't get us too worked up here, but I want to point out Nerd on that Astra. We talked about Nerd being a little bit more proficient on the Reyna. I'm curious to see how it works out on Split here today.
Yeah, from what I saw against Penn State, they were not bad by any means on the Astra. Like they still did really good, and Astras usually don't have a high KDA in general anyway. They're more like just map controllers. Like they're there to kind of help their team get on to points, as opposed to Reyna, who's there to take over a point. But we'll see if they can. They had a pretty good performance. I don't think it was as impactful as it was yesterday when they played Icebox. They just like completely stole that map away on the Reyna. So now they got a chance to kind of go back into this, see how they do this time around. The biggest thing that I'm interested to see about is we saw that there was a look for the Phoenix at one point for Babson. It's gone now, but Wayne State, they might actually lock it in. They also might go for a Brimstone. So this feels, if they do this, no, I was going to say there's an Astra, there's no way. So KO, though, that's a very interesting comp. So this comp from Wayne State that they're hovering over, at least, very different than what I'd be expecting here.
That is going to be the KO locked in. So no mirror matchups this time around. No such luck. But as we head on to Split, Jack, who's going to be attacking? Who's going to be defending to start?
It is going to be Babson on the defense first, Wayne State on the attack first. And that really is interesting because I feel like KO is more a defensive choice. His 0 point, his knife that he throws around, can give up some really good information about not only where someone is, but also suppresses them for a little bit. But for that reason, it can work really well on attack, now that I'm thinking about it, is because if they're suppressed and you know where they are, you can just run up onto them if you're a full stack. So even though I still think KO a bit more on the defensive side, this could be a really great engage tool. Something more like, I don't know, Sova for recon information.
We'll see if that is going to be the case as we now head into our second map, this best of 3. And it's going to start off like every map does, like I've said before, with that pistol round. Going to be looking in a Sheriff, a Ghost, and not much else on the field aside from those classics.
Attack set up for A, not super surprising. There's 0 point, so that time it's not going to find anyone short. I'm surprised they didn't try to use it up into heaven. But it is going to be Soju getting the first kill, but immediately they trade out Sages.
No healing available for either team might be very essential, as these health pools can get lower and lower without actually snapping. Spike is going to be planted on A, a good opening for WSU and help build their economy for that second round. Or for the third if they don't end up going, if this round does not end up going their way and they decide to save a little bit longer. Tabit holding off here towards that defender side, eventually getting their corners checked. Superstras able to take them down with that Sky, not having to commit. Nomu taking down 2 from defenders, but June's able to come back in with the classic of their own. Astra coming in, going to be the last remaining member. Nerd not going to be able to hold out long enough. Attackers coming up victorious.
They take over the point really quickly, and while they do trade, there's no one else really there on A to be able to defend it. And instead of trying to rush back in Babson, they regroup, they try to take heaven. They do find success, they do find enough where it's actually a 2v2, but from there they fall apart. The KO just holding point, before able to survive. They won that out. And one thing that was talked about on a previous cast was how similar, honestly, Sky and Phoenix can be. Especially with their ability to just like throw in a flash and go into a point. But for the most part, like Phoenix more about just like sustaining yourself. Sky about sustaining the team, so we'll have to see which one wins out.
Junaid gonna be having their location revealed by the bomb, but he gets hit by their own curveball. That does buy a little bit of time for that race to hold steady. Junaid gonna be taking down at Junes. Now gonna be up to the attackers who have that advantage. Super Stress doesn't quite get onto the rope. Looks like they got tangled up, and because of that, WSU now has sight of B. It's gonna be the spike going down, and the majority of the rest of the team holding this higher ground within these cubbies. Soju not quite able to connect with that shot. Junaid taking down Nerd, and the attackers went with another spike plant and another victory.
Not too surprising. That is a buy for Wayne State. Babson, they cannot buy there. They're saving for this round their bonus. With Sochi, their top fracker, is lagging a bit behind, so looks like someone bought for them in the end. Still gonna have to go for light armor. It's not impossible for Wayne State to potentially win this one out. It's still gonna be very difficult, but we'll have to see if they can do it. We haven't really seen a thrifty round yet on the bonus, at least not in this series thus far.
Certainly does not seem to be the case. It's gonna be the KO trying to get a little bit of information, suppressing Nerd as well, not being able to use those stars, which I don't believe were even placed down. Ilyu able to get the kill onto the Astra. And just like this, WSU could be starting themselves off in a good way. Second kill as well. This is going to be very essential, given that the firepower should have been there for Babs, and Super Stress able to connect with one. Gets flashed out, I believe it was by that curveball coming in. It's going to be the birds, but Super Stress has their birds taken down. Again, Spike not yet on point. Habit just turning that corner, eventually cleaned up by Soju, but the hot hands coming out, not allowing that window peek to come in from Soju, and the time wasn't taken for the spike to be planted, so it's going to take a little bit longer. WSU does eventually get it down, but Soju now having to play very carefully. The peek coming in from Neil, suppression coming in. Junaid gonna have the curveballs up and online. The question is, will they be opting into using it? Don't need to. Couple shots coming through, and Soju gonna be surrendering their weapon, their Vandal, over to Junaid.
I feel like a caster curse right there. I said, you know, there hasn't been a thrifty yet in the bonus, and there it is. Wayne State starting off this game very differently than how they did previously on Icebox. 3 rounds in a row. Babson can't buy here. This is like the best start you could ask for, especially after a game that went so many rounds into overtime. They have complete control. Very risky play though to separate themselves. They did know that there was one in heaven because that is where Tabit ended up falling. If Junaid is just a few moments later on that rotation, it would have been disaster. That 0 point that came out of the knife, detecting exactly where that last person alive for Babson was the clutch play. And that's why KO is starting to get more playtime. His information gathering is really underrated.
Soju trying to hold down these angles. Not going to be able to find too much. The run it back coming online. Junaid able to get one for it. Not just the information, but also the kills as well. All that damage going to be healed back up. Just trying to run it down, get as much information as possible. Defenders are going to be holed up in this high ground once again. Ilyu managing to get the spike down. Again, that window just having so much pressure put onto the defense. Have no opportunity to peek through it. Junaid and Tabit going to be holding, pushing up into this high ground. All up to this Sage. Might be trying to hold out. Has the Sheriff. Sees the shoulder come through from Nomu. Tries to commit the utility there, but Reform's taken down either way, utility or not.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you did win that one trade, you got the weapon, it still would have been a very hard round to win. 4 rounds down. Still not out of this by any means yet. This is really where you need to make your comeback, because we saw what happened last time to Babson when they were not able to win a few rounds in a row. They immediately got snowballed into the economy, going from can buy to can't buy. And that was when they had a very nice lead. So the fact that they're already kind of facing that scenario 5 rounds in is very dangerous. This is super important for them to not only win, but also to stay alive, so that way they don't have to buy next round.
You can see Nerd here holding pretty aggressively forward. Going to have their location revealed. It's going to be 2 kills going, despite the double push that was coming in from the attackers. Nerd having that intuition to shoot through boxes, taking the 3rd onto Nomu as well. This has all become the Junaid show at this rate, and it's a show they probably do not want to be starring in. Grenades going over the Sage wall, just trying to cause any damage. Junes has the vibe there, has the impression. Junaid is going to be going for it. Junaid trying to hop out of harm's way, only able to do so much, however, doesn't even have Spike. At this point, the best they can hope for is a couple kills, maybe holding onto their weapon as well, but even then, it'll be very difficult. Sounds like the Hounds from Super Stress not able to find anything beyond the wall.
This is an update for what's going on the other side of the bracket. Oh, wait, just 1 second. Oh, June's able to win that. It's a flawless run for Babson, so now they're back in the game. They did exactly what I said they needed to do. On the other side of the bracket, Ottawa has officially clinched their spot in the playoffs. Or no, excuse me. Wash U has officially gotten their spot in the playoffs after beating Ottawa 2-0. So that is one spot already taken in the finals. The number 1 seed going forward. Now WSU, they are the number 2 seed coming into this. I think I might have said number 3 earlier. That was me mistaking it for Penn State, who Babson already beaten. So right now, Wayne State, they are only 9 rounds away from having that number 1 versus number 2 seed matchup in the grand finals.
We'll see if Babson can continue to hold on, still down a little bit here. WSU, however, going to be heavily leaning into this B main push. As we can see, the utility already trying to come out. Paintcan's not really finding a whole lot. June's not going to be too successful with that. We see the stars already coming out, using those grabs to pull anybody off those high boxes as is possible. They may have had the suspicion that June's was going to go for it. Faking the pickup for the ult orbs. Not going to be pulling any shots from the opponents either. No easy kills coming through for either side because of that. And right now, again, we're just seeing the attackers have a lot of time pressured into them or pulled out of them. And that's going to cost them here. They have 50 seconds left to make a push, start getting some kills. Either way, it's going to have to be the movement starting to come through for either of these teams. And probably not going to be the defense. They'll be a little bit more content for that super stress. Forced back a little bit further into those vents, not able to take some peeks there. Junaid just holding off, making sure they don't fall into that grab wheel. Now we see the Sage Wall come up, and that looks like the initiation coming in from the attackers. Everybody from the defense going to be starting to rotate around here, take that high ground. Astral Divide going to be going down. Spike going to be successfully planted. Thatchel right onto Ilyu, landing on their face. As we see here, healing going to be coming in. And the defenders taking up a dominant position onto point. Super stress. Going to be sending out those Seekers, trying to heal up their team. Everybody clustered so close together that if they don't fall, they'll be able to heal back up. Tabit able to take down 2. This is just a massive brawl on point. Super stress going for the fake plant. This is looking all over the place, Jag.
What happened there is that Babson, they used their Cosmic Divide first, and it created a lot of great separation on the point. It allowed them to enter and get the spike planted. Excuse me, Wayne State used theirs first. Well, then Babson uses as the counter. And then what happens is that they just hold the same angle that allows Junaid and Tabit to just run in, play super aggressively, and then get out. They were not ready for that level of aggression. They had the perfect strategy with their own Cosmic Divide eventually. Right after it, use the Seekers as well to find out where everyone is. And yet still they cannot hold. Now Wayne State, they are 1 round away from having at least a draw at halftime.
Going to be a very good spot for them to be in if they can maintain this momentum. However, no more leans towards that B. It's everybody going to be hanging out. Or at least spike carriers were hanging out at mid. Look like they might be taking it through sewers instead. Trying to figure out if there's any weaknesses from this defensive team that they can exploit. Junaid. Excuse me, Tabit going to be taking down Nerd. June's taken down by Junaid. Equalizing things out just a little bit here. No run it back now available for WSU, so that information gathering not going to be as relevant. Super stress caught up within these smokes from the Astra. Only going to be able to do so much while in this cubby. Ilyu has the wall set up, blocks off that vent, but reforms, taking them down before eventually being put into the dirt themselves. Super stress going to be picking up that Astra with the Hounds, but not able to get the kill with the follow-up on it. Tabit keeping oversight on their opponents. As now Soju looking to lean in with these knives. Again, Babson has to make something happen here. And the starting of the kills from Soju, not going to be the worst option there. So now they still have a lot of their abilities online, those updrafts. Tailwinds, now we look for Junes coming in with the showstopper, fires it towards spawn, not able to connect with anything. Tabit dashing out of the way. Soju looking to land the shots with the classic, can't quite make it connect, picks up a phantom instead. Soju not going to be keeping eyes out as the smoke peers. Soju is able to get the kill, and the defuse will be coming through in short order. What a 1v1.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice there. Instead of just trying to stall out time after the spike is planted, they try to go for that fight despite how weak they were. I think that was a bit of a misplay there. Instead, they could have just danced around the point, tried to play a little hide to go and seek there, and force them to play the spike instead of playing for the kill, because once defender plays for the spike, trying to go for that defuse, they kind of lose their advantage. Having to drop the spike defuse and then go for the firefight can be very dangerous. That second hesitation can cost you your life. But instead, Babson, they find themselves able to get another round. It is a costly round, I must say. They've used, what, about 4 ultimates in the last 2 rounds alone? But what they do still have is that resurrection. But they're going to have to be going into this Blade Storm coming out from Tabit.
Tabit going to be trying to sink the knives. Misses all but one. Now the run it back coming in from Junaid. Going to be slowed down. Throws in a curveball. Connects with Reformed. Now looking for that raise as well. Taken down eventually, but has their body guarded by that Astra, making sure nobody pushes up while they are, even for a split second, down a member. June's continuing to hold that angle towards mid. Doesn't allow anybody free entry. Are you going to be taking it the good old-fashioned way? Super Stress able to get the kill right as the smoke is going up. Throws in the Hawks. Trying to get some blinds. Caught in a corner. Eventually torn to shreds. 2 members remain for Babson. It's the Jet and the Astra both going to be trying to make their way towards B, but that Jet has a difficult task ahead of them. Nerd able to take down one. Soju cleaning up one as well. Soju now has that operator in hand, has to try to make something happen. Doesn't really seem to have the opportunity to expose them. Oh, and the penetrative shot. Going to be getting the kill there. Nomu going to be having an idea as to where Soju is, but throwing up the smoke's going to only do so much. Still going to have to go for the plant, and we're already seeing Soju start to make these rotations. Nomu looking like they're going to fake the plant instead, walking through their own smoke. And again, this is a risk because the longer they take, the less time they'll have should the Jet just run away.
Yeah, I think they're just playing right now for the kill, but there is no kill to be found as you see that Jet, like you said, Soju very wisely is going to run away. Now, is there time to play? Nomu's got to drop 4 seconds, and nope, time's going to run out there. If they had just gone a second sooner, that could have been a huge plant. They forced the fight on point. But like you said, it was risky. Did not pay off. The investments were not the stocks they wanted. It's going to be another round for Babson. Babson able to find 2 in a row now. Now, this is where they finally stop getting snowballed. Their economy is starting to pick up. It's the opposite for Wayne State. Their economy is starting to drop off completely. He'll before Neil has to go for light armor, has less than 1,000 credits. They still have the null commands. There's 2 potential reses on the side of Wayne State because that KO goes down in a certain amount of time. They can be brought back by a teammate. It's that resurrection of both sides that really could be the deal breakers for the other team.
Yeah, smart by Soju to hold on to that operator. And they know that even if they lose the round, they'll still have that in pocket, get to save themselves a nice bit of cash moving forward, and then going to be able to parlay some of that victory into this hold for A, or parlay some of that economy into this hold for A. As we can see, both teams kind of being very hesitant about peeking through their Tabit, trying to bait out some of those shots. Not quite able to. Instead, gets a bullet baited right into their hearts. As now we continue to look around that sage wall, going to be coming up, signaling to the Jet that not much you can take from this angle further on. Ilyu going to be getting the res as well with the sage wall being broken. That means that those angles not going to be able to be passed through without any damage being taken. Instead, it's going to be the sewers pathing coming in slowly, the attacking team moving their way towards mid, seeing what they can find out. A lot of the defensive resources have been moved over towards A. Curveball coming in from Junaid, trying to get any sort of leverage they can. The automatic shotgun from Reformed almost delivers its bounty, but instead taken down. Now with this 2 versus 4, Babson now suffering huge losses, and it's a quick turnaround coming in. The shorty from Soju able to take down Neil before Neil. But that was not the spike carrier, but the 3rd kill coming in as well. Junaid now taken down. This has equalized things up quite a bit, Jack.
10 seconds left.
We see that spike now going to be planted successfully at A. Ilyu catching a lot of bullets into the back of Soju. Not quite enough, though, especially as they're cleaned up by Junes. And now Nomu just needs to hold for the time being. Again, try to play the clock if they can. It's going to be the Cosmic Divide coming through, but I'm not sure Nomu actually heard or knew that Junes navigated their way through the defensive building. Instead gets caught off guard. June's able to take the shot to the side of the dome. And just like that, the defuse comes through. A little bit of inaccurate timing coming in from WSU that cost them that round.
Babson is all the way back in it, and they get to keep their operator, so that's a 2-for-1 special right there. They also got the resurrection out. I mean, like, you do lose quite a few members on the way. You lose everyone except for June's, but your economy should be good enough, especially with that operator being found for it to buy. And Soju, I mean, this is a great replay. I thought they might try to go for the Judge there or the Vandal. Instead, they just jump back in, catch everyone off guard. That Shorty, I think, got 3 kills for that round, which is an insane number of kills for a weapon that's, what, 300 credits? What value that was found. Now Babson, they are completely back in this map. They lose this, and I mean, their tournament lives are done for the fall, so this is so important for them to be able to get back into this.
Babson now lacking in that manpower as we see the defensive lose one. Soju continuing to hold down those angles. It's going to be the Sage passing through the relative safety there. The shot not able to connect from Soju. Instead, it's going to be the shot. The Shorty now brought out. Junade able to take them down. Tabit equalizing as well. WSU in a very good fashion. As it's a 5 versus 1 Nerd trying to hold down, manages to peel one out.
30 seconds left.
Ilyu is going to be going for the plant, covering a little bit of that cash that may have been spent here. Nerd holding in these smokes, but when it drops, they will be left holding the bag. Junade firing a couple of shots, not quite able to connect with Nerd. Nerd, however, a little bit more skilled in those shots coming through. 3 versus 1, and at this point, we might just see them hold tight onto their weapon.
Yeah, at this point, like, it's too close really for you to go for this 3v1. Maybe you'll be able to find someone. They do make themselves known, so now everyone from Wayne State's going to know exactly where they are, but it looks like they don't want to play too aggressively here, and so they're going to play the point, and that's going to cost them at least 1 life, not a second one. Nobu able to finish things out. That's great for Wayne State. After losing quite a few rounds in a row, they're able to get something back and guarantee at least a draw into halftime, which is super important because we're only 2 rounds away from that side swap happening.
Yeah, if you're WSU, you want to be in as heady a lead as possible. Babson at this rate just looking to equalize. The question remains, can they reliably do that with the armory they've got coming up? They've got a Shorty, they've got a Spectre, they've got a couple Sheriffs, and a Classic, at least as it is hovered by now. At this point, you're just trying to rob the opponents of what you can, get that benefit for your own. Now, as we see here, the attacker's going to be getting very aggressive. They'll run it back, coming out, and as a matter of fact, from Junade. Not a lot of information gathered. Too much damage being dealt. It's not going to do the defenders any good either, as it will be healed back up when they go back to their original starting spot. Attackers going to be immediately taking themselves up 1. June's now pulled from the fight. That Ray's not going to be in effect. Super Stress suppressed for the time being, but reformed. And Super Stress able to take the 2v1. Super Stress even able to upgrade their weapon. That's exactly what I was talking about here. As we see, the attackers able to get points down to Reformed, taking another kill. These Classics actually coming through in a very good fashion. Habit now just holding steady, able to peer over that Sage wall, get the kills. Going to be the Astral Divide. Oh no, Super Stress has that ability online. Can't turn to shoot, can't even recognize that is in the corner. Now Nerd just waiting perhaps for these Sage walls to drop, as they will with time. Shots coming through, take 1 down, but it's the double peek coming in from the KO and from the Jet. It's all a matter of time. That KO trying to hold behind this billboard, can't quite connect. Instead, Spike is going to be going off.
And that was very, very close. And Neil before Neil not able to live after the spike goes off, but able to live long enough to avoid the defuse coming in. That's what I wanted to see from them earlier. I think that was, I believe that was Tabit a while ago that I was talking about going a little bit too aggressive there. Neil before Neil realizes, hey, like, I can't win this fight, even though I have the better weapon. Like, it's just better to be a distraction, and it works out well enough for them to get a guaranteed lead. That was very dangerous there. It's almost a 3v1 that was won by Nerd, just with the Sheriff alone. That could have really changed the tide for Babson, but Wayne State able to stay alive a little bit longer. And I love all the Arcane and League of Legends stuff that's popping up in Valorant. I think that's a really great crossover.
Yeah, it's nice. Nice seeing that cross promotion between, I guess, within a studio. As now, we look ahead here at Ilyu, going to be looking to hold this mid area, making sure that anybody pushing through Ben's going to have a tougher time doing that. Again, a lot of resources just being committed here. Babson starting themselves off in a good way with Nerd getting the kill on the Junade. Ilyu going to be coming up, getting the heals onto themselves, but it's not going to matter much as the kills a little bit too oppressive. Super Stress tries to get the KO with the Hound, not able to find it. Soju able to take down Neil as they pull a reform. So much action going on right now, but still not done and dusted just yet. But with the kill on the Tabit, that is going to be Babson, making it a 5-7 at the half.
Yeah, and that's a really great comeback from Babson. They win 3 rounds in a row. They win the last one going into the side swap. It's still not a lead, and it's still not a tie, but it's only 2 rounds. I was talking about this back on Icebox. 5-7. If you're gonna like lose by any amount, obviously it's the least numerically, but it also gives you the best chance to immediately even up the score. You win the pistol round, and then you win the follow up when you can buy. Sure, it's gonna be probably taken away immediately after for the bonus, but it puts you in the best position to come back, especially now that you are on what is potentially the better side. If Wayne State was having a better time on attack, then potentially you can as well, even though, as we said before, that this is a more defender-sided map. Babson, the ball was in their court, momentum isn't completely gone, and this series still really is anyone's to take at the moment.
It certainly is, and I mean, we've seen what happens when, you know, there was a 4-8 difference for one side, particularly on Icebox, and now we'll see if 5-7 proves itself to be a little bit different. Junade immediately getting a bit too aggressive, takes a right click to the dome, Superstrass taking them down, and Babson getting supremely aggressive here, just getting right onto point. The defenders now having to react again. With this pistol around, there's not going to be a whole lot of range for either of these teams. Tabit having that Sheriff might be the best option here. Again, a lot of utility being built out. Those Hounds are going to be going out. Ilyu able to connect. No Sage Wall going to be available. Already was committed towards mid either way, and WSU now suffering for a loss of manpower here. Nomu trying to push up on whoever they can, not able to find it, and 4 members from Babson still remain standing.
Suffering from a lack of manpower, I think, is the absolute right term there. You can see there is a really great flash that comes in from the KO, but there's no one there to follow up, and does it really matter how many people it hits in that scenario? No, I think it hit 2, maybe 3 members of Babson, but just couldn't find the right angle. I think also just Babson was playing really well and around natural cover after they got the spike planted. They were hiding behind walls, so there really was no way to find that direct sight line for, like you said, not very long-range weapons. Now Babson, they do add that potential to even things up right here.
As we see, we go into that buy round with the weaponry able to be utilized here. Soju catching Nomu as they're trying to place some stars. Not sure if that was the call. Neil able to take down Reform and actually rob one of their weapons. So things might be looking up here for the defense, but with the spike going down, maybe not. Superstress able to lean in with that weaponry, heal their team up as well, but Soju getting a little bit too aggressive before the rest of the team can really back them up. Tabit, with just a classic, tries to hold on. Neil eventually brought down as well. Now things are all tied up. Babson, WSU, 7 each.
And that's what's expected. So, just as I said, it's a completely evened up series now. It is going to be a bonus round for Wayne State, so you should be able to grab that lead back, or at least for the moment. But we have seen through a few rounds now. The bonus round, I can't say that anymore after what we saw last time around. So there is potential, or maybe Babson can just take the lead for themselves and run away with it. But they're going to have a very good attacking round, even better than what we've seen from them thus far, which their attack has been very stellar. When you say they just continue to get split up, it looks like.
Certainly tends to be the case, at least upon observing it does, but now Superstrass going to be holding this angle. We see as well that Sage from the other side, WSU, trying to just hold things steady. It's going to be Ilyu once again, able to get that ult orbit, getting themselves oh so closer to a res. Hopefully we get to see it this time all round, but overall, Ilyu able to get the kill on the Superstress. Junade holding dominant on these boxes, able to get a kill now. WSU going to turn things on their head in a very good way, making another kill go in their favor. 2 versus 4 now, as the attackers try to take that high ground overlooking B. Once again, Neil, before Neil going to be throwing some utility in there, just forcing the slowdown from the attackers. although it does give Nerd the opportunity to get their stars back, recompose themselves, figure out if they want to commit them, place them somewhere else. But Reformed perhaps playing a bit too far from the rest of their team, and Nerd going to meet the same fate. I have to question why Nerd would take that same angle without necessarily as strong a preparation.
Sometimes you just think, hey, if it works once, maybe it'll work a second time. That time, not so much, but the attempt was there, and that's a round you expect to lose anyway. Really, at that point, you're just trying to find eliminations, take as much credits out of the hands of Wayne State as possible. As you see, Nomu, the only one who fell, gonna have to be bought for because they didn't have enough to buy for themselves. This will be the equalized round for the first time since the side swap. Assault rifles galore for both sides. I think the biggest thing is that Wayne State, they do have the run it back, so they could use that to do some damage, but more importantly, they could just do it for free recon, just try to figure out exactly where Babson's coming from. But with that Trailblazer coming from mid, they might have a pretty good idea.
Might have a little bit of a hint there. Blind's gonna be going out. WSU quick to respond, have the opportunity to throw the slow orb in there as well. Ilyu not even going to be using that slow orb, instead just getting the kills with the Phantom to the headshot. One Sage now on the side of WSU, none on the side of Babson, as Junes looks like they want to consider whether or not there's anybody still holding those angles. Junes finds out the hard way that yes, there is Ilyu. Not going to be taken down that easy. The run it back coming in from June Nade as they get sent back into vents. Nerd getting caught in an unfortunate angle, a flawless coming in from WSU.
That's a statement right there. After Babson finally evens the score up, immediately just taken away by Wayne State. It's amazing plays there. They do use the run it back at the end. I think that's really worthwhile. It lets that Phoenix be a bit more aggressive, lets them not be scared of losing their life because they immediately get another one back. Because of that, it's a flawless round. So that economy that was a little iffy, even though they were able to win the third round, now has stabilized. Babson's, on the other hand, is down the drain, at least for the time being. So Wayne State here have a very good opportunity to get to double digits.
A nice opportunity to parlay their points into some more points. As we see here, the attacker is going to be relying on trying to get that aggression going here. We see Junes take to the sky like a flying squirrel, but Tabit going to be taken down with their kills going in favor. It's going to be the plant coming through, and that's going to help build up a little bit of that economy. Nerd caught up, eventually able to pass with the help of their smokes. Nomu coming in from behind with the Phantom, able to lay out two, but Nerd eventually able to make that turn. And will be 2 kills going in favor of Babs and WSU. Going to be getting their 10th point on the board because of that superior firepower.
That's what you have to do, yeah. If you have the superior firepower, there's no reason to sit back and just let them take the point free. In fact, I'm really surprised they let that spike plant go through at all. I guess probably what they were trying to do is avoid running in one by one, and so they waited for the full regroup, they waited for the full rotation of everyone on defense to be there at the same time. What you saw there is they didn't let them have much breathing room even after they got the spike planted. They just kind of ran in from every angle, and they mostly got a lot of, I would say, value from going all the way to the left. Almost 3 kills, but the final kill did come through from the mid, and after just basically everyone coming in, they win that one. And now Babson, they have ultimates. You don't have a full buy. You saw there was 1 Spectre on their side.
Tabit trying to go for these shots, not able to connect with too much. Soju, however, able to get a couple knives thrown into their opponents. With this, now we see the Seekers going out, trying to reveal the location. Soju perhaps getting a bit too aggressive with those knives. Runs into the Phantom of Nomu, and now, as we can see, Super Stress continuing to hold up here, firing through that smoke, just in case anybody decides to be holding out there. Gonna be the Birds going out, trying to get some sort of blind. Not finding too much off the back end of it, though. Might be stunning Tabit for a second, using that astral projection, or the astral plane to come in, allow the res. Now, as we can see, Jude continuing to just try to use their abilities to zone here. Not finding too much, however. Tabit taking down to a good opening. Nerd getting the end of Tabit's range. Jude able to find one, but the attackers are going to be coming back in good form.
I really don't understand the strategy of trying to counter Cosmic Divide after the attackers do it as a defender. I feel like if anything, you're actually limiting yourself and how much information you have. You saw that they're just shooting into it, and you can't shoot into the wall. That's just not how it works. And you also have no information what's on the other side after the spike has been planted. And if you put it like in a perfect place, then maybe you can just go for the defuse and they won't like try to jump across the side, but you really need someone there to protect you. That time you saw they got a bit separated across the point. Tabit did a lot of work, still got caught out, and then it was only Junaid left alone, couldn't finish it up. And that is going to be Babson getting one back after losing 3. It's a very close game as we have this pause.
Yeah, I mean, this is getting pretty close down to the wire. I worry for our throats here, Jag, that we might start to see another repeat of Icebox, and I don't know if my vocal cords can take that, but hey, if these teams can keep trucking on through, I know I'm going to give it my best.
I mean, what choice do we have, right? We got to call all the action, and it's good action to call. Yeah, it's a long day. It's going to continue. I mean, we still got... This series may or may not be wrapped up after this map, but we still have the finals coming up right after, so there's still a lot more Valorant to be had here. If they go to overtime, like, I'm totally fine with that. Like, just personally, I'd be like, can it be a little bit quicker this time? Just, like, a little bit a few less rounds before it is all wrapped up. That'd be my only, like, preference, but we're not quite there yet. I still think it looks a little bit better for Wayne State, and the biggest reason is because their economy is still a bit more stable. Babson, they're trying to build theirs up, but it's not there where they can buy next round if they lose this one. They're also committing a lot onto Soju with that operator, and their ultimates. It's more on the side of Wayne State right now. I think the biggest thing is that Babson had to commit their res last round, or maybe the round before. Wayne State, they've been holding on to theirs for quite a bit. I guess the biggest thing is we don't want to see it be like before on Icebox, where Illu didn't use it for the entirety of that first half. We have already seen it come out in here on a split once, so we do know that they are willing to use it. I think they're really just waiting for that correct situation where they think it's best.
I think I tend to agree here, as we can see that pause timer continuing to run down. But Jack, what's your interpretation of this operator coming out on the attack for Soju? Normally, the operator seems like it'd be a little better off if you're using it on the defense, where you can really choke down those long lines of sight. What's the thought process between the attack from the attackers using it here?
And the reason you want to use it as a defender is just because you get to set up way quicker than an attacker. Attacker, you have to blind peek, so it's very risky. You're caught moving the wrong way, but right now Tabit's the one who's gonna have to run away. And now the surprise of that operator is completely gone with that sound cue. So it hasn't worked out just yet, but if you take over, so it could work well. Junaid has the angle.
Junaid has a very good angle, as it's going to result in 2 kills. Tabit stuck in the ice, able to kill Superstress as they peer through their smoke, seeing the very barrel of the gun, allowing them to get the kills. And it's going to be 2 kills, rather 1 kill and a kill onto the run it back for the side of Babson. They are close to getting the spike planted. That is going to be achieved here. Reformed, caught in the concussed, but with that, it's going to be all they can do. The defuse is going to be coming through WSU, who now putting themselves in a very good spot.
And that's why I do not suggest that you do the offensive operator on any map except maybe Ascent, because those mid battles in Ascent are very fun to watch. But here, if you're trying to set up the angle on A, it's really difficult because you have to peek out like around the first corner, and then maybe you're going to take ramp like they tried to do here and it just didn't work out, and then you have to play back because you can't play that close knowing where that Phoenix is holding on top of boxes. So there's just no good angles whatsoever there, unfortunately, for Soju. And they just kind of sit around until they end up getting flanked by Neil in the very end. So that operator, it does not pay off, and like you say, it might have found their win condition. They only need 1 more to at least get overtime once more. 2 more to win this out.
We'll see if they can deliver in a quicker fashion this time around. They're certainly starting off like they can. Ilyu going to be taken down and reformed early on. Tabit, a couple shots going to be exchanging their own life for Soju's. Now, as we see a couple members from the defense going to be posted up on that Sage wall, but it's all going to be serving them great purposes. Now, Babson suffering to 2 members down, or 2 members to get down from their defensive counterparts, and the spike slowly being ferried through sewers means that things are going to take a little bit of time, and we can already see the defenders going in and preparing to respond to that.
Here's the thing right now. If you're Babson, you just want to force out ultimates. They're definitely not going to use the res. I don't think there's really any situation where they could be unless you get 2 more kills and they feel on edge. But if you get out the null command, that would be huge here. The other thing is you cannot use your showstopper. Like, that'd be a huge waste. We'll see how that goes. June's able to win that out. They got 1 more, and that might force Wayne State to use ultimates they don't want to.
One enemy
Super Stress
remaining.
going to be
30
seeing their
seconds
opportunity. They're trying to just send the
Spike
birds
down
in,
A.
get some blinds, not able to find anything though, and now it's all up to Junes. However, again, you mentioned that pressure probably not going to be felt too severely. Oh, getting burned alive, 5 HP left. So difficult, can't quite make it connect. June's getting all 3 kills, but that's going to be where the truck stops for them.
Match point.
At that point, like, I would have just said, book it to B, get the plant, get a little bit of extra credits for your team, because as you see, like, they're some of them are struggling right now. Super Stress in particular, really gonna have to go to the bottom of the barrel to be able to get a weapon here. Gonna get the Spectre, not too bad of a choice, but we'll lose long range duels. So many weapons on the side of Wayne State. Your real win condition here is the showstopper. It has to get at least 1 kill. If it doesn't get anything, it's going to be really detrimental to you losing this round. So, no pressure, Junes, but good luck.
No pressure indeed. Just win your 1v1s, easy peasy, just like that. But now as we look for some serious tone here going in towards the attackers, going to be leaning on that A site. That stage wall comes up, preventing them from going up those ramps, and with that smoke going down by the Astra, it's just going to be the defenders powering bullets through, making sure that anybody who walks through there highly likely to take some damage as well. The attackers might just be waiting for the stage wall to break naturally. Soju going to be landing a couple shots. Tabit going to be landing a more impactful shot, taking down Nerd. Soju soon to follow, meet them in the afterlife now. As we see Babson down 2 members, 3 to 5. Things going to be looking very difficult. They start to rotate the spike through to mid. But the question is, will they be able to catch anybody off guard and equalize things? Certainly not going to be Neil. Junes, in fact, getting removed from the board for their attempt. Flash goes out, but I do believe it might have been cut off by that cloud burst coming through. Ilyu might be trying to take that peek onto Super Stress. Does so, in fact, successfully. As now it's all up to Reformed. And I don't care how fancy of a bat you have, Reformed. It's going to be tough. As now the shots try to come through. Managed to get 1 kill on to Neil. Shot comes out from Tabit. Going to be revealing the location of that operator. Slow Orb goes out, meaning that they're going to have a little bit more freedom to maneuver here. But again, Spike has to go down very quickly if there's any hope of the attackers staying alive.
No charges left.
They did clear out B, as you see the Phoenix went on the rotation trying to catch them in garage.
Oh no!
Gravity well, it's gonna send up. They do get the spike off, but it's still gonna be Junade who's there in the back to finish things off. In Wayne State, there is no overtime for them this time. They will be going on to face off against WashU in the grand finals. And Sir Waltham, I have seen series go 3 maps that were shorter than this one. What an absolute treasure this was, despite the fact that we only got to see 2 maps.
Yeah, I think treasure is exactly the way to say it. I mean, my personal time casting, I don't get to see Icebox that much. I get to see Split even less. And I guess besides that point, we had a huge amount of rounds on Icebox. As now we get to recap, take a little bit of a look here. The kills really seeming to come through, particularly from Junade.
Yeah, and we did talk about Nerd going back to the control role. Did show up on Astra. Them and Soji, top fragging on their team just wasn't enough, especially when Junade almost dropped a 30 bomb. They're only 1 kill away from getting all the way to 3-0. Just has an average combat score that's 100 higher than the nearest person. So this Phoenix pick, I've been seeing it a little bit more and more, mostly on maps like Bind, actually. I haven't really seen it on Split because I actually don't see Split like ever, unfortunately, which is... I love this map. I really think the changes that they made to it have made it a lot more playable for everyone, but nonetheless, we do get to see it today, and we get to see what you can do with Phoenix. It's just a different playstyle. I was comparing it a little bit earlier to the Sky. I mean, their kits are very similar. They both heal, they both flash. A little bit different than the Trailblazer versus the Flame Wall, for example, but they do the same thing. It's just the way you do it. Junade able to take everything into their own hands. Super Stress more there to try to get everyone else on the same page and on to a point. Fortunately, that team play was not there from Babson. But overall, what a performance they had in this tournament, making it all the way to the semifinals as the number 14 seed out of 22. That is very impressive.
Yeah, and I don't want it to just sound like a consolation prize, but being 14th and going... Oh, I forgot what it was, 30 rounds, a huge number of rounds against, 40 rounds, I believe, against the number 2 seed. That is a huge credit to Babson. They should definitely be patting themselves on the back, especially for that performance on Icebox. And even here, 8-3, not exactly the widest berth you'd expect between, 12 places of performance for these two teams. Either way, definitely something to be proud of walking away from this game.
Yeah, and Babson, I mean, they had a comeback on both maps, I would say. They were both able to fight back on both of the maps that we saw here today. Still not able to get it done, and it was so close on Icebox. And I'm thinking, man, if just one of those overtime rounds went a little bit differently, this could be a series that extends on to binds. It was that close, and honestly, I feel like here, that is a 5-round differential, which isn't that big overall, but bigger than what we saw on Icebox. It really could have been a lot closer in the end. It's just a few misplays, or they try to take those 1v1s where I feel like, on the other side, I talked about this Wayne State, they were much better at covering each other's backs if they lost those 1v1s. They were able to rotate in time to get the kills, even if they lost the initial fight. They were able to fight more as a team, and because of that, they were able to take this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw the variability, the flexibility in character selections. We talked about the Astra Reyna difference coming in from Nerd. Not going to quite be as relevant there because Nerd just not quite able to bring the performance that we saw on Icebox this time around. I think that's really going to do WSU some good. And I want to talk about, you mentioned the WSU, if this had gone a different way, maybe we see that third map. WSU definitely going to be appreciative that we don't, given that they already have a long schedule ahead of them just coming up here in a moment. But folks, before we get on to that, we are going to be taking a quick break. So make sure you stick around. We'll be back in just a bit.
How our players are doing, how our managers are doing, they can report what their sleep is like, and report their nutrition. It gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up with both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet.
My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually that's sharp, and we're the team that's racing the purpose. Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, and report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training upper one both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet.
My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the dribbles. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet.
My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international.
heights that we have built all by ourselves. And there is fear of the unknown, but we cannot lose control. When we feel like the world is against us, we're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what
National team are headed back to Worlds.
The difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet.
My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Fit Gamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they can report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training upper one both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they can report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port.
Hello and welcome back, folks. We are now stepping into the finals here at Conference 1 for Diamond and below. Once again, if you didn't hear it before, Sir Waltham, Jag sitting at the casting table, ready to bring you all the action. Jag, tell us about the two teams we got going into these grand finals.
Well, it's the top two teams going at it. WashU versus the team that we just saw on stream in a very impressive fashion, Wayne State Esports Green. So we got a battle of the green and red. WashU red is the one who will be using the other color, so I kind of like that. You know, it's not the like red versus blue that you might see from the Halo days, but there's still that little bit of a color rivalry. But these are the two top seeds. Wayne State coming in at number 2, WashU coming in at number 1. What's interesting is WashU is the only team of the two to drop a map so far in these playoffs, so they haven't had the same streamlined success that Wayne State has had. But other side, Wayne State, I mean, they had to battle 40 rounds against Babson in the match we just saw on stream. So neither team has had, you know, that perfect run thus far, despite the fact that, you know, Wayne State, they haven't dropped a map just yet, but it's been very, very close for them.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams not going to be looking to let off the gas. Both certainly should be leaning into the advantages they have here, whether it be that they haven't dropped a map or that they might be a little bit more fresh than the opposing team. But however, folks, as we take a look ahead, the maps that we are going to be having on the table here today, going to be starting off with Bind, then Ascent, Split, Haven, and Fracture. Haven and Fracture only if necessary. Of course, we are doing a best of 5, so that remains to be seen. But I'm hoping for some good Valorant either way, Jag.
Oh my goodness. If it goes to map 5, I get to see Fracture, which I have never casted personally before. I've never really even seen in pro play. I think it was played recently at the Red Bull tournament that happened in EU, so there were a few pro teams that got to do it, but like I have no idea what even be played on this map if it came to it. But like you said, we're not guaranteed that just yet. We are only guaranteed Bind, Ascent, and Split. Ascent is going to be back in the map pool. Split, though, again, is going to be a map that we see today. But most importantly, Bind is where we're going to start things off. And Bind, one of the most unique maps in the game, because it's only 2 points. It's not like Haven where it's 3. It's not like Fracture where the spawns are flipped. But it has teleporters and it has really no mid that you can play. So map control is very different compared to most of the other 2-point maps in the game.
Yeah, very excited to see Binds kind of come through here. When you ask me about maps within Valorant, it, at least within my mind, sticks out as being one of the most iconic, one of the most fundamental. Certainly one of the ones I've seen the most in my casting career so far. But who knows, maybe there is a ton of action to be brought on all of these maps moving ahead. But while we kind of have a moment here to speculate about what we might see on Bind, Jack, what do you think the people at home can anticipate for these rosters coming out?
Well, I would expect that Wayne State's probably not going to play into the race, which I think is a really good pick here. I feel like Split and Bind are the best maps for her to come out on just because of the high ground, as well as some of the really close hallways. They're great for her paint cans to just kind of be thrown in and explode, and they explode more than once, so that's a lot of splash damage that can be done in one area. I don't really know. WashU, they were on stream yesterday. Unfortunately, I don't think they played Bind on stream at least. I'll have to go double check the VOD really quickly when we get into the Agent Select to see if that was something they did or not. But I think that's another thing to consider is that both these teams have been on stream. WashU yesterday, Wayne State today, just previously. But WashU, they finished up their game a lot sooner than we saw Wayne State finish up their game just because of how long that Icebox took. So they have a pretty good idea of what might be played on Split at least. Or instead of Bind, though, it's kind of a mystery.
Yeah, I personally like seeing the Sky come out when we see Bind. If you have that Sky playing with those birds that can really throw in towards Hookah, sometimes you'll see the Rays playing there as well, or playing, within that same kind of concept, using those paint cans to just toss in there, cause Hookah to be rather oppressive or be rather oppressed whenever you have the attackers trying to come through. It's a good option. It's obviously an option that works a little bit better for the defense, being that they can just post up behind that box on site. Either way, we're going to be going into the Agent Select and Sing. Going to be locking in that Cypher early on. Going to be using that for a lot of information gathering.
See what the rest of the picks come through as. You mentioned Cypher already. It's an interesting pick, especially when WashU's going to be on attack first. I feel like it does get a lot of information you can hold on a site. It's really great on attack for shutting down a retake from the defenders, but on attack, it can be very hard to find a value out of it. The camera can still be really good for finding out information at a point, but generally you're just another body, as it looks like June 8 might go for the same thing. No, actually, going back to the potential Phoenix, which they did top frag on splits, that wouldn't be a surprise either. No Sky, though. I mean, that's something that you really wanted to see, and it looks like neither team is looking for running it.
Yeah, no big surprise there. Still happy to see that Rays coming out. Worth noting, C-Ren going to be coming in instead of Neil before Neil, so perhaps not opting into that. We saw them playing the Reyna prior, if memory serves correctly. Either way, these teams going to be locking everybody in, and at least at a first glance, not too many similarities between these two teams' roster selections.
Not very different play styles, which is going to be very interesting to see how this ends up. Not really sure who has the advantage. Again, I'm still not a huge fan of the Cypher on the attack, so I really want to see how that plays out. But it still could get enough, especially if they're very aggressive and running on the site. They did pick an Omen, which tells me that they're going to play less for map control as a whole and more for just like kind of walking in a straight line. Like, you really want to play behind your Omen because his paranoia is one of the strongest crowd control abilities in the game. It lasts pretty long. It makes them dazed and confused. They don't know what's around them. They can't see anything. They're able to land one of those and then just drop onto a point. It can be very easy to take it over.
Absolutely. As we start here now, it's going to be Wayne State on the defense, Washington going to be on the red on the attack to start things off. And as always, to start, we go towards this pistol round. A Sheriff and 2 Ghosts are all that we see aside from those classics.
Not too surprising. Let's see what he decides to do. He decides to immediately back out of Hookah. And this is what kind of expected. I mean, this is the pistol round, so it makes the most sense to not really divide and conquer, play for default, just kind of run onto a point. But your Omen's going to be the one guiding away. We'll have to see about Tabit on the flank, if they're able to get there in time on the jet. But for now, this is going to be hunting season for WashU Red.
We see initially WashU trying to get right up onto point. Not finding too much, in fact, taking a couple of losses early on, and defenders just going to sweep in so dominantly there. It felt like everybody was on point.
I'm not exactly sure what was doing all that damage, but you notice when we saw that camera angle change, there were a lot of people on the side of WashU that were already in the yellow. They were chipped down very quickly. I think it might have been whoever was holding that side angle and then ended up running up at the very end for that final elimination. They might have been the one putting in all the damage. Regardless, they get it done. They get first round, and WSU Green, they're going to continue where they started off in the last series with wins.
Absolutely, as we see once again, WSU going to have that opportunity to lean in with that improved firepower. Tabit not going to be doing such. In fact, continuing to share. Lulu forced out, but forced ahead, and just like that, a rather quick, flawless round from WSU. That's kind of what you expect, though, on the second.
It is. You definitely expect them to win. The way they did it flawlessly, though, is really good for what's going up next, because they actually could counter here. They could try to go for a full buy themselves. They have enough credits where they can all buy weapons. I don't think they need to buy any more armor. It seems like everyone except Nomu could, but instead they're just going to play it safe. They're not going to force buy here. They're going to play for the bonus round instead. Or actually, they're not going to play for the bonus round, excuse me. They're going to play for the next round after the bonus round. They're going to let Washi Red have that weapons advantage, but as we've seen time and time again, just because you have the better weapons doesn't necessarily mean you're guaranteed to win it here.
See exactly how Washu continues to engage with this. Tabit almost taking the head off of the Cypher, but Sing going to be allowed to walk away for the time being. As now Washu continuing to be a little hesitant here. Arrow goes down and they need to be careful. They might have their weapons snatched from them. Junaid able to take down a second, and just like that, the Phantom now in hand of Junaid. Sing trying to connect, can't quite make it happen. Tabit happy to take these shots for almost free. A little bit of risk there, however. Sees the shoulder connecting onto Sing, and this was looking very good for Washu Red with that increased firepower, but they're not able to make it happen, not able to connect, and now the opponents have robbed them of quite a few rifles. Even if they do win, it's going to come at a pretty large cost. We now see the attackers continuing to decide where they want to be going through. It looks like they might be going through bats, certainly hovering that in front of the exit towards that teleporter as well. Defenders just going to be holding stalwartly majority towards A, making sure that anybody who pushes through here is going to have a rough go of it.
30 seconds left.
And no one's really taking damage from the side of Wayne State that's still alive. And with that smoke coming through, they're going to know there's someone in shower. There's one.
Ooh.
Now it's the lone omen on their own.
Yeah, and crucially there, we saw the rays go down first, but they knew that the omen was still in there because they saw, I believe it was the paranoia, maybe the smoke coming through. So they knew that that wasn't everything. Perhaps a little bit of a mistake.
I mean, they can't know this because they can't see the map. But they stayed on A for so long. Maybe they thought it would be like a bit of a mini bait, like, hey, like there's no way there could still be here. And once they use that omen ability, I mean, everyone knows there's at least one there. Mm-hmm. The assumption is when you're down in numbers, you're going to stay there. If they had rotated to B, they actually would have had a great chance to at least get a spike plant and maybe get an elimination, force a 3v2 instead where their numbers are better. But instead, I mean, that's everything you'd ask for if you're Wayne State. You not only get that round in Thrifty, but you don't even have to spend money on weapons when most of you could have last round. You get them all for free, and your economy continues to grow.
A great opportunity. Tabit now keeping eyes trained towards those that bath area. Going to be taking one down, and Washu still going to be suffering here. Down 2 already. Spike being held right at Link. Nobody wanting to commit it too far up towards any of those sides. You lose it too far ahead, you're not going to be able to get it back for very little effort. Now you're going to be going in. Takes a peek onto Unofficial as they try to throw that paint can. Can't quite make it connect, though. Arrow continues to try to fire down. Now has 2 members make it 3, starting to push on them from that angle. Now it's going to be Thing with that Cypher in Hookah. Trying to take the shot. Can't make it connect, and Junaid going to be putting that final bullet in them. And a flawless round coming from WSU, who are looking very good at this pace.
And one thing that I was wondering coming into this series was WSU, they had to play a lot longer in their series in the semifinals than Washu Red did. And you might think, you know, hey, they're rested up, they're coming in a little bit less tired because they had that off time. But on the other hand, WSU, they've been playing longer, so they are still warmed up. They are still in the zone more so than Washu Red could be. And I think we're seeing that has really opened things up for them early on. They have continued to just charge on with the momentum that they gained earlier on. Washu Red now have an opportunity. They also have a Hunter's Fury that they could try to use here to create space or stop a retake. So this round is definitely anyone's to grab.
Already WSU using that Sage wall. We see Unofficial trying to fire through the wall, make sure that nobody's holding up. And their slow orb goes out, restricts that movement. Again, we just see this hookah area being so oppressed by these abilities, even if there's not Raise Cans going in, even if there's not the Sky Hawks going in. It's going to be the Hunter's Fury coming out, doesn't connect on anybody but Ilyu. Unofficial holding up on top of point. It's the run it back coming in from Junaid as that Leer goes out. They have to stagger out for a moment. Meester going to be going out, taking down Junaid with that Vandal. 3 members left on the defense. They have to go in for this retake, but they have the area pretty well surrounded. It's a 1-for-1 trade at this rate. Tabit sees Unofficial, not quite able to make the connections, and now the 1v1 showstopper coming out. Oh, but Unofficial not able to get the shot off. Tabit able to put them dead in their tracks, get the defuse. I thought that one might have been a turnaround for WashU.
It looks like they had the clean shot. I just don't think they saw them. I think the angle that Tabit held was good enough where it was just in the corner of their screen. They couldn't really find it, and you saw their Tabit dropped the operator. So let's look at this. Yeah, oh my goodness, you know what it was? It was the showstopper itself. The ultimate blocked the line of sight. Just the barrel of it barely covers up where Tabit is. That is the biggest of unluckies. I've never seen that before. Tabit able to swap the operator away for a rifle, now gets it back, and they get to keep their operator too. So right now, Wayne State, they are really, really happy with how this is going.
And they still have a lot of ults still in hand. Those knives, the Viper Pit and the Resurrect coming through. Junaid gonna be taken one down, helping them build towards their ultimate a little bit. They'll run it back now, only 2 ticks away. And the majority of the attacking team being slowed down here, with the exception of Mr. Juan, who gets Junaid taken out of this matchup early on. Ilyu gonna be taken down by Arrow, a huge opportunity there. Arrow gonna be able to upgrade weapon, no longer having to rely on that Sheriff. A 3v3 now, that Spike primarily at B. Question is, how do the defenders try to get onto it? The attackers have sight for free now, nobody there. Although whether they are aware of that or not still remains to be seen. The longer they take, the more time the defenders have to respond.
And Aladrin isn't to find out where that operator is, but they don't know where the Astra is. Well, maybe now they do, because Namu is kind of firing away. Ren had a very aggressive play there, trying to jump into hookah, and they're disadvantaged, and everyone is stacking up. Because how did it peak that? That could have been huge, but this is paranoia. It might be just time for them to run for the hills.
Question is, does Tabit decide to try to go for any extra kills, get any weapons removed from WashU? WashU has not won consistently enough to necessarily have a supreme economy going. They might be able to afford, but can only do that so many more times if they continue to lose these weapons. Tabit right now just holding to try to keep the weapon in their own hands, and sometimes that's just what you have to do.
Yeah, I don't really see any reason why you would force here. And they do have an economy. Like, everyone can buy next round for the side of Wayne State. But at this point, like, why try to buy the most expensive gun in the game again when you can just hold on to it for free? The pressure there from WashU Red, like, they realize that their economy isn't great either, so they really don't have the opportunity to force it unless they were able to catch that Jit out, which they didn't. I think that Paranoia would have been the best opportunity. They threw it in. If they'd tried running in after it, it would have worked out potentially really well. But they don't, and here's where they're at. A round win, but not much of an economy, like you said. Do have a few ultimates on the board, and they do at least have now a little bit of momentum here as the attackers. I think the biggest thing is this Neural Theft really is kind of your saving grace right now. If you're able to get an early elimination and then find out where the team is, you could use that for the decision of where you're trying to go. But instead, the first ultimate going to be thrown out is the Viper's Pit from Wayne State.
Yeah, that Viper's Pit ironically going to be reducing the line of sight that is had by that operator Tabit, not quite able to land as many shots as they would want. In fact, has to dash out, already feels the pressure. See Ren going to be playing around in their smoke, trying to find anything but the blind fire through. It's them once or twice. It doesn't seem like the attackers are too keen on following up to it, though. Healing Orb will be there, courtesy of their Sage, excuse me. Trying to just keep them alive as is necessary. But now we see the attackers not looking to commit too heavily to A. Not too surprising, considering that Viper's Pit is still active. Going to be instead ferrying that Spike, and now, with that neural uplink committed, they are going to be knowing the majority of the defending position. And they're going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable to start pushing towards B. That grab going to be coming out. Nomu not able to land the shots onto the Hunter. Tabit has those knives out, but just waiting, holding steady, but nobody seems to be able to pull any kills from WSU.
Just run it back, use the Blaze Storm, finds one, but now it's only this Phoenix 3v1. It finds one, but it's so weak, and they do have the hot hands to heal themselves, but even with that extra help, it's going to be so difficult to win this 1v2.
Certainly is. Win it with enough time to get the defuse. Junaid so dangerously low on ammunition in the magazine. Doesn't connect with the 6 bullets. Hunter able to take them down. Just like that. WashU starting to pick things back up. Put a couple more points in their pocket.
And I really I don't. Okay, I do understand why Brown would go for that very early Viper Spit. You're just trying to cut off A as an opportunity whatsoever. At least you want to cut off A long. But when you do that, it forces WashU to kind of play the map a little bit more cautiously, and that worked into their favor. They just held showers. They find a really important pick there until Ilyu had the resurrection, and then from there, that neural theft also opened up the books. So Viper Spit, sometimes defensively, maybe just want to hold on to it a little bit longer, try to use it as a deterrent when you know someone's on point. But Tabit, gonna find a turret there. Great shot.
Excellent way to start things up. That Ray's not going to be able to throw those cans onto point, disrupt anything. As now Sing does turn things around, Ren taken down. Hunter throws out some of the shadows, or some of those smokes rather, trying to just prevent anything from really allowing more open lines of sight. The defender's still going to be having a fair number of people posted up towards B. Those agents not going to be committed too aggressively. Nomu going to place some stars right on point. Risky, but they're able to get it off and get it located. Sing taken down. Tabit able to get repositioned and have the kill onto the Hunter. And Mr. Wan going to be taking them down with a shock dart as well. Nomu able to get rezzed up, though Junade comes at the cost. And now it's all a matter of time in the most literal fashion for the defenders. Can they get these kills before the spike goes off? It's going to be Hunter's Fury coming out, trying to just buy some space. They're really taking their time between these shots, trying to draw it out as much as possible, but Tabit takes that opportunity, pushes ahead, and goes for the kills. Arrow caught from the side by Tabit. Tabit able to get 4 kills. This is going to be a very close defuse.
It's not enough time. It's so close. Tabit gets 4, but they cannot get it in. That Hunter's Fury coming out at the very end is the saving grace. And realistically, once you see that second shot is fired, that's when you know you can go for it if you're going to try to make that play. It does rely a lot on the flank coming out from Tabit to be on time, and it was. But you saw there that Nomu had to second guess themselves because there was still another person alive that they had to duel out with. They had just focused on the spike instead of trying to take that. That would have been a defuse with probably a few seconds left, but so they danced around, and WashU Red, they are really finding their way back into this map.
As we continue ahead, you're absolutely right, WashU. Looking to lean back into this 5 versus 3 is now the scoreline. They're going to want to pick that up, make it a 5 versus 4, and so on and so forth as we continue ahead. Arrow, however, peeking ahead, able to actually get the kill on the Junade, who was already firing down that angle, just can't quite make the connections. It's going to weaken up B a little bit. We're going to be seeing the Sage response come in. In reply to that, now smoke's going out, meaning that nobody from the attacking team really going to be able to get too ahead of things without putting themselves at unnecessary risk. Mr. Juan going to be going in through these baths, ready to take the shot. Nomu has the blade out, but the smoke drops, and just like that, gets cleaned up by one. Now, as we can see, the paranoia coming out. Ren just holding these angles, ready for anybody to push in through close. It's going to be Sing trying to come in, clean up the dirty work done by the Reyna. Not quite able to, however. Hunter giving their location away, able to be cleaned up by Ilyu. Now, 2 members remain. Ilyu has to go in for the retake. Doesn't have the wall up, can't cut themselves even a little bit of slack here. He just has to go for the hard kills, but the attackers not looking to make it easy for him.
This rotation by Unofficial, really, really smart. They have completely split up this point, and they know exactly where the spike is, so you're looking the wrong way because you're looking towards showers. There's the headshot lineup. WashU Red now only 1 round away from tying this up. It's been really interesting to see how they just cut away at this economy now. Wayne State, they cannot go for the full buy, so will they try to do it for Frankenstein? Will they try to go for a save? Looks like they do want to go for at least a little bit of a save as we see 2 Spectres come out early on. I'm not exactly sure what's going on right now. I'm not exactly sure what's going wrong for them. It seems like WashU have really found their footing, just going very, very quickly onto points and winning those 1v1s early on, and then they play slow immediately after they win. They're just waiting for the next opportunity after that.
Which is very ironic. I feel like we saw Wayne State getting very aggressive in the earlier rounds and finding some pretty decent success with that as well. Tabit not quite able to take that exchange, was trying to hold forward given that there lacking a little bit of firepower. The Stinger not quite coming in from Ilium. Has to back up, heal themselves before they take too much paint can damage. Now 2 members gone for Wayne State as Washu continues to try to push ahead. Nobody available to heal that Sova, heal that Omen. But if they continue getting these kills, it might not matter. Sing going to be taken around this corner. Nomu falling to that Cypher. Now as we look ahead, A site now completely possessed by the attackers. Ilyu already in position for the retake, but has to be very careful. They don't want to peek before the rest of their team. That's exactly what happens, and Sing going to take them down for their efforts. Junaid slowly considering what options they may have, but there's got to be very little.
I think it's really funny because like that knife animation, just like it looks like they're talking to the knife, almost like, what do I do here? Like, what's the play? And this is just a save round. Like, this Spectre is not going to be something you want to keep going forward anyway. You'll be able to go for the full buy later. Kind of giving away yourself a little bit with that tripwire being destroyed. That's why Unofficial's holding this angle. And, oh, that's going to be the kill. That was a little dangerous there from Unofficial. Had to spray and pray a little bit, but the flawless come through for Washu Red. And we are all tied up. And this has been interesting. If you look at the round scoreboard, it was 5-0. Now it's 5-5. So neither team has really been trading rounds. It's just been like one team has been in control for a good amount of time, and then the other team's taken over.
Yeah, and as we look ahead, Washu definitely having a few more of those ults in pocket to try to leverage as we move into these further rounds, especially since we only have 2 left. Use them or lose them by the time the half hits. Gonna be seeing Tabit holding pretty far forward in baths with that operator trying to get some early big damage. Paint can goes out, doesn't really gather too much information. Unofficial trying to blast off but gets slowed down. Can't use that showstopper to any degree because of that slow orb coming in from the Sage. Shots going back and forth. Plant already going down. Tabit lands a second shot onto the Hunter. Spike is going to go down right there in front of the truck. Now with this, Tabit just going to be keeping sights trained, knowing that anybody who wants it's going to have to try for the retake. Not going to matter. Defenders coming up clean with all but the Astra still left standing.
And that is how you answer back after giving up so many rounds right before the swap. You guarantee at least a draw, could get that lead, and we know 7-5 is enough for them to go on forward and win maps as they did. So, just a little bit ago on Split, we'll see how they play the rest of Bind Out, but the biggest thing is that the economies are still equal. Washi Red was able to win enough where they're still able to stay in the game, and they have more ultimates. Now, the Empress, I'm not sure we've seen that yet, actually, from Washu. I'm not sure if Arrow has popped it once. We have seen the Neural Theft before, and we saw how impactful that was. It's the same strategy. Get a kill early and use that ultimate, but instead it's going to be Arrow. He's never going to get a chance to use that Empress.
Certainly not for this half. Ilyu going to be taking down the Hunter, so again, a lot of that control being gone. The paranoia, the smoke's not going to be a factor coming in from that. And Junaid just holding steady right at Showers, taking down one, and it's going to be the Neural Cleft coming in. Not going to matter, though, the knives from Tabit looking too strong, all sinking into Sing, and just like that, defenders go up 7-5 as now the side is going to be flipped.
You gotta wonder what could have happened if they hadn't let that lead get out of their hands. They could have been up way more. They just lost their mojo for a bit. That train of momentum was completely stopped. It looks like there might have been a repair needed at the station, but they got it up and running once more. We do know that Washi Red has a very good potential to just take that lead and make it back to even, and then trade back out of their round where it becomes 8-7 instead, but that's much better than falling into a 9-5 hole. So this pistol round, very important to set the precedent, especially for Washi Red going into this half. And I gotta say, I really like this composition on attack for Wayne State. I think it is much more dangerous, actually, than what Washi Red is running right now.
It does feel like there might be a couple of agents you can use to just get aggressive and start pushing up. We're seeing Junaid hold down from long. Dangerous considering one has the opportunity to fire out some arrows, get some information. Junaid taken down just like that one. Gonna be landing the shot with the Ghost. But eventually does get taken down by Nomu. That Reyna trying to exchange for their pal, but not gonna be able to find too much. Instead, just a couple of hits. That Cypher as well, taking a couple of shots. Everybody now for Washu, except for that Omen. Dangerously low. That Ray's getting shot through the boxes a couple of times. And again, nothing to heal up, so they have to be very careful that they don't drop here. Snake bites might do it, anything along those lines. One shot from the classic, and as we're knowing, during these pistol rounds, we're seeing a lot of that. But now, with the attackers, they're just trying to hold in towards this showers area. Going to be slowly making their way towards A, as the defenders seem to have the intuition to wrap around to B, despite the Cypher having a lot of setup there.
You can hold on the point as a Cypher here. This is really where Cypher's playground is. He's got the camera, as you see, he was using it there in the mini-map, and it looks like they want to go A, and that is the smart play right now. Unfortunately, that Cypher left all of his utility there, so they won't be able to get any of that on point, but they also don't have any health, as it is left that Cypher, only 8 health, and a Dream gets a headshot. Is there more? There is not. That's going to be Wayne State taking that round. Not perfect, and they're losing 2, but still a very good opening from them.
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree there. Wash U just... when they lost that Sova and then they tried to follow it up with some kills, they just weren't quite able to deliver. It cost them a lot of that health pool, which, again, it makes a huge difference at that stage of the map.
Yeah, having no health, like, if they had a Sky, then, like, everything could have been okay. But 3 out of the 4, like you said, were on red. 2 of them, like, less than 10 health. They got sneezed on, they would fall. So it was just really a matter of time until Wayne State finally were able to take advantage of that. They did, and now they've got a ton of Spectres for this round.
Gonna be the curveball coming in. Jin check the boxes though. Junade gets taken down. Arrow able to get out away into safety. Ilyu takes the shots onto Sing. Kren able to follow up with a couple kills of their own, rather with 1 kill. Nomu and Ilyu not looking to be left out of the action here. Mr. One with a couple right clicks able to take down that Jet over the plant. Still gonna be coming through, getting a little bit more econ moved in WSU's favor.
This is the same as last time. This actually could be a full buy now for everyone on the side of WSU, but they don't want to play for that. It's very interesting. So they think it's worthwhile to, again, just play with what they have for the most part, except for Junade, who isn't a buy. So Tabit as well going to be trading in some weapons. Junade actually sold theirs for full armor. And that's worked out last time. Like, they won the bonus round as a Thrifty, and then were able to take away all of the weapons that WashU Red could buy. Once, it worked. This time, we'll have to see if they can get it done again. If they did, though, that makes their win condition so easy to take this first map.
Definitely tend to agree here. Unofficial holding up in showers, just trying to get that early surprise damage on anybody who peeks in through this round of attack towards A. Junade able to get a couple of shots outwards, but not enough to put Unofficial in any sort of particular harm. Able to just walk it off, back up for the time being. Lear does go out, doesn't find anything. Hunter now trying to play here conservatively, and now we're looking at an even 4v4 here. Arrow gets taken down by Ilyu. Might be able to trade up for that Reyna's weaponry. They were able to grab it fast enough. Ilyu going to be going down with the spike. It does get planted as that Sage Wall cuts off a lot of the line of travel that the defenders might be able to take. Defenders now having to go through this building very carefully, and we might start to see a bloodbath in these small rooms. Ilyu instead just going to be taking the kill onto Hunter. Gets a second, gets a third, a fourth! Just like that, Sing taken down. Everybody going to be taken down except for the one claimed by Kren.
Spectre is just so strong at close range. I would say maybe even stronger than the Phantom, because it does have less damage but a faster rate of fire. They're just able to spray transfer immediately after getting 1, then 2, then 3, 4 kills for that round on this Sage. Again, we talked about earlier, has been able to put up very big numbers in the kill column. Has a resurrection once more. And these bonus rounds just not going the way of Wash It Red. WSU only needs 3 more rounds to take this first map of the series.
And it would put WSU Wayne State in a great opportunity here. Nomu trying to take shots into showers, but as the attacker is going to be a little bit difficult. Unofficial, however, going to be falling just like that. Hunter taking a couple of those shots through the wall. Going to be throwing in the shadows, making things all that more difficult for the attackers to poke, prod, and get any early damage in. Now Tabit going to be leading in, uses those cloud bursts, trying to make their way ahead. Arrow going to be caught out, but Tabit getting cleaned up by Juan, making sure that no man is left behind. No person left behind now as we look ahead to Lear. Be blinding Ilyu, but we still don't see the attackers going for the plant. That's because they're going to be getting the res onto Tabit as the spike does go down.
Spike planted.
The shot's trying to come through, not quite connecting from one. It's going to be the Aldrin that goes out. See what kind of aggression we might see, and a lot of action taking place here, but not too many members dying. Hot hands coming in from Junaid, dealing the damage onto their teammate. Now with this one, claiming one more, it's a 2v2, a 1v1 just like that. One trying to creep around, but that Phoenix holding in showers might dissuade them just a little bit. All they have to do is wait for that buzz fake. The blind going out doesn't stop Juan, who now can go in for the defuse. That was just such a chaotic round.
That was all over the place. I mean, people were running into each other. You saw at one point there was a Sage trying to get behind their own wall because they were being chased from lights. It was all over, and it goes the way of WashU. Staying alive, this economy now is going to be in a much better spot than it was previously. It delays, when you say getting a bigger lead than possible, or at least what they could have possibly had is what I meant to say there. Tabit, though, as well as Junaid, can't full buy. We'll have to see how this ends up. It looks like they might be Illu who has to give some credits away for the buy here. Well, it looks like they might be just settling up a classic. In fact, they do settle up the classic, so interesting choice there. It's not going to be full firepower for Wayne State on one of their best performing players.
See if that comes in to be a detriment as we look ahead. That Aldrin going out from one. Of course, trying to get a little bit of information, and no surprise, they're going to see the Phoenix there once again. Whether they know the rest of the team is following up, they will with that Cloudburst online, or rather activated. Knives are going to be coming out from Tabit. Going to perhaps save some cash there. That might have been the plan all along. As now, we see the firewall going out. Tabit able to take down Arrow. Shock darts coming online or getting thrown out. Sing now going to be coming in from defender spawn. Has to be very careful though. Those knives looking to be placed right into the gut of that Cypher. Hunter's Fury coming out just in time, able to barely dodge it. I don't think anybody got hit by that despite their best efforts. Now as we see Sing nestled onto point, the question is, will they be able to find any kills, any value, get towards that spike as well? Viper's Pit being activated. Gonna lead things to be a little bit tricky here for the defense. They have to try to push through that, especially as long as this Viper lives. Nomu pulling back some of the stars. Unofficial on this high ground, trying to get taken down. Ren taking one down. It's gonna be the Raze versus the Viper. The bomb defuse trying to come in, but Ren revealing their location. Kills coming through, but it's all too late. Unofficial can't make the defuse, and just like that, WSU play the time enough to get 11 points.
Most of this game has felt very controlled. I'd say the way the team fights have broken down in terms of, like, it's not crazy. Like, it's basically like one side versus another side. This round and the last one, they have been all over the place. They have been chaotic. They have been sporadic. And that Hunter's Fury could have done so much more if it wasn't for WSU just kind of jumping around and being able to avoid most of the damage. I think it connected once, and that was when it hit Nomu at the very beginning after the spike plant went through, but that was the only time it actually made a connection. WashU Red, they were all over trying to find those flanks, and then they just got too separated to finish that off.
Oh, and Unofficial using a little bit of the bait to try to bring somebody in as that slow comes out. Can't quite connect. Instead uses that paint can, but the run it back going to mean that June not going to be feeling too much penalty for that Sing now. Able to lean in. The plant comes through. And the defenders have to try to make something happen, but being two members down makes it all that more difficult. One caught with their abilities out just like that. A flawless round from WSU, and now WashU in a very poor position.
Match point.
WSU 1 round away from winning this, and the economy, even though it was a bit of a save there, I think they might have spent a little bit too much. The only one who could afford the Vandal currently is Juan, Unofficial, not going to be able to do anything besides a Sheriff, it looks like, in some full armor. There are ultimates online for WashU, so it's not lost completely. I think the Showstopper is a big, really big one. Hunter could also try to find either a good flank, their teleport, or just some information. I'm just not sure how valuable it's going to be with the weapon they picked, but if you're not going to use them now, like, when are you going to use them? It's better to overcommit here and win the round thrifty than try to save it for a round that may never happen.
Very true. Use it or lose it, and losing it is going to be the exact definition of Mr. Wan's life right now. Hunter trying to hold up towards Hookah, keeps eyes on the Phoenix arrow, able to get the kill onto Ilyu. Now, as we can see here, Washu Red turning a disadvantage into an advantage. It's going to be the snake fight comes out, dealing a lot of damage. Hunter forced onto those boxes, unable to drop down, taken down now. It's going to be a Viper and a Jet versus a Raze and a Cypher. That Cypher going to have the opportunity for some information gathering. Unofficial, able to blow a hole in the back of Tabit's face. And now, as we look around, it's all up to WSU Kren trying to make something happen. They're going to be going for a plant, putting that wall up as well, just buying themselves perhaps a little bit of space. Still unsure where that Cypher may be.
Singh immediately booked it all the way to B, thinking that there would also be the Viper there. Viper very smartly is able to rotate out, but that camera is exactly where they are, and so does this Showstopper. Now that defuse is going to come through. That one did not miss. Unofficial completely saw where they were.
I think that's the first Showstopper kill we've seen so far out of the 3 that were attempted in this matchup, and glad to see we're getting some value for it, or rather WashU is getting some value for it, but they need to keep getting this value because they're still quite behind.
Yeah, and even though they win that round and they stay alive in this series, their economy still is not great. See, Arrow is thinking maybe they go for the Judge. I think you go for the Bulldog here if you're going to go for anything, honestly. I think a lot of people sleep on the Bulldog, and yeah, it's when you like use your alternate fire and its burst, it's not great, but the range on it is much better than something like a Spectre, and its hip fire isn't too bad. It's just a slower rate of fire and lower damage than something like a Vandal. They will go for that in the end of the day. They still have 2 ultimates. They only use the Showstopper there to clean things up. Washi Red really could actually find a way back into this if they win this. I think if they win the next 2 rounds, it is very winnable for them.
We've seen it happen before. Immediately having that camera destroyed, saying not going to be able to gather too much more information. As now, WSU looking to spread their sources, or rather spread their agents all across the map, not committing to one position too severely, seeing if they can catch any of the defenders out. Now, Ray's going to be holding showers very carefully. Unofficial, catching one, but that's going to be about it. Immediately get put into the ground by Ilyu. A follow-up definitely there. Spike is now in possession of that Sage. Going to be able to continue to regroup towards that link area, I guess towards A short. Now, as we look, the attackers are going to be all ferrying towards B, who, again, still have that information. But Singh going to have that Neural Theft coming online, positioning revealed, revealing everybody to be towards that hookah area. Maybe the Leer coming out from Arrow, but can't do much with it because of that slow orb now holding up inside the box. Should anybody try to take it for cover, going to catch a nasty surprise. Tabit able to claim 1. Arrow has to be very careful, going to be using that Empress form, trying to give themselves a little bit of an increase here. That Super Saiyan, as you said, Jag. Information gathered. Nomu not able to connect with that Empress coming through in a big way. Eventually taken down, but the plant can't come through. Mr. One able to just play back far enough. Not even sure if that was intentional. Might have just spent a little bit too much time trying to wrap around. Can't quite get any kills either way.
So win's a win. Doesn't matter how you do. Doesn't matter if it's a defuse or you get the eliminations or time expires. And you don't see a lot of time expiring rounds. This is actually the first one I think we've seen, at least on this map, and the round score confirms that based on the little icons, as you can see. They stay alive. I think the biggest issue is that they don't take enough weapons away from WSU, and they use all their ultimates there that they had stored up. Now WSU, they have the res, they have the Blade Storm, and they can still, for the most part, full buy. I think I saw 1 light armor. Like I said, they win one more round, and they're really back into the swing of things, because that's when the economy for WSU starts to go down the drain. They lose it here, though, and it's all over.
Absolutely right, and it looks like WSU might be a bit shaken here. We're seeing them commit a lot of utility, making some pretty hasty decisions. Whether that pays off for them or not remains to be seen. Hunter immediately going to be cashing out on Junade, and just like that, things looking very dominant and source of manpower for WashU as they continue to keep oppression on that Showers area. Not going to be able to find too much for it, but Ilyu, with their work with Nomu, going to be able to take down Mr. One. That Sova now no longer going to be able to use that drone, not be able to use those recon darts. See exactly what continues to happen here. Unofficial gonna be throwing in that paint can, lands just short of showers. Kren gonna be knowing that that's not gonna be in effect anymore. Eventually takes the shots, connects onto Unofficial. That is so disappointing if you're Unofficial. You land a couple of the wall bangs into the building, but just not quite able to make it happen. Now, just like that, attackers have the opportunity here. Viper does get healed up, meaning that these team resources going to be looking at a little bit more helping. Seeing trying to fire through the smoke, but ends up getting a couple taken into their corpse, in their body, as I should say, not dead yet. Continue seeing these shots go through. Tabit just trying to maintain that defender spawn oppression coming online, and then the Viper's Pit, of course, to make things all that much more difficult for the defenders who now have to go for this retake and the defuse.
Robo takes out the Hunter. The thing walks in. It's now down to Arrow, who's going to be just decaying away, and that is not enough. Gets one, but at the end of the day, Wayne say they can still close it out. It took a little bit longer than they probably wanted it to. They gave up a pretty dominant lead in that first half, but they regain it. They close it out 13-8. And say they might be the number 2 seed, but currently they are number 1 in this series, up 1-0 in this first to 3.
Yeah, and not exactly a bad 1-0 for them. They're taking a 5-point lead by the end of the game. You're going to be pretty happy about that. You're going to be pretty content. Better that than seeing, you know, a super close game, especially when you're in these finals. It gives you a little bit of breathing room. It lets you have that little bit of mental freedom. You don't feel as tense. When you're not as tense, I think you can land your shots a little bit better. Heading into these next rounds, that might be way more important than we think.
Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. I think the biggest question mark I had for them is bringing in C-Run and seeing how that would pay off. And it paid off pretty well. They looked really comfortable on the Viper, I would say. I think it was an improvement over... a little bit of an improvement play, at least over the Viper, that play that we saw in Icebox, which was one of the maps that was banned, so we're not going to be seeing it in this series. But going forward, can they keep it up? We do have that next map coming up very soon, and it is one that they might have seen WashU play on, actually. Ascent is the next map, and it was on stream yesterday, so I do have a little bit of more information about what we might see, but we can talk about that after we have this break.
Back there's brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Fit Gamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising purples. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on the everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, report for nutrition. And it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training method on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
Hello, folks, and we are back. Hope you had a good break. I know I grabbed an opportunity to get some water, refresh myself. It's going to be a long one, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Wash U versus Wayne State. Wayne State up 1-0 as we start to head into Ascent. Jack, what do you think?
It was a map that we hadn't seen anything out of from either team, really, from stream. Like, we hadn't seen bind from either team. So, really, it was a toss about who'd win, and we did not see a mirror matchup whatsoever in the last series. We did see a mirror matchup quite frequently this time around. It seems like maybe Wayne State just said, this comp worked out really well on Split. Maybe we should just run it for basically the same thing, except the only difference is that they added a Viper into the mix instead of, I believe, a Sova is what they had last time instead. And it worked wonders. It was still pretty close, 13-8. It's not the farthest apart scoreline. The biggest thing is they were winning thrifty rounds quite often. They won both bonus rounds when they had already won the first 2 rounds. That was 3 rounds in a row to start off either side swap, and I think they found at least one more along the way. So they are finding ways to win in every situation, which has really put them up in this series. But still, it is a first to 3, so this is not match point for anyone just yet, and Ascent is, I would say, the biggest map in Valorant esports. It's the most frequently played at all levels. So both these teams are going to have very sound strategies coming into it.
Well, at least that's what we hope, right? They could just come in and decide to try something absolutely experimental. Don't know if I expect that to be the case. I certainly don't. But we're going to find out now as these teams come in. The agent selection screen. Already see Killjoy's hovered on both sides. Killjoy locked in one side. Junaid going to be hovering on the other end of things. There we go. Finally locked in. And so far, not too much changed from the side of Washu. At least as far as I can tell, we see Sing on that Killjoy instead of that Cypher. But Unofficial, I believe, was on the Raze as well. Yeah, that's going to be changing up. And then the Omen coming through... I believe the Hunter. So I guess quite a bit changed. It was just the Sova and the Reyna that I was recognizing.
I was crossing my fingers, by the way, right before the camera cut. I'm not sure if that showed up or not. I think it was literally just as we were transitioning over. I was like, man, I hope these teams do know what they're doing. This is the same comp that Washi Red ran up against UW Madison yesterday. The only map they lost against them in that series, the only map they had lost before that one in this whole tournament for playoffs was Split, which is the next map. So if they do win this one, they're at a disadvantage for the next one at least. So I'm sure they're going to be thinking about that. They finished Ascent in their last series. It was a very close one looking at this. It looks like, trying to really quickly find that score. It was 13-9. So it was very, very close overall against UW Madison JV. So it seems like just in general, even though WashU's had this #1 seed and they are the favorites to win this, I would say at least from that, they're still playing a lot of these teams very, very close. And that last game, their last map was not close enough. But here they have one to bring it back.
Of course, as we can see, WashU going to be starting off on the attack immediately, trying to send out some information. As we can see those darts coming through, not gathering too much. WSU now going to be holding steady, or at least trying to. Nomu going to be going down first, however. One going to be getting the kill with the Ghost. Kran going to be trying to come in with the Sheriff, not quite able to get too many kills. A little bit of damage, however. Mr. One able to take down one before eventually having their own life sacrifice. Tabit with that Sheriff holding in that area known as Hell underneath, trying to get some advantage. Eventually gets swarmed upon. Junaid, the only member remaining as that Killjoy. Going to be hard to use their kit to really get back in here, get this contest. Spike does go down. Of course, it's going to work out better for the attackers no matter how you slice it. Better economy, even if everybody here were to fall and the round were to lose or to not go their way. Junaid going to be throwing out the swarm grenade, activating it just to minimize the angles of attack. Not going to matter, though. Everybody hold up underneath that high ground. And just like that, WashU Red start off on the good foot.
How they do, and that Nano Swarm could have been huge, but the angle to throw it at, trying to get it into Hell, is just going to be impossible. They had to really just like kind of jiggle peek into it and then throw it and then hope it landed well, but then they'd be completely vulnerable, especially when they'd already taken quite a bit of damage from the last engagement. There, they were just hoping that maybe there'd be someone on the left trying to go past them, but no such luck there. A very proficient round from WashU Red. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this actually is the first time they've had a lead in this series thus far.
It does seem to check out. Let's see if it continues to work that way for them. Arrow getting slowed down, taking a lot of damage, particularly by that turret. Unofficial getting caught, or catching Ilyu out. However, a lot of members low here for WashU Red. But WSU Green just does not have the manpower to push into it all with one force, and instead just get picked apart piece by piece. We can see 3 of the defenders dying in very similar spots. Entry onto A is where the 4th will die, but Tabit looking to turn things around. Those lower health pools really going to come into a detriment to Arrow, but the long range not going to be had by Tabit. Singh a little bit more dominant there with the Bulldog, and going to be claiming their 3rd kill and the win for the attackers on this round.
Unofficial going for that attempt to take the corner there on B Garage is really what won them that round. Even though they felt very weak, even though everyone that was on A was in the yellow or the red, like I said, the firepower just not there. The Classic's not going to be able to outrange a Spectre, not able to outfire a Spectre either. Spectre has a very high rate of fire. Classic just going to be 1 bullet at a time. It's not enough there to capitalize on what was a great setup there with the slow and the turret. And now WSU Green, they have the weapons they want.
You can see that LMG just being fired through. Mr. Wong going to be taken down. Nomu on this Astro, just trying to find any sort of damage that they can. Killjoy going to be using that lockdown. The attackers going to essentially be trying to clear off B site because of that. Nomu eventually able to get 1 single kill. Everybody else has to try to back up off site, though. One attacker is going to be, or excuse me, one defender is going to be detained. It looks like it was Nomu in that instance. And with this, attackers now down, equalized, however, as the kill comes through with the Bulldog from Singh. Singh eventually able to get taken down. Ilyu teaming up with their Jet, and now, as we see here, the Hunter trying to play for time. Perhaps not going to be the case, though, as Ilyu gets them killed with the Phantom. The dash coming in, and Tabit going to be going in for the defuse.
It is a round win for WSU. They do take the bonus round, which is usually going to be theirs, but they lose so many people along the way that could have been much cleaner. WashU Red are able to take so many weapons out of their hands, which means it's going to be a rebuild. We'll have to see if they actually can afford to buy once more. Looks like Junaid and Ren cannot, so that puts you in a bit of an awkward predicament, knowing that WashU will be able to full buy. They might have to settle for Spectres here. Actually, they're gonna go for a Marshall on the Reyna and then a Spectre on the Killjoy. So definitely a disadvantage for the defenders here, despite winning that last round. It's gonna be tricky for them to even things up.
See Kren trying to go in for those shots, throws out the Lear, lands a body into the Reyna. Will only be effective if that Reyna's not allowed to get any kills. Of course, if she does, then that damage will be healed back up. As we can see now, that Sage Ball being committed early on, trying to prevent anybody from going mid through Catwalk up towards A. Nomu holding steady on this entry to B. Not going to be playing with the LMG this time around. Swarm Grenade does come in, trying to block out or trying to force out anybody in those corners. Nomu will be able to get Sing, although I believe Sing got the ult orb. Regardless, now as we see the attackers leaning in towards B, hovering around, looking like they might debate going down mid as well. Again, we talked about it, the mid controls being so essential on this map.
Yeah, it's the opposite of Bind. Bind has no mid, so you don't have to worry about it, but here it's really important to control that market area. It lets you open up the entire map, as well as force either the attacker or defenders in a place they don't want to be. As I was going to say, it looks like they were caught out there throwing that Nano Swarm. Illu going to try to win that.
Wow.
They don't.
30 seconds left.
That lead gets cut. Cart. Tabit able to take one back. That spike is in the hands right now of Washu Red.
Washu Red going to be keeping eyes Tabit, waiting for everybody to get moved. Able to take down one, make it a second, their third kill. All 1 versus 1, and Tabit just has to play for time. Of course, Washu Red does not have that spike in possession. As soon as they start going for the plant, it's going to be peaked. Only a few moments left. Tabit going to be allowing that plant to go in. They're going to be seeing the spike peak left side eventually. The 4th kill, killing Unofficial on their counterpart, Jet, and the defuse coming through in quick fashion.
What a close round, though. I'm Washu Red. Almost had that in the back. They had that huge lead. They were able to find out so many people in tree, cleared out that defense, but then Tabit, Madlad on the Jet, able to silence any doubters that they might have had here. Just takes the high ground. And then this is positioning that you usually don't see. You usually don't see people actually holding right in the middle of Archway. They'll usually hold a little bit either past it or behind it. But he hears that they're fast walking here. They are not slow walking. And then that's just a great spray transfer. I thought there actually might be 1-for-1 trade there for Tabit. They might have lost that second duel, but able to win all 3 in the end. WSU Green, they are able to tie things up, and they should have weapons advantage here too.
We'll see if it comes into effect. Ooh, a headshot coming in. A double kill off the back end of that. Tabit taking 2 down with that operator as well. Spike going down. Unofficial going to slowly be making their way towards it. Trying to reclaim it, but it's going to be difficult just with the positioning that's being held. Kren able to get the shots through onto Unofficial. The headshot following in, but Sing able to get the kill on the Junade, so trying to level the playing field just a bit here. Now, as we can see, Ilyu going to continue to press forward. Again, that spike still on the ground, courtesy of the defenders, so going to be very difficult for the push to come in from the attackers. Arrow has that Lear, debates using it, decides against it. Going to be the Killjoy coming through. Ilyu seems to have the read on where that Reyna is, just can't quite get the lineup set in time.
You know where the spike is, that's the biggest thing. So really there is not much that can be done for a Washu Red. Their Arrow is going to have overheal, but that angle is going to be completely covered. Actually, Tabit backs up to try to take the other angle, and that might be a great time for that spike to be taken. Kren is around the corner. Jiggle peeks. They know it's there. That's the team play. You saw the Nebula come in immediately as Kren saw that angle. The information was passed on to the Astra, who was waiting for that to go down, and then they collapsed. That is a great team play from WSU, but all things considered, this map, very, very close.
Yeah, but the weaponry coming through from these teams might not be as close. Of course, looks like both teams' wallets are going to be getting pretty light. Junade not having too much, but Kren going to have the opportunity to buy at least for one of their teammates. Looks like Junade is going to be picking up the Spectre once again, not opting into those rifles, or perhaps not having the option for those rifles. Going to be seeing the knives come out for the Jet, see if they can find any luck with it, saving themselves a little bit of cash and not needing those if they're able to sink the shots. Wong going to be trying to send some bullets down with the Ares, trying to just get any damage through those walls that they can. Those high penetrative shots can deal a lot of damage, key operative word being can, if they connect. But the attackers right now looking a little bit stunned. They don't necessarily know how they want to push here. You know that operator might be in play. Tabit able to get one. Couldn't quite connect onto the second. Not going to matter though. He does follow it up rather quickly. One taken down. Hunter, however, the nice return kill onto Kren. Going to be taking up this position at market now. Keeping eyes towards entry. Not able to make it connected. Once again, the spike is down, and it's all going to be up to Sing to try to get there, get it picked up, or at least get the kills.
That shot that came out from Tabit, I swear they were going for the Sova, and somehow they hit the person that was there. It doesn't matter. They hit the final shot too. It just, you know, you're not going to be mad about that because you know where the Sova is too. It's just like it's so hard for the Sova in that situation to win that. Juan stood between a rock and a hard place, couldn't get out. We'll have to see that. Yeah. I mean, look at that. I think we're not aiming for arrow. There's no way. You still hit the shot. You still get the kill. You get 3 when all is said and done. And now this lead is starting to grow. The weaponry is now online for WashU. And we are 1 ultimate away. That Blaze Storm that was used from Unofficial, from an Alt Apocalypse. But 9 ultimates on the board between both teams. That is insane here.
Tabit going to be hit by that Lear. Has to back off. Nomu going to be spraying through that wall, knowing that there's a couple of enemies. Actually getting a couple of bullets into Sing. Not going to be enough to really dissuade too much damage. Trying to destroy that lockdown, will do so successfully. Nomu even able to get Sing on the exit. Sing not going to be able to stick around for too long. The rest of the attackers will be dissuaded. Wonder if the defenders might be using this lockdown a little bit early, but Jude going to be able to press ahead now, take possession of that entryway into B, as now mid being slowly swarmed by the attackers.
Cosmic Divide was used across mid, so there's really no way for anyone to know exactly where they are. You know, just a little bit late on the rotation. Unofficial finds them, but now this fight's breaking out on point.
Juan going to be catching Kren as soon as that immortality drops. Unofficial takes down Nomu, picks up their rifle in exchange for it, and they're going to have to make it count because they are the only member remaining. Arrow has those knives up. Nomu going to be having their location revealed. But they're going to have the opportunity to set up some smokes, set up some abilities, but those smokes aren't going to do them too much good. Grav comes out, but they're not keeping eyes towards that entryway, that main entry towards A. With that, they finally get the impression that the smoke is going to need to be placed at that entry point. They're taking a lot of time here, and it might cost them, even if they're able to get the kills. This dual push through the smoke, they get it! The defuse is going to be there. But that was so risky.
I can't believe they won that. And oh
wow,
look at that fire spray at the very end. That was very cute. I like that. That is the best spray transfer you could ask for there. Because really the only way you can win this is if you go into them aggressively and you're able to find them in 2 1v1s. But that time they poke out at the same time, and neither of them are able to hit their shots. They're both moving, as you can kind of see. Like, and again, we talk about this. It's Cardinal Sin of Valorant. You can't move while shooting. You gotta stay in one spot. Because of that, they miss their shots. Their Nomu just able to bunker down, take a 1v2 victory, extend that lead, and WashU Red. No ultimates really to use here, so they're gonna have to go in for a pretty safe round.
See that recon dart trying to go out, get some sort of information. Ilyu gonna be holding up entry, eventually wrapping around towards that high ground. The attackers are getting rather aggressive here, but so is Tabit with those bullets coming through. Here's Sing now. A lot of oppression being put down by those shock darts. That is something that Tabit cannot chance. They have to use those dashes to get out of there. They are dangerously low. WSU Green now going to be suffering for this manpower again. 3 members left, 4 on the attacking team. Junaid going to be setting alarm bot. Doesn't immediately get triggered or taken down. Mr. 1 sends out that recon dart. Nomu not able to turn around and respond, however. The wall coming through. Tabit taken down now. Junaid, the one remaining member. It looks like they might just try to get out of dodge and try to avoid getting taken down, losing their rifle.
What a route for WashU, right? They just run in. They know they don't have the superior firepower, but they don't care. They play as a team. Run it down all the way into A. See if there's any trades. Oh, that's one. Not enough. Thrifty round is secured, though, as the spike goes off. And before the spike goes off. And if you're Wayne State, you gotta realize, like, you don't have to run away. You don't have to be pushed back in. You can take that fight up front and you'll probably be winning it just because you have the better weapons, but instead you push all the way back onto Heaven, you're all on Heaven, even when Nomu rotates over, you're all playing on the exact same angle, then Nomu drops, and they don't see that Juan is there with their arrow out, immediately just gets a free kill because they don't see that on the corner out of their eye. That plan completely falls apart. Still a lead for WSU, but plays like that will be very costly.
Nowhere to run!
We'll see if the adaptation comes in from WSU. Lilu trying to dance around this Hunter's Fury, gets taken down. That Owl drone just having the vision on them way too much. Just like that, WashU Red now up one member. No Sage, and that Sage wall coming through, blocking off lines of entry, that healing, that Resurrect as well coming through. Nomu just not quite able to connect, takes their time, lets the recoil reset, however, eventually does find their mark before being taken down. Kren gonna be put to sleep by Unofficial, who's holding this main entry point. As we can see, it's up to the Jet and the Killjoy to try to come in, retake Tabit. Might have eyes on this Jet, eventually does make a sound, gets peeked, but comes off with the kill in their own fashion. Tabit still has a lot of those movement abilities online, and the Killjoy is pulling a lot of damage. Mr. 1 getting shot through the walls, but eventually Tabit costs their own life for that. Grenade able to land the one shot, the second shot, can they get the third? They're not checking those angles too aggressively. Looks a little distraught. Hunter able to take them down because of that. Attackers going to be going off without the spike detonating.
And while it isn't the same order of how Last Bind unfolded, it is looking very similar in terms of scoreline. WSU, they had the lead, now they're giving it up once more. WashU Red, one round away from getting it tied up for halftime. WSU, they did pull ahead at the very end, able to get that lead before all thing was said and done before the side swap. It looks like it probably is going to be all tied up because WSU, they do not have the economy currently. Thrifty rounds, though, I mean, we've seen them aplenty.
I think what it is WSU just likes to win in streaks of 5. I think that's all we're seeing at this rate. We'll see if their opponents are going to be able to take that same trend. Ilyu going to be getting the headshot onto Arrow, as we saw, taking them down, picking up the weapon as well. Here are those rifle shots coming in. One, not going to be trying to challenge that June. Not quite having the control. Vandal going to be taking them down in a similar fashion. Nomu has the classics, debates on pushing through the smoke, does so into the Killjoy, but the reinforcement's just too strong there from the attack, and now WSU down one member. Mr. 1 having that trigger discipline, takes the shot, tries to get the second, but Tabit has their number. Unofficial getting the shot into the kidneys of Tabit, and now as Kren, the last remaining member, has to try to push onto point. 3 members remain, but 1 not even on point. Not going to matter, though, as the attackers come up and tie this round. Nice 5-5.
If Ilyu had stayed alive, that would have been so different for WSU. Just doesn't check the corner, and you saw Tabit immediately is like, oh no. Like, it's even before the firing starts. They realize, like, you know, we did not clear this out. There could be someone there. Just half a second too late. Does trade back, but the most important ultimate is that resurrection, which feels like a similar story. We have not seen it come out yet. Ilyu is very sparse in using that. Is that the right word? There's a word for it.
Sparse,
but they're not using it a lot. Yeah, sparse. And they're running out of time. There's only 2 more rounds left before the side swap, and that ultimate goes away.
We have ultimates. Tabit going to be bringing out the knives and immediately showing Juan in the eye with one of them. Now going to be looking to keep up that pressure. Has them online. Again, another headshot going on to the Hunter. Tabit being unshakable, and most importantly, that's where Spike went down, so now they just have to hold this angle, try to prevent any of the attackers from getting here, otherwise the timer will run out. Kren able to put some pressure on Arrow from the opposite direction, ensuring that that member is going to be put into the ground. Unofficial trying to go for the shot, gets hit by the Leer, the burst going to be landing into the gut of Kren. Now as we look ahead, that Spike still not in possession. What does the Jet opt to do? It's going to be the Resurrect onto the Killjoy. May have been a bit superfluous, but we'll see if it comes into play here, especially with Unofficial trying to land these one-shot kills.
I think he's the res here not because you're trying to win the round of it, because you want to keep your economy as healthy as you can going into this last round to have a guaranteed lead. Well, to see if it's worthwhile, as Unofficial does bite the bullet there, and the operator goes back into the hands of WSU.
Round in the half.
And it looks like they could have bought anyway, so maybe they could have saved it for another day, but it does finally come out. Better late than never. And Arrow might be the only one who cannot afford to buy here, it looks like, as this Reyna only has 2,300 credits going into the last round. And they have the Empress, too. Haven't been able to find a lot of success. They are currently the bottom fragger on their team and the lowest KDA in the lobby. But one Empress could turn all of that around, and, well, what a round it would be to do it on the last one, tying things up before half.
Certainly have to agree, Jag. Now, as we look ahead, that lockdown available for the defense, although we've seen them use it, not necessarily for those retakes, but to dissuade the attackers. Curious to see if that's going to be the case again. Tabit barely able to dodge that operator shot. Unofficial continuing to just seek out, sees Tabit, but gets cut off by the Sage Wall, falling off. Tabit continuing to hover around, but as soon as this divide drops, things might be looking a little risky for the defenders. Shots trying to come through from Nomu, but not going to be connecting with anything. Hunter able to take them down, and now all of a sudden the attackers starting off in a good position. Empress form activated by WSU, if not mentioned already. Kren not able to connect with anything. That Swarm Grenade going out, stalling out, and now things are looking a little bit grim, even with those lockdowns available. WashU has one of their own, and they can use that just to dissuade any of the defenders from getting onto point now.
Double lockdown could be coming out, but, you know, won't be Tabit as they are taken away. Official almost finds the second, does find the second. Now it's a 1v5. This has to be the ace of a lifetime. And it's not going to be anything besides a flawless for WashU Red. The Empress coming out at the very end there.
Switching sides.
We are all tied up going into half. This is, I think, more of what we expected. This has been completely even across the board.
Oh yeah, I definitely think I have to agree here. WSU finally going to be breaking their 5 wins in a row streak, as they weren't able to hold on that last time around. But with the new round comes a new opportunity to start things back up. Both teams 7 points away from victory, 7 rounds, as now we head back into the pistols, and so far it doesn't look like the attacking team's going to opt into any heavier firepower.
Oh, they just want to run with classics, it looks like. I'm assuming that Nomu and Ilu probably are going to be buying a lot of abilities here to enable the rest of their team, hoping that they can get it done. Sagewall can be very impactful on this first round. That orb capture will give them away, and unofficial, I think that's the big person to watch right now. They are just chilling in the corner, trying to get someone. Yeah, I mean, look at this angle. It's perfect, and it's usually one that isn't checked as you walk in.
Doesn't matter if it's not checked, the smoke is there, so unless they're listening for sound cues, unofficial can't necessarily use that for leverage. Sing, however, can find some benefit here. Unofficial finally going to be hopping off from those boxes. Nobody decided to shoot up there. Now it's just going to be one member remaining in Junaid, as they have to deal with the Astra, they have to deal with the Reyna, and they don't even have possession of that spike. Do have a Ghost in pocket, though. Going to be trying to find either Hunter or Arrow. Hunter does activate that smoke, making sure that Junaid doesn't get a free push through that, revealing their location onto the high ground, but those stars up top might have something to say. Junaid going to be trying to fire the shots, can't quite make it connect. The turret to provide a little bit of cover, a little bit of damage as necessary. Still, going to be a risky rush if they try to go for the spike. Hunter might be the first one to make contact. Can't quite connect, however. Grav gets laid down, holding Junaid in place, making it easy for the defenders to claim at 7-6.
Yeah, that was a very smart gravity. Well, they're just waiting for the spike to potentially be claimed. They weren't even looking for the elimination when they were peeking to that. They just wanted information so they could use that Astra ability, lock them down. And once they were stuck, it was game over for, unfortunately, Junaid, who is the last person alive. Now, Washi Red, this is the second time they've had a lead in the series on this map as well. And the door is going to be completely open for them to possibly run away with this game.
So we see here, gates are going to drop. The opportunity to come through here. One, going to be throwing in that recon dart, throwing in a lot of damage with that Ares as soon as it happens. 3 kills going in favor of WashU Red. Green only able to get 1 in exchange. Unofficial going to be claiming as they're just trying to push through this smoke. At what point do you just leave it alone?
Maybe never. I mean, you're going for the spike there. Like that's all you can really do is maybe you get a maybe get a plant, maybe get a weapon out, maybe you get an elimination. They peaked out really well there for the side of WSU Green when they didn't really have much to work with besides classics, but they didn't say. They immediately just went back into Garage, and because of that, it ended up costing them their life. They weren't able to play the objective whatsoever. It is their bonus round. Last time they were able to win it, but it was not a clean win. That affected their economy for the rest of that half. We'll have to see if they can get it done this time in a more effective manner.
So we can see WSU looking to lead in a couple rifles at their hips. Sing going to be on this Spectre, still chilling, trying to hold down A. A lot of that utility laid down. A couple swarms laid down near tree, or rather in tree. As we see the attackers not looking too committal to any certain point in particular. They know that that Killjoy could be lying in wait at either site, and they don't want to commit to that arrow. Going to be taking the Lear, has to get destroyed, and Tabit, meanwhile, backing off because of it. Sing, holding this box steady. Here's the movement, but can't quite make the adjustment to get Kren. Plant is going to be going down at A. Nomu able to deliver the spike, now going to be looking to place some stars as well. Make things a little bit more difficult for Washi Red to come in for the retake. 3 members remain. Tabit still holding this angle very carefully, keeping eyes towards the window, but as soon as they see too many people, they just decide to cut loose, get away, perhaps try to distract the defense a little bit longer. But Juan going to be taking that opportunity, getting 2. As now Washi Red even things up, but Ilyu able to get the final kill with some help from Nomu, or rather Nomu able to get the kill with some help from Ilu. And just like that, WSU that much closer to tying things back up.
Yeah, but again, it's exactly how the last bonus round went. They win it, but they lose so many people along the way, and it really comes down to Juan just being able to take a judge straight at them. They gave them way too much space to move, and they didn't take the long duel, which is really what you want against a Spectre. Judge doesn't matter. Like, those weapons are not as good as a Vandal at long distance, but instead they let them run in onto tree. There was actually a flank that came in from Junaid, who still is not able to get the trade there. And because of that, it's going to force Tabit onto this Sheriff, despite the fact that they are currently the best player. Not only... Well, actually, Juan is taking them over, so I was going to say in the lobby, but best KDA overall because of less deaths, but not the highest kill potential. And it looks like there is going to be a bit of a tech pause coming in here.
Not sure. We are not getting any word, at least from our end, as to what the cause of this pause is. Either way, going to be giving these teams some time to catch their breath, recompose themselves, perhaps, essentially. Not too much time, though, as that timer already seems to be ticking down. And out we do, in fact, go. Maybe? Perhaps.
What were? Yeah, still waiting. We're going to try to get confirmation as soon as we can. I do see that there is a bunch of chat stuff going, and the one thing I could read over the overlay was Juan saying, "I'm a moron," so I'm wondering if it was something they accidentally did to mess up their computer. They're not a moron. They seem like a very, very excellent player as the round does start, but unofficial. He's going to get the first elimination on the Nomu.
A great start for WashU. WSU now going to be suffering once again, still have Spike in possession, but they're scattering their forces a little bit haphazardly, and by that I mean nobody really concentrated in any specific zone. When you're down, that could leave you a little bit more vulnerable. Unofficial going to be having that operator trained on the smoke should anybody try to peer through, get that early advantage. Junaid going to be holding up here, trying to get the kills with this Vandal should one push through. Smoke does clear. Junaid not having those sights trained, eventually able to make a quick adjustment, getting Juan caught. Tabit sees that grab well. Make sure not to step into it lest they take a little bit too much damage. Does take a little bit from the swarm grenade. Now the Hunter going to be trying their best to play from that defender spawn. WSU in a really rough position here. That Sage dangerously low. Doesn't seem to have that heal orb up. Sing playing just in the back of this boathouse. Eventually gets taken down after the trade with Sing. Or with the trade with Kren, rather. And it's all going to be up onto Ilyu. Trying to wait for their Killjoy to come back in from spawn. Junaid not quite able to get the shot. And once again, a little bit of a whiffed dash. It's not going to matter as the kill eventually gets delivered onto Junaid. Ilyu getting hit by the grabs, by the stuns, everything that they have committed just to make sure that that Sage is dead and that the defuse can go through.
Imagine if they were together The split approach could have worked out really well, but it depends on timing, and they didn't have any utility that could really tell them if they were actually pushing through from the defender spawn side. So they just looked at it, like you said, a little bit of a whiff there. Unfortunately, just misses the shots. Could have maybe gotten one, maybe even 2 kills there. 2 players on the side of Washi were pretty weak. They can't get it done. Now their economy is starting to fall into shambles. They're going to force buy here, it looks like. Kren and Nomu going to try to see if they can find anything here. Nope. Maybe just a bait, as Nomu does end up selling before time runs out. They both do. Washu is starting to look really like they are in control of this map.
Certainly seems to be the trend so far. Unofficial continuing to use that operator, just keeping sights down that main line. They don't want to necessarily give that up for free, especially if you can get a kill in exchange for it. You're going to be trying to lead in, taken down by Arrow. Arrow just trying to get out, even though it wasn't too necessary. Didn't take too much damage, not too much follow-up from the rest of the attackers. And right now we're seeing WSU seem to struggle to get any sort of foothold here. Junaid doesn't get taken down by the op, but instead by the LMG. It's going to be Unofficial who ends Tabit with that operator. Kren able to get one. Pulls up the sniper, but cuts their own healing short. And just like that, WSU is all on the back of this Reyna player. Washu just trying to play a little bit of search and destroy, trying to find whatever they can. Unofficial's going to be the one to land that final shot.
And that's pretty much what you can expect there. Just the weaponry advantage just so much better right now on the side of Washi. They got the operator. They got everything on lock. I'm surprised that Juan wants to commit to the Ares instead of trying to go for the Odin here. The Ares does, I think, have a more wildfire rate, but it's just not as accurate. The Odin can just completely melt someone down in a matter of seconds. The Ares not as reliable, but they want to stick to this LMG, so it's been working so far. It's part of the reason why they are the top fragger in the lobby. They will be having to deal with the fact that WSU does have full weaponry, and they have an ult advantage to boot.
Turret out.
See if WSU can leverage that now. As we see, Astra really going to be restricting this entry from the attackers. The attackers are going to be using that Killjoy lockdown, trying to find something, but one anticipating that, using that Hunter's Fury to destroy the lockdown. No worries now. Coming in from Washi read about being disarmed because of that ultimate. You see one member going down for WSU is going to be that Sage. Hunter continuing to just throw in those smokes. It seems like the attackers are having such a hard time navigating this. They're really having a tough time with these Astra abilities just overall. Now, as we see, they're slowly starting to extract their way back towards mid, towards that back end of Catwalk. And the question remains, what do they decide to do once they've pulled out?
I don't know if Juan has like something out for Ilyu. It's just really unfortunate, but I've noticed that every time they go for those really early Hunter's Furies, it's always Ilyu that gets caught out, and that's huge because that's all of the healing gone, or at least any of the non-Reyna self-healing gone. It also means the Resurrection, which, again, it has been online for quite a while, is gone as well. It just completely takes WSU off the board, and it WashU are continuing to just make this win condition get closer and closer for them, and taking it out Tabit is going to be another step for that.
Seems like this might just be another save as much as possible for the attackers, trying to keep those rifles in hand so they're not completely robbed going forward. Or at least trying to save a little bit of money. Timer will run down. Of course, the defender's going to be claiming their victory here, but that puts them 2 points away from victory, and let me see, the attackers can't give up too much more.
It feels like the reverse of last map right now. Washi, they have complete control, and while that save could potentially help WSU contest this, I think the smarter play here right now is just to save and try to fight for that round 12 potential. You lose this one, you spend everything you have here. It's game over, almost guaranteed, unless you can have a good thrifty round, which both teams are capable of. That's how they've gotten here, but it's just too risky at this point in the series. There's not enough really to back it up. Like, maybe if you were down 0-2, that's when you go for it, but yeah, they're just going to spend a little bit and save for what could be the next and final round.
Tabit going to be bringing out the knives, looking for that damage early on. That Astra Smoke going to be going down. Again, the attackers going to be waiting through it. That utility by Junaid will be setting up that turret. Arrow going to be taking it down rather quickly. Arrow getting caught by Tabit, using that dash to get up and over the geometry. Those knives finally going to be coming to fruition, and Things be looking up for WSU as now that Sage Wall going to be coming online, preventing access to that high ground.
Spike planted.
Juan doesn't even have the opportunity to shoot through it
Revealing area.
because of that astral wall. You see that smoke coming through. Tabit has to step out of the way, trying to get some knives into Juan, but just not quite able to connect. Juan, just like a bull in a china shop, trying to destroy whatever they can set their sights on. Sing playing low on tree, able to get the shots, but taking a few hits from Tabit themselves. So now going to be playing pretty dangerously here. Sing has to be very careful. They try to push in, they might get overexposed to that Reyna. Has to be, again, very cautious. Their Jet not with them. Seems like the defenders might be just playing behind, trying not to suffer too many losses, but there's only so much they can do.
Only their Jet gets out. Nomu does get blown up by the spike, and considering how low the economy is for WSU, that could be a huge difference. We'll have to see how that all equates. It looks like they will be able to fully buy, but Nomu going to be having less than 1,000 credits. But it stops the pain. WSU finally able to find something here. This halftime swap has not been their friend. They are currently down 2-5. That's why they are at such a disadvantage. WashU, they've built up their economy. They've also built up their alt bank. So despite that one round, they really are in the driver's seat. They lose this one here, WSU might be able to flip things around.
We've seen it happen before, and we'll see if it happens again. This Jet just trained on this entry into B, making sure that anybody who comes through going to be met with a brutal barrel from an operator. As we continue to see the recon bolt coming out, doesn't seem to pick up any of the attackers. Attackers playing it pretty close to the chest for now, as Nomu looking to set up some stars, see what kind of utility they can get here. But again, unofficial, playing with that operator, gets pinged for most of their health pool, has to back up, can't have any way of healing that back. Gonna be the grab going out, trying to pull together. Juan trying to throw some shock darts into it. Arrow taken down. Sing able to trade back up with the kill onto Lilu. And Juan having that trigger discipline, able to get two taken out of this fight. Unofficial in the sky, gets shot, a little bit of skeet shooting there coming in from Tabit. And now the defenders have to make a little bit of a schlep to get back onto point. The Killjoy coming in through market, they're going to have to destroy that door, giving away their location. But June8 still hasn't gotten the spike planted, so that's less pressure that's being applied than it could have been. But with Tabit getting some excellent recoil control, they're able to take down Sing. It's all going to be up to the Hunter. Tabit doing the double dash up into the sky, trying to find just any information as to where the Hunter might be. Did in fact locate them. Now Hunter has location revealed. They might get pinned down here. Doesn't look like they're intent on just leaving though. Take down June8. This is a great start. Tabit continuing to lean in, has their sights trained on this angle, sees the barrel of the weapon, but Hunter able to avoid death with 1 HP left. That was so close, a hair's breadth.
Clutch. Match point.
Really impressive work there, as now continues to be match point, or not continues, but rather starts to be match point for WashU. Things looking very good for them. They still have quite a bit of the fundage.
Yeah, and that could have been, I mean, WSU had the advantage. I was thinking once they took the lockdown and Sing offline, that was a huge opening for them. If WashU was able to get that lockdown after the spike is planted and they captured them back in Boathouse, and they both were locked down, that would have been huge for them. That would have been the win. But instead, they're just able to win to 2v1 because June8 plays way too aggressively, peeks that when they could have just played back and played with their team. Now they're going to try to bring it back a little bit with this lockdown. There's no Hunter's Fury online to destroy it, but they could try to shoot it through the wall to destroy it. Said arrows probably just have to back all the way up, and they're barely able to get out of the range of it.
And the problem of shooting it to destroy is that it means you overexpose yourself. An arrow would much rather just stay camped up underneath that little cubby, or rather in that little cubby underneath. One going to be taken down. Kren Ilyu going to be bringing Tabit back to life. So looking a little bit more equalized for these two teams, but now the defenders going to be throwing in a lockdown of their own. The defenders not going to be able to stop that spike from going down, but they might be able to do the damage beforehand. One player is going to be detained. It's going to be June8, not able to avoid the bullets enough. No, it was Nomu who got detained. Excuse me. Not quite able to bring things back up to snuff, and just like that, WashU are going to be claiming the win here. An excellent retake using that lockdown.
We got a series on our hands. It now is official. We're going to map 4 no matter how the rest of this goes, so Haven will be in the mix eventually. It's the exact same scoreline we saw, but with the different result, the different winner this time. Instead, it's going to be WashU Red taking this one home. It just seems like there were so many misplays at the end coming out for WSU. So many. I think the biggest thing is just the way that they were peaking some of those things really ended up costing them. We saw it on the last 2 rounds. Unfortunately, Ilyu, again, getting caught out there, just goes into tree, doesn't realize there's someone just waiting in the wings for them. And then from there, just the rest of the point is collapsed. Junaid gets separated from, I believe it was Nomu, who was the last person alive for this WSU squad. And they were just picked apart one by one. Still a close map when all things are said and done, but could have been much closer.
Yeah, I mean, if you were a fan of WSU taking that first map, you have to be, just as much give fair credit to Washington or WashU taking the map at the same scoreline. I mean, it was a very similar performance, one that this time went to the other side of the board. And who knows, maybe as we look ahead, it continues to be this 8-13 lineup, or maybe one team starts to put the lid on the other, starts to contain them and build a more dominant lead. Again, it comes down a lot to that factor of fatigue, right? We talked about how, WSU started off very warmed up, but that also means that they might start burning out sooner, especially since they haven't had that time to recover that their opponents had. We'll find out if that ends up being a factor as we head towards split. But first, folks, we're going to be taking a quick little break, so stick around.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage that actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero.
Hello and welcome back, folks. We are one apiece here in the Diamond and Below Finals for Conference 1. Sir Waltham and Jack once again here at the helm. And Wayne State and WashU both been putting up a pretty good fight with actually identical score lines for their wins.
13-8 across two maps, but those maps going different ways. Our first one going the way of Wayne State, the number 2 seed coming into this, but WashU, the number 1 seed, are roaring back to life, taking the same exact score on our last map, our most recent one, which was Ascent. And now we're going to be going to Split, which was, until this matchup, the only map that we have seen WashU lose throughout the entirety of this tournament. And we saw that Wayne State, well, they just won it in their last series, the more decisive victory of their semifinals matchup, because that Icebox match went to 40 rounds in OT. So that was quite a show match, I would say. But here in the finals, I don't think either team wants to get into that scenario where they might go 40 rounds or more.
Yeah, it certainly would not do, especially for Wayne State. They would probably be a little bit more upset to have to do that again. But again, as you mentioned, Split, definitely going to be, at least statistically, looking at it from a numerical perspective, going to be a little bit more favorable towards Wayne State. And because of that, it's pretty fortunate that we saw the victory come out from Ascent. in the favor of Wash U, because they did not really want to have to be looking at potential match point here between these two teams. However, as we take a quick look at the agent select, already can see hovering between quite a few different agents for these teams. The only similarity I see going to be the Sage so far.
And looking at what Washi played in their last match, it was going to be the Viper, Jet, Killjoy, Astra, Rain, as well to see if there's any differences from that. And they are hovering the Sage, at least for the time being. They are going to lock it up, so that is going to be a change from their last attempt. No Reyna this time around. So they're learning from what they did last time. They weren't able to win it out, and now they're going to try to do something a little bit different here. Other side for WSU. I mean, we saw what Junior could do on this Phoenix. Did absolutely amazing things, and we didn't really see that same fire on the Killjoy. It seems like they were the one that was usually finding themselves at the bottom of that leaderboard. So now it's time to, well, like they say, rise from the flames. Like you insert the name there, and you get the joke.
Absolutely. And of course, I know I mentioned this on the first map, I believe, but instead of Neil to Neil, we're actually seeing Kren come in. I believe it's Kren coming in as the substitute. So that might be why we're seeing perhaps the potential swap up, or even the diminished performance that we might have expected coming through here. Not making any excuses for anybody, but definitely something to consider. You're not bringing out your main roster, you're always going to have a little bit of shakiness. But as we continue to look ahead, however, Split is going to be starting things off. All those agents locked in, and everybody else seems pretty ready to go.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. You mentioned something about, being warmed up and then burning out a bit quicker. Well, to see if that comes through into fruition for WSU, who have been playing quite a bit more Valorant today because of that extended overtime on Icebox. Washi Red, they're probably feeling pretty good about themselves after that victory. The momentum a little bit on their side, but they are going to be starting off on defense here. And this has been a more defender-sided map. I mean, we did see that WSU had a very good attack last time, and they believe they're basically running the exact same thing they ran previously. Talk about the Cypher and how it might not find a lot of value on attack, but it seemed to work pretty well for them last time. The first duel of the game starts, but able to get out that with a sliver of health.
A sliver of health will still be enough to use that healing orb, get yourself tanked back up. Not all the way perhaps to full, but still a good amount of the way. Junaid gonna be trying to crawl through vents, just gets the one kill, is content with that, doubles back now. That Sage does have possession of the spike. They're going to be taking that pathing all the way towards that high ground overlooking B. And we can see that the defenders are going to be quick to respond to it, but they're going to have to try to push through this one entryway. The question remains, where do the attackers try to plant? Do they try to plant spike in order to put some more pressure on? It's going to be those nano swarms trying to come out from the defenders. Not really finding anything, though, because of that main entryway. You see Ilyu finally going in for the plant, able to get it placed, and Tabit just holding this corner, having that resistance, barely catches sight of Arrow, able to get the right click down and get the kills to come through. Hunter not quite able to connect onto Ren. It's going to be the quick swaps coming through. Hunter having to back up, a lot of damage being put onto this player. It's a 2 versus 1 that Phoenix able to heal up as well. Phoenix might be able to just play with the hot hands here. Not going to even need to be necessary, though. Hunter gets taken down, and attackers are going to be winning with a couple kills in their pocket.
Kren there showing the power of Cypher on the retake, or taking away the retake, really. Those cyber traps coming up being very, very well played. The first one gives them an idea that at least someone is pushing through that area from the defender spawn side. The second one just cuts off enough vision where they can win the duel. Hunter does a lot there, but can't get that last one done. And I think even if they did win that duel, like you said, the hot hands and Junaid were still there and ready to go. WSU able to start off this one a little bit more of a hot streak.
Ooh. And unofficial, perhaps, playing a little bit too close to the fire in, perhaps a literal form. Junaid able to take them down, trying to get the damage in with that shorty. The rope's not going to be the friends of Juan as they get taken down, and this is looking like a nice second round. The defender's not even able to rob one weapon so far from the attackers. Might be able to find it here. Does, in fact, Junaid getting taken down, saying gonna be pulling that Spectre into their own hands, but is revealed immediately. Jumped on Tabit. Gonna be claiming the victory there for their team. Attackers now with that second point. A little bit of what we expected.
And just like already, I mean, it's very early on, so we'll have to see how this continues. But Junaid on the Phoenix feels like a completely different player. Incredible performance. They do end up falling there, but they still carried the majority of that round, and they're able to get a Vandal for their troubles for it. So not a bad trade when all things are said and done. You got to think, like, going forward in the series, they've got to really choose whatever they can to put Junaid on this Phoenix. And I feel like going into Haven, that could be a good pick. That is looking very, very far into the future when we're still on round 3 now, which is the bonus round for WashU. But they just have to get them away from the Killjoy, in my opinion.
See if that can be utilized here. Junaid already has the run it back, might use it for some early entry, trying to get onto site B. At least figure out where that Killjoy has all her utility placed. Is going to be seeing the Swarm Grenade, is going to be seeing that turret taking both of them down, or rather removing both of them from the equation. Zing trying to fire some shots through the Astra smoke, not quite able to find too much. And just like that, a lot of the resources stripped at B, but the attacking team not going to be leaning into it too aggressively. Unofficial able to get the kill with the Vandal body shot onto Tabit, who we've seen often come through with a couple of big kills when they need it. Junaid, however, going to be turning things around. Sing not going to have any turret able to place and get them some coverage. Junaid as well going to be able to heal with that hot hands, keeping themselves in this fight for just a moment. Kren going to be trying to find any information with that camera dart. Doesn't seem to make a connection, though that Viper is still cutting down those lines of sights with the smoke.
Left.
The attackers looking a little bit disheveled here. We see that Cypher and Astra playing together, but the Sage carrying the Spike playing off, the Phoenix playing off towards mid. Eventually will be the 3 regathering, but the retake onto A might be difficult with Hunter maintaining this angle. Takes a couple of licks for their trouble.
Junaid able to take mid, but now that they have to run, do they even have the spike? And Nomu able to win out.
Oh no.
Barely any health. Do they have enough time? They do barely have enough time, and it's going to be the spike plant, but both members that are alive for WSU are so weak.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult, but Unofficial still has to go in for this retake. Doesn't matter how difficult it is, if you can just one-shot your opponent, that's as good as done for you. Junaid going to be coming up successful there, despite the low health pools from WSU.
Just perfect positioning there, and I think this just further increases my point. Junaid gets 3 for that round, including the final kill. I don't know what it is about the character, because in that situation, it's not even really just the Phoenix itself. It just seems like they really are an entirely new person being able to take on this duelist role. Maybe it just fits their playstyle a bit better. I mean, we talked about in the last series, Bass, and they kept swapping people around, and it might have not worked out for them, but here, Junaid helped get their team up to a 3-0 lead, and looks like they might get to 4-0.
Certainly setting a good tempo for it, as now the defenders, a little bit off balance, have to readjust to try to position some of their crew at B. But Arrow caught off with this cloud burst means that they can't really push through it too aggressively. Tabit almost clipping a couple of shots. Going to be taking a little bit of a body from that rifle, but just like that, it is all up to 1 member left, and that is going to be Unofficial, who's just caught holding that shorty. Eventually does have their location revealed, and just like that, it looks like they might just be trying to hold back, not take too many losses, at least before they pull that dart out. Going to be re-pressuring. They hear the movement up ahead. We'll be taking 1 down in Tabit, but that was a lofty goal to try to get more than just 1.
The camera being placed there is like a 13-year-old trying to like TP like their friend's house as a prank or something, then immediately like the home security camera catches them. It's like, uh-oh, what do I do now? There's nowhere for me to go. And they do trade 1 out, and that's pretty good. You take out Tabit, and it forces them to buy again, so the economy is cut into a little bit. It also helps you get a little bit more credits on your side. It looks like it actually was just enough to get them over the edge to buy that operator too. So that ends up paying big dividends. Washy Red finding themselves on the back foot. But, I mean, we know what happens already. We've already seen it on the first map in this series on Vine. They were able to answer back very decisively and get back to 5-5 before the round, before the team swap side. So I would not count Washy Red this by any means.
Oh, and of course, Tabit going to be trying to take those peaks, but manages to avoid that shot coming in from Unofficial, meaning that Unofficial has to try to dip back for a second, giving up 1 angle and then attempts to take another curveball coming out from Junaid. but Unofficial can't quite make the connection there. Hot Hands goes out, the run it back. Not finding too much other than a little bit of information. Hunter pushing up, down, onto ramps. Able to find two with Tabit going down, now one. Taking a third. This is looking good for the defense to start to dig their heels in. Kren going to be leaning in, trying to regroup with their team. Might have the opportunity here if they can catch a couple members off guard. Does get the operator out of hand. Gets a second, but it will be able to be picked back up by the Viper, making sure that the economy isn't too severely hurt for WashU.
Operator still in hand, given back to Unofficial. That's the round you needed. That's the round that helps you stabilize your economy a little bit. You do lose two along the way, so it's not like you're going for the full save right there where you can just keep what you had. But there, Hunter is controlling that ramp high ground. You see there, and some of the times, WSU, they just do not peak together, and because of that, they're not trading out like they could be. Sure, it's still going to be a trade for a loss there. It's going to be a 1-for-2, but at least you'd be able to take someone out. Hunter, who has been kind of the person to look out for thus far, but Unofficially, you got to look out for that wall bang.
Yeah, I mean, you take that damage the first time, you have 9 HP left, and then you decide to re-go for it. A little bit of a risky gamble. You can't be mad at anybody but yourself for failing to come clean on that. Mr. Wong going to be taken down. You can be a little bit upset about that one, hitting through the wall. That's got to be a little frustrating at times. However, still a lot of utility being committed to me, just courtesy of that Killjoy. Ilyu has to try to get out, but dies to the Nanoswarm. Couldn't decide whether to stay in, stay out, where they wanted to go. Because of that, Sing able to at least get one kill in their pocket just off utility alone, but very expensive now as the rest of the attacking team going to slowly start to make their way towards B site. And keep eyes out for Tabit, who's slowly creeping around the defender's spawn side. Might try to find anything that they can. Defender lockdown is going to go into effect. That Astra is an astral form. Drops that astral divide as well. Tabit caught off guard there. Doesn't quite make the proper turn that they needed to. Defender lockdown is going to go out. Doesn't connect onto any attackers. Nomu taken down. It's a 1-versus-1. The Phoenix, June just going to be trying to hold out. Of course, can't fake the defuse if the astral wall is there. Fuse is going to go through half and then the full to follow. WashU going to be claiming a second point.
The clutch play by Sing, able to outlast, able to use that Cosmic Divide to their advantage, and I think there was a pretty big misplay there from WSU. It looks like Nomu tried to use the Nebula to cut off the high ground. Because of that Nebula, it actually completely negated Tabit's flank. Tabit could have had a double kill there. There was one that was taken out right before they got there, but the Hunter was in the astral plane during that series of events. They were completely vulnerable. They got the Cosmic Divide off, and that was what then separated Tabit from seeing them. But if that Nebula wasn't there, that ultimate might have never been there. WSU might have a 5-1 lead.
Absolutely have to agree. It's just like that, Tabit going to be taking advantage, having a little bit of the jet proficiency there with the knives, cleaning up Unofficial on WashU Red side. Now WashU Red have to try to just hold this midsection using that Viper's Pit. It's going to be difficult, but certainly not impossible as we find out. The res is going to be coming through. Again, that body not quite being held as securely as they would like for the attackers. Going to be allowing for a full 5v5 now, basically back up to scratch. Once again, a lot of utility being placed here by the defense. We see that Killjoy, we see the Astra trying to just play as much difficult entry for the attackers as they can. Now I see the attackers slowly starting to make their way back towards mid. The question is, will they be able to find anything? Will they try to fish through that Viper's smoke? Or will they just be going straight to sewers? It looks like they're going to be trying to fire through, find anything that they can. Sing going to be caught up, however, trying to go for the wraparound. Caught out by that Cypher. Excellent opportunity there. Unofficial, just playing within this smoke. Going to be cashing eyes onto Tabit now. Tabit going to be the one taken down in this Jet versus Jet duel. Now 3 versus 4 as WSU going to be holding the man advantage. Unofficial on this high ground, trying to rain down with any of those knives that they can. Plant has to try to come through, and Kren going to be providing a line of fire, just ensuring that that spike plant will be unabated. Unofficial continues to lean in, picks up a Vandal just in case they decide to get off those knives, which they do. Can they find any success for it? No, they can't. Ilyu going to be getting their 3rd kill, making this attacker up 5-2.
And I really like the play there by Tabit. They actually ended up just completely getting their face obliterated, unfortunately. But that's what kind of happens when you run up Classic into a Blade Storm. But what they do there is they buy time. They knew they had the numbers already. They knew they were making their way towards B. So if you make enough noise during mid, it's going to pull them away just long enough for that rotation to fully come through. And then that Blade Storm Wave Unofficial gets there just a little bit late to the point. The setup has already happened. The plant's already happened. They're the last one alive. So they're kind of just throwing themselves out for the cause. The cause is succeeded. It's a round win. WSU continue to build up this lead close enough where they are only one round away from at least a draw at halftime.
Junaid going to be trying to take some shots, suffers a bit of decay, will be healed up, able to not suffer too much damage, will have their armor stripped at least ever so slightly because of that though. As we can see, now the attacker is going to be leaning in towards that A site, whether they decide to go up through ramps or take a little bit more of a direct route remains to be seen. Getting rid of this Sage wall, however, going to be essential. The Astro Smokes go online, and the Hunter doesn't quite have line of sight, but Arrow going to be taking a headshot with that Marshall coming in, make it a second as well. Ilyu taken down. No Sage wall now for the side of the defenders. It's going to be the Astro Smoke coming in, preventing Arrow from finding too much value other than just a couple of blind shots through. Not quite able to connect, and it's going to be the run it back, courtesy of Junaid. Trying to get right nestled in onto point. Doesn't quite get the kill onto the Jet. Ooh, and as the dash comes through, Tabit picked off by that Marshall. Nomu trying to come in with the Vandal, connects onto the Jet. It's a 2 versus 2. Astra dangerously low. Both taken down. Defenders are going to be coming up now closer in that 3 to 5.
Just did not clear out screens at all, and Arrow had a firing range all to themselves. The Marshall, it's not nearly as deadly as the Operator because, again, a body shot, not going to kill you. But those headshots, if you can land them, if you can be accurate there, it is still just as deadly as the Operator. There it finds 2. Arrow does eventually get taken out, but the damage already done. And WashU Red, again, able to answer back and also get a little bit closer to stabilizing their economy. Not there quite yet. Still going to have to settle for some Spectres on the defense. WSU, they are starting to lose more and more credits as these rounds go by.
A story we've seen happen time and time before so far today, Jag. One team starts off very strong, then starts to lose that credit. And as that happens, it gets a little bit more detrimental for them. Junaid creeping around on fence, able to take down one. That Hot Hands getting themselves topped back up. And just like that, WashU now suffering. Trying to maintain composure with this 3v5 status, but it's going to be very difficult. Again, that Sage separated all the way onto site A. Jet and Killjoy onto site B. The attackers seem to be leaning onto that site A where there's less manpower as well as less utility, since that Killjoy rather is still up. See exactly what they decide to do. Take too long, however, and this Jet and Killjoy can start to get recollected. Sing gets separated from their teammate by that Sage wall, however, is able to destroy it, get themselves back in cover of the Jet. As we can see, Spike slowly being carried towards point with the Jet being taken down. Spike doesn't quite matter as it does not need to go get planted. I might still try to go for it, get some extra credits, do so successfully.
That's still a little extra amount of credits in the bank. I was going to say the only one who looks like they couldn't full buy was Junaid, who was still alive when that round ended, so it doesn't even matter. Send WashU back to the drawing board, back to the save rounds. Which is the biggest thing, because this lead could be built up. It could be 9-3. That is the best scenario right now for WSU. They're guaranteed at least a tie if everything falls out of their favor, which is good, but it's not great. Really, I think 8-4 is the target number, at least. That's really where you want to get it as an attacker right now. Because again, like, this used to be a defensive sided map, but it seems like the attackers always have the advantage, or maybe that's just WSU really knowing this map.
USU going to be committing some cages, trying to just allow themselves to get any sort of maneuverability that they can. One caught off, drops down into the vents, tries to get back up, but as they go up that rope, immediately get caught out. And WashU now in a very brutal spot. 2 members remaining with 5 on the opponent's team. Arrow landing a steady headshot on the Junaid, but it's not going to be enough. Junaid taking them down. Hunter going to be removing that information dart. Just like that, taken down. 5 members remain standing for WSU, and they're very close to that 8-4 now.
Oh, they're... I mean, they might surpass that. Again, 9-3. Still completely obtainable right now, but at least they guarantee themselves a lead. They win this one, and it's pretty much in the book that they'll at least get to 9-3. This is the last time that Washi's going to be able to buy going into this half. If they lose this, there's no credits left over for the next one. If they win this, they win it. If they win it like with only 1 or 2 people alive, there's still a possibility WSU gets to that 8-4. You don't want to let anything up to risk, so still have ultimates to use. That res particular could be very, very powerful if you lose one early.
And just the quick response coming in from WSU towards these Sage walls, not allowing anything to get set up, robbing them of that ability to set up any breakages in that line of sight or in that movement flow coming in from the attackers. So very crucial. Sing trying to exchange shots, does so successfully with the Vandal. Illy, you're going to be taken down, and now somebody from the attacking team has to go and try to pick up that spike. Looks like it will be that Astra trying to make her way back as Junaid holds these vents, making sure that anybody who comes through those ropes will be a one-way trip. Unofficial, looking like they might consider taking the Jet v Jet fight once again. Tabit continuing to hold steady, hold this line.
Oh, that's going to be a res from Arrow now. I don't think there's a res potential really on the other side. I also don't think those Jets realize that each other is there, and it's just a matter of just Junaid with the flick. So I'm not sure they knew they were there as well. The Tabit going to be going in, but that's not where you want to be.
Yeah, I was about to talk about Junaid just missing the feet from that Viper smoke, but not going to quite be the case. Hunter and Arrow both having their locations revealed, and surprisingly enough, Junaid doesn't decide to push that too aggressively. Instead, they're just going to be looking to get with Nomu, trying to get that spike onto point, create some pressure. Nomu breaking their ankles just a little bit, and Arrow now having the opportunity to try to get some sort of information towards point. Astral Divide comes online, and Arrow backing slowly towards point. Nomu not able to land the shot. Junaid having that run it back wear off. Man, they're going to be put right back onto site, and just like this, the defuse comes through. Now the 8-4 is achievable for the defenders.
That seemed like a bit of desperation right there. Run it back right next to the spike. That was a bold play. If it had paid off, they'd been able to get like 1 kill and then reset, and then no one was able to follow with their kill, then it works off. But you are a sitting duck. It's just the same as Sage Resurrection. The minute you go back there, you don't have your weapon in hand. You are just there to get destroyed, unfortunately. There they end up falling once more after not finding anything with the ult. Still, though, that Sage Resurrection is online for WSU, but on their side, they have a lockdown as well as a Cosmic Divide.
I have to wonder what angle they were trying to cut off with that Cosmic Divide. However, it's going to be up to Washu to try to set up some decent angles this time around. Once again, the smoke's coming in from the Viper 1, able to take down Junaid. That Phoenix not going to be able to push up, get aggressive with those curveballs, with the hot hands, with the firewalls coming through. Now, as we look ahead, WSU continues here with that numbers disadvantage. It's going to be smoke's coming up from the Astra. Kren trying to throw in some cages, perhaps just trying to make it all that more difficult for anybody to come through. One, going to keep this smoke up as long as possible, continuing to oppress. We'll be able to see the feet of anybody walking in, meaning that the headshots will ideally be soon to follow. The res coming online. Junaid now brought back into the fight. Unofficial, again trying to dash, misses it, but doesn't matter. The rest of their team has them covered. Nobody taking any losses just yet. Kren having to try to get away, does so successfully. A little bit of cover. And now just like this, the attackers have burned off so much time at mid that they really have to try to hustle to make something happen. Again, it's all about getting that plant at this rate. I highly doubt that they can get all 5 kills in 16.
No, it's even really tricky, especially going into the lockdown now. They don't have the spike. This one way from the Poison Orb has been incredible. Tegad's is left. I don't know if there's time to plant. I don't think there is. Tabit able to get a kill, but it is going to be 7-5 for that half, and Washu able to make a statement at the very end.
Switching sides.
And unfortunately, for the side of WSU, everything you may have been saving, playing that conservatively, not going to travel with you to the other side of this match, as now we are going to be seeing the living proof of that in the pistol round.
to reset WSU. They do have a lead, but that could have been bigger. It really could have. I think that's the last round. That was just a really good play from WashU. I think that one way in particular that came out on the side of Juan was just incredible. They had complete mid control coming in from B Heaven. That run it back again, just on the site. Oh man, they put it anywhere else on that point. I think they would have had a really great chance to potentially win that out. They can only move forward, and so will we, as WashU now going to try their first pistol round on attack here on A.
WashU going to be going pretty straight into it. Caught up on the tripwire, however, it's going to be that high ground called out. Unofficial able to take down Tabit. Unofficial also able to take down Ilyu, using that dash to get up there without having to take any of that long ramp nonsense going through. Now, as we see, it's going to be up to Kren to try to get what information they can. Killjoy and Viper both dangerously low, but everybody else feeling fully topped up on the side of WashU. Unofficial just playing with the spike plant right now. Kren going to slowly be taking their time. Trying to turn this corner, has to be very careful though. Doesn't quite connect immediately onto the Hunter, and because of that, won't be able to turn quick enough onto Juan. Juan able to take them down, pick up a Ghost while they're at it, and now WashU has this potential bonus round in pocket.
Looks like WashU Red will probably get up to this tie scenario, get even things up before WSU gets the bonus round. So again, good job by them staying steady with it, despite the fact that they have been down for a little bit. I mean, at one point they were down 4-0, and they were able to get very, very close. They only allowed 3 more rounds after that. They're keeping themselves alive, and remember, for those just joining us, it is currently 1-1 in this first of 3, so this map is deciding who goes to map point first.
It's going to be a great start for the side of WashU as they get the kill onto Ilyu. And with that, essentially get a lot of mid-control down the pipe. One thing we saw from WashU is that they were able to play that Viper to have quite a bit of mid-control with those orbs, with those walls, making it that much more difficult to push through. Sage Wall's going to be coming through. Shorty coming in and delivering 1 kill. Can they get any more? So close, not quite able to make the flicks happen. Kren just playing a little bit too far, decides to try to peek to get that weapon. Ends up costing them their life, and just like that, now WashU going to be able to get set up on B site with some utility coming in from the Killjoy. And with this spike going down, it's going to set them up in a pretty decent spot to prevent WSU's retake.
Yeah, that is the quintessential place. Put it right behind the box. The Shen is going to have that angle onto Nomu. I saw Junid, who's stuck behind mid, not even anywhere near the spike. They end up falling. And that, just as we suspected, the tie has been established, at least for the moment. But now the defenders, WSU, they will have the better weaponry. The bonus round will allow them to afford, while WashU, for the most part, cannot. They're going to hold on to their weapons. They're not going to force buy here, and feels like really we're back to 0-0 almost in a way. It's become a 1st to 6 at this rate with how this map is going. However, every map so far has ended 8 to 13, so this could be where the start of a runaway begins for either team.
See if that tends to be the case, or perhaps just chance for the last 2. Either way, WSU continuing to hold forward. Junaid going to be taking down Arrow off the back end of that. Arrow playing a little loose from their team, gets punished for it. And just like that, A no longer under that much pressure from the attackers. Could be seeing Junaid potentially go through the sewers up to the ropes. And trying to catch anybody they can towards mid, as has been the trend lately, but with this spike, it's slowly making its way to Overlook of B. Hunter going to be leaning in, waiting for Juan to clear them, get some opportunities. Gravwell goes out, followed by the snakebite. Not going to be able to find too much with it. Forces the defenders back, meaning that Jet still in position, still has the opportunity. Kren caught in their own cage, not able to move too much, not able to return too much fire. Plant does go down. It's a 4v4 with the defenders on a retake. One on that reload, has to back up, does so successfully, and with the shots coming through, Tabit able to get 1 down, firing through that Viper smoke, not able to find too much, blinded by that Phoenix coming through. Junaid almost harmed their team in a severe way there, but doesn't matter, the teammate is able to follow through, get those kills, and then eventually the defuse.
That's the scary thing about Phoenix, you know, they're just like, oh, I'm putting my hot hands down to heal myself, or I'm putting my flame wall out so I can do that as well as just create some separation, and then you're just burning your entire team. They are not immune to that fire. Only you are, sir. But it works out nonetheless. A great retake. They're spread out too. I think that's the biggest thing is they're not all approaching from the same angle. That time it's not either of those abilities. It is the curveball that could have just blinded everyone, but the follow-up's still there. I think a lot of players at lower elos are kind of scared to just shoot when they're blinded. Like, they don't want to waste their clip in the hopes that maybe they can break out of it and then win the next fight. But a lot of the time, if you're blinded, there is no next fight. So a very veteran move, just continue shooting where you saw them last.
Excellent performance coming in from this team so far. Very competitive scoreline as we've seen. WSU at that 8. We'll see if they continue to get more. The trend might continue, might stall right there. As we take a look, though, Unofficial going to be trying to fire a few shots or dashing away. Ilyu going to be healing themselves up from the little damage that they took. Keeping themselves nice and in check here. As the spike traveling down mid eventually drops as the Hunter gets taken out. Juan now has to try to rotate back towards that mid. However, nobody from the defender is going to keep up that positioning. Nobody going to be keep trying to hold this room. Ilyu trying to make it happen, but Juan just a little bit more accurate with those shots. Tripwire will be triggering the opposing team, and Tabit missing the shot onto the Viper caused them to be dropped by that Jet. Fran going to be able to land one more in kind, and now it's a 3-on-3. Viper, Sage, Killjoy, Cypher, Phoenix, Astra. As we see the plant go down, Spike will be connecting with the ground, and now it's a matter of time for the defense, especially as they now have to push into this Viper's pit. They don't have a whole lot to cope with it. It's going to be the swarm grenades that, in fact, zone out the defense, trying to prevent anything from happening. All but Nomu, unfortunately, activating their abilities as they get pushed out by that Killjoy. That Neural Leak coming out from Kren proves worthless as the attackers come out and get the kills.
I think the big play there is that Tabit just cannot get that flank off. We've seen it a few times now. They've tried doing it for the same plan for various reasons. It has not worked out. This time, just not having the shots lined up. Saw 2 there. That could have been an amazing turnaround, but instead, the misfire opens up opportunity for WashU to once again tie the game up. And we didn't see it so far in this series, but we did going back to the semifinal, which feels like a lifetime ago of how much Valorant and amazing play we've seen today. That did go to overtime, and it went to a lot of overtime. And if this continues to be how it is, just trading rounds back and forth, it could be another overtime scenario. Ooh. But Arrow able to take out Nomu despite being in the gravity well.
Yeah, Nomu should not have let that happen. Should have known that those activations were online. But either way, it's going to be the attacker as WashU now leaning in again, that man advantage. They do lose Sing, but that matters little when you're still up double over your opponents. Ilyu going to be able to heal their Cypher up to full. That Viper dangerously low. The question remains, can they find her, remove her from the field, and make this a little bit more of an equalized equation? One holding back a little bit farther towards spawn. Not quite able to connect too much though. Those orbs just blocking the lines of sight from Ilyu. And again, the longer this takes the defense to get comfortable and start pushing in, the happier the attackers are going to be. You'll force the defenders to make some movements, potentially make some mistakes, or just get pushed on like we saw Ilyu happen right there. Kren going to be trying to get away, can't quite make it happen, gets put down instead. Spike is going to go off, no deaths from the attackers because of it.
That could have been a great exit frag opportunity, but the Spectre at that range not going to be nearly as strong as whatever is on the side of WashU, and now they're able to once again take the lead back. It is going to be equal gunpower as Tabit going to try to find some inspiration with this operator, but the ultimates now on the side of WashU are very, very good. And one thing I haven't really seen, maybe we won't see it, because it's maybe not as common here, is the combination of the lockdown and the Cosmic Divide. That's a play that I've seen quite a bit as of late, and looks like we might have a tactical pause coming in as time is not counting down. There it is. The reason that play works out so well is you use the lockdown basically to force everyone off point, and then the Cosmic Divide comes in after the lockdown goes off or in the middle of it to cut off whoever has been pushed back. So it's not really about actually catching them in the lockdown, as it rarely ever is. It's always about building space, but being able to capitalize on that space being made with the Cosmic Divide, which cuts off all sound as well as visuals, and you can't shoot through it. can really give you a huge advantage going on to a point.
Yeah, and unlike what we've seen in, I believe, our second game, there's no Sova, there's no Brimstone, nothing that can deal with that lockdown. Should it be placed in a very uncomfortable spot by Sing, so pretty much going to be either forcing a push to destroy the lockdown itself or just having to let it activate, give it that respect that it deserves at times. But yeah, absolutely agree that you're right. A powerful combination that we might see come to fruition if the coordination truly deems to be there by WashU. As now we take a look still on that brief pause, just waiting for these teams to get things figured out.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get some information on the pause. I don't think it has been passed down to us yet, but it doesn't matter because now it's over and we go back into the game.
As we can see here, Tabit holding down mid with this operator once again, trying to get any of those big shots that they can, any of those instant kills that they can, and the majority of the attackers are going to be leaning in towards B. We do see the attack and Killjoy go and activate that lockdown, trying to just force as much space as they can, and then there we go, we see the division coming through. Kren able to hang back, going to be taking only a little bit of vulnerability because of that, but it's enough to put them in the dirt. Sing gets the exchange there as well, gets the kill onto the run it back from Junaid. Ilyu able to get the spike carrier down as they are going for the plant. But now can the two duelists come in from the defending side and come in victorious? Unofficial tries to push in, but with that gets cut off by the Cloudburst. They Cloudburst and they don't even bother to watch that angle. Interesting as now Unofficial has that high ground given absolutely free by the Jet. Junaid has almost no course of action. They have to press up, avoiding this high ground, avoiding both angles, and it's going to be the result that we exactly see.
Right now, if you are Ilyu and you have the Resurrection online, playing that aggressively, running just kind of without any way to peek through the Cosmic Divide into someone while they're planning, you're not giving yourself the best potential to win. You can have someone else make that play for you, and then if they die, you can potentially get the Resurrection onto it. So they try to get it down themselves, and all that Sage utility is just gone out the window, and then you're left with a Phoenix who doesn't have any way to heal himself because he's already used his abilities or he just never was able to buy them. Now WSU, as they stare a 2-round difference in the face, also find their opponents at double digits. WashU only 3 rounds away from taking the second map.
If WashU does, it will be... Yeah, it will be their second map. It will be 13-8 once again if WSU isn't able to turn some tempo here. But so far, seems like they're not going to be allowed to turn anything as Tabit just turned into a dead man. As now we continue to look ahead. WSU continuing to try here. Of course, the armory not too powerful in WSU's corner. We can hear those automatic shotguns coming through. Anybody trying to pick up what they can. Unofficial just going to be dashing back, going behind the cover of some boxes. Has to be very careful though as Junaid pulls those corners. Arrow able to come up, back them up. And now with the flawless round, WashU able to claim 11-8.
Yeah, they're definitely on the momentum train. We talk about that a lot, and it's what a lot of pro players say too. Like, momentum is one of the biggest parts of Valorant. Here, they get to do it flawlessly. They don't use any ultimates. They start to build up the ones they just used a round or two ago. Everything is going their way, and they could still lose another round or so and be in an okay position economy-wise, just because they've started to build up it there. And it's on the other end for WSU. They lose this, and they have nothing, and this game is over. So this is make or break for WSU right now.
It looks like they're leaning a little bit more towards the break side of things. Juan going to be seeing Ilyu jump over that Sage wall. Doesn't take the shots, instead just holding that trigger, waiting for a better opportunity to expose itself. That's exactly what they get as Ilyu gets taken down. You talked about that aggression coming out from the Sage. That's probably not the person you want to lean on getting those peaks if you have that res online. Doesn't matter though, as WashU now up 5-4 in that manpower. And as we look ahead, WashU just playing it real slow right now. Tabit just holding this angle, making sure that nobody pushes through without them at least getting sights on one. Going to be giving their location away down in vents. Nomu, however, getting swept in from behind. Sing able to clear that zip line for their teammate, make sure that that travel path is nice, neat, and secure for them. Brent just trying to hold up here. Takes one, takes
down
two.
A.
Just like that, things are equalized a little bit. At least in manpower numbers, that is until Hunter pulls out the classic, takes the shot. Now with this, the spike is going to be going down. Tabit,
Spike planted.
that's one kill on to Sing. 30 HP left. It's all up to the Astra and Jet to try to hold on as long as they can. It's looking like this is not going to be going the way of WSU. June just hold up on high, although I may have spoke too soon. The Hunter going to be taken down, but Unofficial could be hiding towards Defender or towards Attacker spawn. There is no way that Junaid is going to know which one to opt into. Trying to take the shots is Unofficial. Junaid just has to try to make their way to Spike. Throws out the curveball, doesn't connect with anything. Those cloud bursts protecting the eyes of Unofficial until they can come out, claim the shot with the Phantom, and claim their 12th point.
Match point.
All right, and I just want to point this out. Look at what the score is right now. So if WashU wins this here, it will be the third 13-8 game we have seen in this series, which at this point, I just feel like it's an omen or something. I'm not exactly sure how the scoreline keeps ending up, but on the other hand, if WSU wants to stop that from coming through once more, they're going to have a pretty nice round. It looks like they actually can force buy here. I thought they might not have enough, but they did enough damage in that last round where it might take some light armor and it might not allow for any ability buys, but they do have at least Vandals and Phantoms at their disposal, and they do have quite a few ultimates too, 3, including that Resurrection, which again, I still think is the most important ultimate on the board at any time. So does WashU.
Again, the question always comes down, how do they decide to use this? Are they going to lose those abilities early on by suffering some early losses? They're going to be throwing in that lockdown early. No Cosmic Divide to cut the field this time around. We'll see if it plays any different. It's going to be the hot hands going out. Most of the attackers able to navigate around it. Snake Pit, no surprise, coming out just to try to buy a little bit more space for the attackers. Junaid caught within a world of hurt right now. A lot of decay being afflicted. Tabit stuck behind the Sage Wall, has to try to make their way around. Can't quite find too much. That Sage getting lifted, but eventually taking a lot of damage because of it. Tabit taking down one means that the Viper's Pit will drop. Tabit able to claim a second one now. And with this, the Cloud Burst goes out. It's going to have to be the fake defuse, but we do see that Sage in the corner area can just turn on the spike as is necessary. The quick dash coming in from Tabit buys them a moment of breath. We saw the res come out. It's going to be the defuse coming through. Ilyu able to get the kill, has to go for it. Unofficial can't risk letting this go. Eventually does not. The timer going to be so close, but eventually it will go over to the defenders. We're not seeing an 8-13 this time, Jag.
No, we're not. The streak has finally been broken with that. WSU have stayed alive, but can they continue to stay alive? Their economy was thrown into that. And this time they cannot afford to force buy. They're going to have to... They will have to force buy, but not in the same way. They cannot get the same weapons they just had. You see the Ares, the Spectre coming out to play a bit early on. That was just so close. I don't know if you saw it. It was 0.48 seconds left before this defuse went off. So if there had been even one more second that was delayed there, that would have been the end of all things for this map. But instead, we're going to see WashU play very aggro of the Cosmic Divide.
WashU going to be leaning in here. Tabit holding these knives, knowing that they didn't have a whole lot of weaponry. Spike already going to be going down. This means the defenders are basically on an attack phase. LNG going out, destroys that Sage Wall. Just like this, WashU tending to shy away from that Spike, getting taken down. Junaid going to be activating that run it back, throwing out some of the abilities. Not finding too much, just having so much of their line of sight restricted here because of this divide, because of these Viper abilities. Unofficial able to land one shot onto Tabit. The defuse actually comes through. The defenders get it, I want to say for free, but there was just so much action going on. WashU couldn't respond.
And even if they did get a response, it wasn't going to be enough there. You saw last person fell after the defuse came in. There was definitely enough time to get the defuse going at that rate. WSU, they're staying alive. They have found a way back into this, and I had made a joke at 8-8 that, maybe this could go to overtime again, but we are realistically looking at the scenario because that economy for WashU, it is fallen apart now. They lose this, and it is almost guaranteed for WSU that they can make that comeback enforce overtime. We already know that they were clutch enough in that first series in the semifinals. It was a long road to get to that overtime win, but they did it. And it could be another chance for them to do it again.
And now keep in mind that no ultimates except for that res on either side of the field, so this might have to be a little bit more of a mechanical difference coming in from Wash U. As we see here, the attackers seem to be very aware of this, oppressively aware of this, and deciding to take their time, allow for those openings to expose themselves, perhaps also just allow those defenders to run through their resources as is necessary. Nomu going to be taking that peek, immediately getting checked because of it. Going to be that smoke coming through, just trying to block off those lines of sight. Nebula trying their best to block anybody from coming in as well, get some free damage in through the firing. Ilyu able to take down Juan. In the meantime, however, mid now having a little bit of gunfire action going through it. We don't see the res coming online just yet. They are going to be making their way towards the body, though, it seems, so that might be something to keep eyes out for. Nomu taken down, looking towards high. It's going to be Sing now and get themselves nice and set up on B site, but their Astra, who has the spike, going to be carrying their way, or maybe Sing is just going to carve a warpath from that direction. All 5 members now available. Washu look all but certain for this. 2 members remaining, the Jet, the Cypher. We've seen these players come up big before, but perhaps not this big. 10 seconds left, but the spike does get planted.
It takes one. Kren maybe taking this 1v1. They have the angle against Sing. They don't. Now it is down to this Jet against the world, against a lockdown that's still on the other side of Washu. They could use it at any point just to completely zone out. Nope. But no, Sing falls before it gets used.
Now Tabit on a 1-member mission, trying to get a 3 versus 1 situation going here. Able to connect, can't quite make it happen. Unofficial looking as their teammate drops in. Because of that, Washu is going to be taking the 13-10. So, Jag, at least we're seeing a little bit of improvement. It wasn't the 13-8 like you might have been anticipating.
Not just a smidge closer. Those extra 2 rounds gave WSU hope, but Wayne State could not close the deal. They could not find another overtime. It was basically just them saying on the other side, overtime, we don't really feel like it. We'd rather win in regulation. That's exactly what Washu is able to do. They now go to match point, and the thing to point out is they lost the only map they had, or they won the only map they had lost out of this series. So now they're able to pick up that win on Split, and they're going to Haven, which is a map they did win on stream yesterday. So I'm sure they're feeling pretty good about their chances about taking this championship title.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this scoreboard, Jag, and I'm a little thrown off, right? Because, you know, Sing obviously comes in with the most kills, but then 2nd, 3rd, and 4th most kills all belong to Wayne State. So they're definitely doing some killing there. It's just when you look at the bottom few members, you know, that 8 coming in from Nomu, that 13 coming in from Ilyu, just doesn't quite keep up with what the, I want to say, lower end, with as much respect as I can imply that, from Washu is coming in on. So it's interesting to see how those differences kind of manifest themselves, even aside from just, you know, how the teams were playing on a more macro level, just on those more micro mechanical skill sets.
I'm glad you pointed that out, because I'm like, oh, Juan's there, but Juan actually does have a worse KDA. Kill deaths, at least, they have a negative one, but they got a ton of assists, which I think is why their average combat score is just a little bit higher than Kren's. And that's just kind of Viper's kit, right? Her decay just does so much damage. If someone gets an elimination off of it, she is going to get that assisted credit to her. So there you just see the power of Viper. And I think you're seeing the power overall of Washu's. You know, kills are important in this game, like most FPS games, but the spike is the main objective. They're able to get those defuses, they're able to get those team plays of ultimates, and they are executing them well. They don't have necessarily that huge carry who's fragging out like they did on the last, but I feel like Ascent, they really were able to pop off due to Unofficial and Juan near the end. But here, Sing is the one who's going to be doing the most damage, but everyone across the board was putting in work.
Oh, yeah, I absolutely have to agree, but they're not quite done putting in work just yet. We have at least one more map to go here, Jack. We will be resuming it on the back end of this break, so folks at home, make sure you stick around.
Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
Hello, folks, and we are back with potential match points here. It might all end, Jag, on Haven, or it might go to Fracture.
And I mean, I don't know about you. I've never casted Fracture. It's very rarely played at any level of competition. I kind of want it to happen because this series has been very entertaining. Also, I just can't even imagine what a mess that map can be when you try to play it as a team. It's so different than every other map in the game, but we got to focus on another map that's a little bit different than the other ones because we are going to Haven for what could potentially be our final map of the series right now. WashU on a match point up 2-1 over Wayne State College. Number 1 versus the number 2 seed. Best 2 teams in the regular season for Diamond and Below battling it out, and this could be the final place it's done. And why is it different than the other maps? Well, it has 3 attacking points.
Yeah, very crucial. Of course, normally you just have A and B. You have A, B, and C here. Of course, it allows the defenders, or I guess not allows, but enforces the defenders to spread their defenses out a little bit more. Attackers have more options to pick from, so we might be seeing a couple different routes than what we might normally expect on the other maps, such as, you know, your binds, your ascents, and what have you.
Yeah, I got to watch a video actually yesterday, a few days ago from Envy, and it was a lot of fun because I got to learn a lot about retakes, and the retake potential is actually really, really big on certain points here on Haven. I think B has one of the worst retake rates, depending on how you play it. If the attackers go really far, go back to window, and then just put the spike out front, it's very hard. But C and A, there's a lot of chances for you as a defender to try to go back onto that site and completely nullify what the attackers are doing. But it really depends on what composition you come out with. And as we go to the agent select, we will see what is coming out to play. Junaid made a lot of noise on that Phoenix at the beginning of Split, but then I'd say started to cool down by the end of it.
Yeah, certainly wasn't able to propel their team to the win on Split like we would have hoped, or at least like their team would have hoped. Make it sound a little less biased there, but overall, we're seeing some very similar picks. Unofficial going to be on that Jet, saying on the Killjoy, of course. Juan, we saw them running that Sova on Ascent, if memory serves, Arrow on that Reyna as well. And we're going to be seeing the Sky locked in as well, coming in from WSU. So interesting choices coming online. Ilyu, not really surprising. I think that Sage is the only thing we've been seeing them run this time around.
And not a ton of differences. I was looking away for a second, so you'll have to confirm or deny this, but I did see a Sky was at least being hovered over. Did that end up making it through the agent select?
Yes, I do believe, if my notes are correct, it was Kren, I think, but we'll find out. I did see a Sky. I can confirm, lock that in. I'm going to look like a fool if that's not the case, so it has to be.
Yeah, okay. So we will edit the agent select if you are wrong, just so that way...
Good.
We're never wrong as casters. That's just how it works. And there you go. You are not wrong.
Oh, thank God it was Kren.
Yeah. I'm very surprised about how Sky has fallen off, because originally when she got nerfed, her and Jet got nerfed at the same time, people still played her, and maybe that's just because they didn't really have enough time to adjust to her a little bit weaker kit. Her guiding light not as strong as it used to be in terms of flashes, and she has one less. But people still played her quite a bit. Now it has really turned into going for a double duelist setup instead, and I think Sky is still a really, really good agent. And depending on how Kren decides to play this, actually going to use the Trailblazer first instead of the Guiding Light. Interesting choice, but Junaid, well, it's just a game of seconds sometimes, Sir Walfeld. That could have been the first kill.
It really is just diverting their attention at the absolute worst moment. Arrow going to be firing through those smokes, but not able to catch anyone. Sing on their team, but still giving them a metaphorical pat on the back there. Ilyu going to be taking down that turret, Sing having a little less resource available. Ilyu able to claim the kill back. And now just like this, WSU has a lot of force on points, although a couple of their health pools feeling a little bit weaker, but going to be feeling better about that. They get the right clicks onto Arrow, and now with this, it's a 4v2. The attackers have the opportunity, but Ilyu going to be taking down Junaid, getting their third kill. Kren getting another with the Ghost, and just like that, they're going to be going for the plant to get a little bit of extra fundage.
Yeah, a few extra credits in the bank to help secure those Spectres for this upcoming round. It's going to let them buy heavy armor instead of going for the light armor, so Kren and Ilya both committing a bit of a more expensive purchase, but a good purchase nonetheless, because they will have the weapons advantage for this. This feels a lot like how Split started. Junaid was just completely on their game at the beginning of that last map. We'll have to see if they continue that pressure up on the Phoenix.
Standing ahead.
It really remains to be seen. As now, once again, WSU has that firepower. Immediately going to be flexing with it. Ilya taking down Juan with that Spectre. Automatic fire rate, plus perhaps a little bit better range, less fall off. Always going to be doing you a little bit better than it will your opponents if they're on the receiving end. Spike is going to start going down. This guy trying to hold down, but has their abilities out. Gets caught out in very unfortunate fashion. Ilyu able to get 4 kills in their way. Junaid having to make a quick rush back onto the Spike. Going to be pulling out that SMG. Almost, let's say, get the full defuse, but not going to quite be allowed it.
I think Singh actually could have had that. It was so close from being defused. Yeah. I think at that point, we'll have to see. Where's the bar? Okay, it's farther away than I thought it was, so maybe not. Maybe that peak would have been quick enough from Junaid just at the end to get it done. But still, I feel like at that point, like we talked about this a lot in semifinals, you really don't want to go for that spike diffuse in those 1v1 scenarios. But at that point, when you have the classic against a Spectre, I feel like that actually might be the right move. Said though, WSU able to take the round after the pistol, but can they take the bonus round away? They've done it quite a few times.
Certainly find out as WSU looking to use a lot of these abilities to burgeon their way through Garage. Slow Orb going to be coming out, preventing the push. Ilyu has to check this corner, otherwise they will just be taken down immediately. No, decide to back off instead. Bring in a pretty aggressive res and then immediately trying to contest Singh. Not going to be able to find anything, and that res committed away for absolutely nothing. WashU coming in with a flawless round. Once again, a little bit expected given their dominance and firepower.
Yeah, and that resurrection coming out. I mean, the fact that Ilyu had it so early is really impressive. I mean, they did have it again in that series against Babson at the beginning of the day. But there, it just allows for more ult percentage to be built up, essentially, because no, didn't really have any good weapon there. I think they might have had a Sheriff or a Classic. They had a sidearm, so they weren't working with a lot there, and it was still your round to lose. Maybe if you're up like 3-2 and you really want to try to secure that 30 rounds and extend your lead, it's worthwhile, but that's a very powerful ultimate offline. WashU now. Gonna have to fight equal footing, but Juan gonna lose the duel to Tabit.
It's not quite equal footing if you don't have as many barrels pointed at the enemy as they do you, and we're going to be seeing the results of that come through in quick fashion. However, is equalized with a kill from that window area on mid. Kren going to be sending out those hounds, trying to just find any sort of information they can get gathered. Spike does go down, and with that, the defenders are going to be thrown in the lockdown. No opportunity for the attackers to try to destroy it, and that means that they have to really open up that Spike wide. Gonna be already that second tick given over for a defuse. One player detained. Defenders pretty much given that with very little combat shown.
That's one of the really interesting rounds that you see where there's still quite a few people alive on both sides, but I said it before, eliminations, they can win you rounds, but at the end of the day, the game is either defusing the spike after it's planted or having the spike go off. Those are your main win conditions. Eliminations just can kind of happen along the way. That time, they just had a really good retake potential there, and they just go for it. They don't waste any time after they know they have that one-man advantage. They get it done.
Yeah, one of the few times we see both space and time be a huge factor in these engagements, and it's exactly what we saw. Just so much space purchased, but we'll see now as WSU go up, trying to make this balance or this change happen. Immediately lose a one. It's going to be unofficial, going up onto the high ground. Junaid taking them down, and things still looking very good for WashU. It seemed like WSU was going to start off in a big way, but not quite able to deliver and follow up. Arrow looking like they're considering pushing through that smoke, but the flash comes out. Not quite sure what hit Nomu. It may have been the curveball coming in from their own Phoenix, but either way, the defenders are going to hold up, putting them ahead and up by 1.
That lead is taken by them, and it seems like just because of that, they're going to take a timeout here to discuss things. This is not a tech pause. This is a tactical pause. This is a bit different. This is only a minute for them to discuss their strategy. And I got to think, not this round, but the round before when they lost the defuse, even though they still had 3 alive, that really had to kind of gut them, put an end to whatever momentum they had running there. And now they can kind of regroup. This is something that I really wish teams did more of. It can let you slow down and think about what you're doing wrong and figure out how to fix things going forward. Their economy still is good enough for most of buy. It looks like Nomu and might have to go for a Bulldog or something else. But they can still fight this round, and they're probably trying to figure out what's the best way to go about this as attackers.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. These times to just take a moment, consider your options. It's what you want to see as a player of the team. It's what you ideally should want to see as a spectator of the game as well. It means that these teams are going to be putting as much thought as possible into these rounds coming up, and we'll see if it pays off for WSU to take those moments, reconsider their pace here, because we're going to be seeing a couple of ultimates come online for the side of WashU. We do see that operator in hand of Unofficial and might be using that for some long range. In fact, we see him at the longest range of C long. Anybody trying to go through there is immediately going to get punished for it.
The attackers try to do. It looks like they're going to go for a C approach, which haven't done really since the first 2 rounds. Focusing more on A for the most part. They're going to be met by that operator. Oh, Unofficial. I thought that was going to be a collateral for sure.
It definitely looked like there was a huge possibility for that to be the case. Unofficial going to be happy with the 1 kill they got, now taking to the high ground to try to find another. Not going to quite be the case here, saying claiming another, and WSU suffering right now. Junaid falling to the bullets of Hunter. As now we continue to see Sky and Astra both trying. Sky having their position revealed almost immediately, and immediately has to back off because of that. WSU just looks so shaken. They don't even want to seem to leave this courtyard area. Nomu might try pushing through these garage doors, but if they do, Arrow's going to have a bitter surprise waiting for him.
It's not the kind of surprise you want. It's not like opening up a Christmas present under the tree. This is one where you end up going back to spawn in the worst way possible. And they're just so split right now. There's really nothing that these attackers can do. Good enough for them, though. For Nomu, at least, that surprise might be a little bit less difficult to deal with as the Reyna has rotated back to B, but they're just in a save here. It looks like they don't want to risk using any weapons, and that lead for WashU is going to grow just a little bit bigger.
A little bit is a lot to speak of when we're talking about these early rounds. 3-2, 4-2. Means now they're winning 2/3 the rounds are WashU, and that's a pretty good spot to be in. Again, you mentioned it, the econ from the side of WSU is going to be in a pretty fragile spot. It's very fortunate that they were able to save those rifles.
And it may allow for them, yeah, it looks like they will be able to go for the buy here. So it's not full armor, but it is going to be full weaponry, so that save there is going to give them a chance here. It still would be a thrifty round if they were able to get it done, and they still have to go into that operator, but they're able to get another chance here on what is their last opportunity. They lose this map, and that championship is gone. It's going to be going the way of WashU.
Junaid able to get one early kill onto Arrow. The shot tries to go out from Unofficial, but now they're going to have the distance closed in with this classic. Unofficial able to get the kill off the back end, trying to fly away, able to successfully get so, but Hunter is the one left holding the bag. Now just like this thing, trying to navigate their way around. Unofficial taking the wild shot coming in from the operator, not quite able to find too much. Gonna be the spike that goes down. Hunter's Fury trying to come out. Have it very deftly stepping side by side away from it. Now we're seeing the attackers drop that Cosmic Divide, trying to just prevent these defenders from coming in on a clean retake, but Juan teaming up with their Sky, gonna be finding something. Tabit using the dash, is just trying to get out of harm's way. Eventually able to fire through the boxes. It's all up to Juan. They're trying to play around safe here, but Kren able to pull back, so even if Juan gets this kill onto the Jet, there's only so much they can do to actually go in for the defuse. We'll be going in for the shock dart. Headshot coming in from Kren. Attackers are going to be slowly balancing this back 3-4.
It seems like we're always getting to 5-5 one way or another, or at least we're getting very close as these half times just draw closer and closer. There is separation eventually once the half goes through, but these first halves, like every time, they're just so neck and neck. WSU able to answer back, and a big part of it is because of that save. Still, economy not fully there, but it could be a lot worse, and they are very, very close to evening things up. They could actually have Tabit just save here, and they are going to commit to the Phantom, it looks like, but that Blaze Storm could have come out in place of a gun, and they could have potentially fought for someone else.
Well, it is going to be Tabit who uses those knives either way. We do see one trying to hold up on high, but Kren perhaps looking a little bit too far down lane, gets caught off guard by one and their Phantom right there. Now A going to be rushed through by Long as the rest of the defenders try to respond, moving their forces away from C more slowly towards B. Now as we see here, Hunter on this high ground is going to be hearing the spike go down, trying to find the plant. It's going to be the second attempt coming through from Ilyu, who does get it connected. Because Ilyu's given this space and time for free, they're trying to set up their Sage Wall. Does so successfully. Tabit throwing that smoke up high, making it so much difficult. Junade going to be catching the Hunter as they fall down. That slowdown from hitting the ground, so crucial in this fight. It's all up to Unofficial to try to make something happen. No knives. The Astra, the Jet, with those knives included, are going to be in full effect. The second they go for the defuse, something's going to come through. Unofficial checking the boxes, but not checking short. It's going to cost them their lives and their team the round.
That was such a good play, too. Unofficial had the right idea, getting off the top of the boxes, using the updraft to try to build some space, but the positioning there from Nomu just a bit better. Had the Ares on lock, was able to spray them down. And all of a sudden, we are tied up once more. This economy now starting to dwindle from Washu, and it seems like whenever one team is able to get the advantage, the other team immediately counters back. Neither team has given up just yet. As we get closer and closer to that halftime, only 4 more rounds left. This could be a 6-6 draw. We have seen that already once.
Would not be surprised given the level of performance these teams are putting up. It seems like it's going very back and forth between the two. Juan sending out that owl drone, trying to get some early information. They'll be able to scan that there are 2 members at least down that long, and with that they may be opting to back out of it. Operator still in the hands of Unofficial, able to afford it for one more round. Sing taking down Tabit, heading immediately back to A site, content with just the 1 kill. It's going to be the run it back. Arrow takes down the Phoenix, but Ilyu there to clean up once that information has been gathered. Things still not in the clear for the attacking team just yet. It's going to be the res that helps equalize these numbers just a little bit. Cosmic Divide still on hand for the defense, though, so perhaps look for the opportunity to cause some difficulty as we now see the attackers all channeling towards A site. Hot hands coming in. Junade trying to funnel in, get some separation caused, get some healing down, as well as that curveball at the ready should anybody try to push them aggressively. Junade might be running into that solo, but keep eyes here on Tabit as they start making their way slowly to point 1. Trying to exchange finds a success in Junade. It looks like it's a rough time for the attackers. Tabit able to claim 1, but Sing able to claim 4.
And again, just able to pull ahead at the last moment. They do lose 2 along the way, and Arrow probably gonna have to have someone buy for them. They're able to inch forward, and WSU, they did have enough to equalize, but they're just not stabilizing enough is the problem. They continue to lose credits along the way. Here, they could not buy it all. And that might be enough for WashU to be able to capitalize on the lack of weaponry for the attackers, hold site, and get into that at least tie scenario. And this operator from Unofficial, guiding light gonna be there, but it's not gonna land, or it does actually land. The distance on the thing is crazy, but that's gonna be the peak.
Wow.
And like they said, night-night.
Yeah, Kren taken out of this rather quickly. The shots coming through. Junade taking a little bit too much time to land onto Unofficial, but eventually does connect. Not going to take the operator from them as one. Going to be picking it up in favor.
There it is. Can they get the lead, though? That is now what they are playing for. And This reminds me a lot of what I was talking about on Split. They win here, and it's guaranteed they will have that 8-4 lead because the economy will be gone. This is really the last hurrah of WSU here on this side. But if WSU is able to pull ahead, then they can get into that tie scenario. So this is super important for them going forward, especially because as attackers, this really should be their advantage. Because of those 3 sites, the defense should be more split up. But still, WashU, they're holding it down. They also have a lot of ultimates to boot, so guns might be equal, but lock down the Cosmic Divide, the Empress, that's what could get WashU that lead guaranteed.
Yeah, just because guns are equals does not mean that all the resources are equal. As we look ahead, WashU continuing to hold here. See those Trailblazers coming out, not going to be getting too much information. Don't believe it made contact with the enemies on the defense here. Just like that, a lot of action happening at A. Again, a lot of resources being committed. The Sage Wall is going to be going up early, making sure that that plant can go through. Unlike the last few times we've seen, that Sage would plant the spike and the wall would be going up after it had been planted, allowing the defenders time to tear it down. Kren has to be very careful here. That Sova, once again, on the wraparound towards spawn. Divide coming through, trying to cut the field in half. Sing, taking down Kren. Arrow gonna be caught a little bit out. Lockdown able to get one from the attackers. What will they be able to do with it here, however? One coming in from... Oh my god, it's Tabit getting 2 kills. One coming in from spawn, though. Tabit has to be keeping eyes on this. The headshot, Tabit not even trying to push that, just allowing one to push it themselves. Fantastic performance from the attackers, allowing them to get closer to equal.
It looks like equal they might get to. The ultimate's now going to be going actually a little bit more even to them. I was thinking the Hunter's Fury is online from Juan. Maybe it was because of time. They were too worried about using it. But you kind of do the same thing you would do as an attacker trying to defend the defuse. Instead, just use the Hunter's Fury there to try to find them out. It will tag them up with location, but instead they try to take the head-on approach, try to go for that fake. And I think, now looking at that, I think the reason they didn't go for the Hunter's Fury is because the spike was already halfway done, so now they can save it for this round. It's going to get a lot of value.
It certainly will. 1 kill, a lot of damage, a lot of information gathered. WSU are going to be reeling from the results of that ultimate now. They have some strong considerations to take, and by them, I mean just Tabit and the Astra coming through here. Nomu, I do believe. As we look ahead, Tabit going to be leaning in towards this long. Juan sends in the Owl drone, trying to gather some information. Tabit able to break these lines of sight, however, will the Owl be able to scout them out? Eventually does. Juan, however, going to be giving the read off to their team, allowing the information to come through. Knives come in, take down one. But the communication might be there. Tabit needs to check right side in order to get the kill onto Arrow. Arrow going to be able to hear the movement coming in from long, able to take down one. Tabit trying to hold down, runs headfirst from one into the next. Pulls up the rifle, tries to turn around, but Singh gets them in the back, and just like that, defenders come up with the 7-5, but that was a pretty noble attempt coming in from the Jet.
The aggression there from WashU, something that we haven't really seen as much on their defense. They just go in with it. They use the Hunter's Fury as kind of an engagement tool, and it does end up getting a kill, but it's really just the visual effect of it, trying to avoid that line of sight. When you're dancing around, you're not realizing there's other people coming for you, and it leads to a big round win, which does secure them the lead in what could have been a tie scenario. WSU far from out of this by any means as the side swap comes in. I feel like they left a few rounds on the table, especially because they were on the attacking side, and I feel like if any map, this is the one where attackers will succeed the most, even though every time I say that, it seems like Split is where they're doing the best. But we got to put all that aside. Only a 2-round differential. WSU wins this pistol round. They are back to even.
At least in theory, based off the bonus round. The corner gets checked, but Junaid able to take one down. Tabit there with the cleanup follow through. However, SWG, a little bit of run and gun, able to get the kills coming through. Blinded, but that's only going to be a momentary stall. It's going to be the spike going down, and Junaid's got to be a little bit upset over the fact that they got so many kills, so they were able to get those entry kills on this moving hit squad, and then the follow-up didn't seem quite there from the rest of WSU. SWG able to come in with the kill cleanup on the Ghost. 2 headshots to quickly follow. Now 8-5 is going to be the scoreline of the hour.
And it looks like WSU also for had a great opportunity there. They stacked so well onto A, and then poof, it vanishes. That lead for WashU continues to extend. And now to the victors go the spoils. They're able to buy. Arrow gonna go very aggro with this Phantom early on, and that can be boom or bust. It could really help you get across the finish line, or if you give it up to something like a Shorty that Kren currently has, it could be very detrimental to your team's efforts. Regardless, WashU gonna be taking some damage, and Unofficial gonna be taken out by the 1-2 punch.
Oh no. Junaid getting caught out as they try to enter Garage, and what was looking like an advantageous fight for WSU now no longer going to be the case as B-site cracked completely open. The attackers are going to be going in for the plant. Tabit not able to land the shot with the Marshall like they need to. Off the back end of that, it's all up to Ilyu. I still try to make this 1v4 take. You only have that Spectre, so you don't have to worry about losing too much. And on the other hand, you might pull a few weapons away from your opponents, and this is going to be a risky gambit coming through. That sonar arrow right in the smoke, believe it's not going to reveal too much.
You just
squeeze.
Trying to find something around this corner, but it's going to be so difficult. You're going into a 1v4, and especially that Shorty that's right on your left, it's going to miss, but the Juan does hit the second one. WashU only one round away now from getting to that double-digit score line, but this is going to be the bonus for WSU. So if they're going to cut into this lead that's being built up, this should be the best opportunity they have, as they will have better weaponry.
With the exception of Tabit, who's going to be on that Sheriff. Of course, did commit to the Marshall early on, so may not be too keen or have even the capacity to buy up much more than that. Nomu also not going to be on full shield, so something to keep in mind. Might be a little bit more vulnerable. Juan going to be leaning in with that Owl drone, trying to find any information. Could have went up through window in Garage. Instead, just going to be going directly onto C-site. It's Ilyu taken down. Junaid trying to catch a jumping. Juan is able to finally manage it. SWG catches the entry from defender spawn as well. A lot of shots just firing through this Astra Nebula. Not able to connect too much. Ilyu throwing in a slow orb, making things as difficult as possible. Sees their teammate get wasted, and Arrow teleporting away. Arrow so close to the 5-man, but Unofficial picks it up in memorandum for him.
That arrow is sharp and deadly. Like you said, almost gets the 5k. It does drop the 4k bomb before they are taken away, but their team there to wrap things up with a bow, and that bonus round falls out of WSU's favor. This is where things are getting very desperate for them. Decide to force a little bit here with 2 Marshals. I'm assuming that they know they will have enough to go for the full buy next round, which might have to be their saving grace, because this round is probably out of their hands. They lose the next one, and it is almost guaranteed to be game over, and already one of those Marshals going to be dropped on the floor.
Yeah, this is not the situation that WSU wanted to be in. I mean, they've not wanted to be in this situation for a long time. 5 just seems to be their number at times. Ilyu able to take down 1, though. Going to be picking up that weapon, healing themselves back up, and at least getting closer to equalized. Hunter coming in on this Astra. Going to be trying to oppress these areas. Tabit just not quite ready on the scope. As soon as that smoke drops, can't quite achieve too much. Nebula going to be dropped right onto that Killjoy, so not able to find too much. Sing able to take down 1 Hunter, turning around with a kill of their own as well, and now it's all up to Tabit, who's just trying to hold here. Manages to get 1 shot, can't quite connect with any more than that. Attackers now 2 points away from victory, not just for the map, but for the series.
Now, this might be the last real stand, because this might be the last time WSU can commit to a full buy. There might be a force buy that they could try to do it on the next round. This isn't the last round. This is potentially the penultimate one. This WashU currently only at 11. They need 2 more to win, as you just said. But really, this is the potential curtain call for them in the CF1 fall split-ins. This has been the least close map, I would say, thus far. I feel like this is the biggest gap we've seen throughout the entirety of the series, and if you're WSU, this is not how you want to go out. You don't want to go out at all. You want to keep fighting and get to Fracture.
I mean, I think everybody wants to see a little bit of Fracture here, but WSU is the one who is driving that bus, whether they can make it happen or not remains to be seen. Still in a very dangerous position, and losing their Sage early on is not a great way to start, as we see WashU now leaning in, gathering some information with this Owl drone. Unable to achieve too much, but they will know that A is relatively clear, at least on short and long, before they get to sight. The Nebula coming in from Nomu, trying to block off those lines of sight. The attacking Killjoy comes in. Nomu going to be hearing these abilities, hearing the updraft as well. Unofficial meets them face to face, eventually gets the kill there. Attacking Killjoy does go in, and the Sova goes in, is allowed the spike plant. Now with the Astral Defy, Junaid gets caught out. Hunter able to get a second as well. I say second, but taking the run it back out of the equation. Junaid doesn't really seem to have much consideration here. They're just trying to get away, retreat back, but they might be met by Unofficial here. Face to face with the Vandal. Gets caught, actually can be heard jumping. Unfortunate there. Unofficial coming up with their third kill and burying them just a little bit further into the ground.
Yeah, that feels like that might have been the final bit of dirt put on the coffin, but there's a will, there's a way, and it's not over until it's over. That last song has not been sung. This will be the last potential buy, as you see, it's kind of all over the place for WSU. They do have ultimates. That's the one thing they have going for them. That resurrection could end up being huge if Ilyu is able to survive and use it. Bladestorm at the ready as well. Cosmic Divide, oh my. There's quite a bit for them on their side, but they're going to have to withstand this firing squad with all of these Vandals and Phantoms that WashU has.
Yeah, Ilyu trying to get some space in Garage just by throwing up that Sage Wall, but does it a bit too early when everybody can see that Sage Wall, so it immediately gets torn down. Not going to be providing too much value. Hunter's Fury coming out, sees one, gets Kren down. Able to get a little bit of damage onto the Jet as well. The follow-up Junaid takes down a one that Lear, not checking the corner. Junaid able to get a second, and things might have just turned around for WSU if they're able to get Sing down. Things might be looking very good for them. The Phantom not able to keep them alive. In fact, it's going to be doing a little bit of killing for Ilyu.
And they live another day. Somehow.
Wow.
Some way. They are still in this. And they still have most of their ultimates, too. So it doesn't matter how you get it done, really. It just, if you can make this comeback, if you can win 6 rounds in a row, if you can get rid of WashU's economy, which will take probably 3 or 4 rounds to really get through, you will be able to force overtime. It's not over until it's over. I just said that, and it rings true at least for the time being, and allows them to go for a full buy. They're still in this.
And still have quite a few ultimates to use. Unofficial, fortunately enough, not getting pinned down by Nomu, not taking any damage because of that. Instead, Nomu going to be trying to throw down some orbs, get some utility going, whether it's the grab, whether it's the flash, or whether it's the Nebula Smoke. It is going to be the Nebula Smoke, as a matter of fact. Not able to find too much with it, but does slow down the attackers' push. Again, the longer you slow down the attackers, the quicker they're going to have to make an attempt to get somewhere. Seekers do go out that ultimate from the sky, not going to be finding too much. Reveals a little bit of location, however. Ilyu trying to get aggressive on this push. Maybe that's not the way you want to go. Sing able to take them down with the Vandal. Nomu trying to just jump over those boxes, get some shots, but when you're in the air, your accuracy severely reduced. As we can see, Tabit holding this corner, trying to find the kill. Does get one. The push coming in from the Killjoy and Jet. Going to be taking out that Astra and Jet of the defense. Now it's all going to be up to the Phoenix, all up to the sky to try to make something happen. 2 on 4. Question is, what gets found? No blinds from the birds. Instead, it's going to be Kren who takes the bullet to the dome. Junaid was the last opportunity, but no opportunity there, as the attackers are going to be claiming their 3rd map win. WashU Red comes up on top.
3-1 is how it ends across the map. That one was 13-6, a bit closer than we expected at the end, but unfortunately it is not enough from the side there of Wayne State. They're going to drop that map, they're going to drop the series, and they're going to finish second, so those seedings ended up ringing true. First place goes to the first seed finishers of the regular season. WashU going to be taking home the Diamond and Below trophy. I really thought, I was like, man, this is the time for Wayne State to get back in. But once you lose your Res, once you lose your Sage, it's just so hard to defend there. You lose your slow orbs and the wall as well. Most utility is not going to be there to defend when you need it most. Unfortunately, that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
It absolutely is. And it just felt like, I obviously can't speak for the team, but Wayne State just felt like they continually started off good and then just started losing more and more grip as these games started to go on. I don't know if it was nerves. I don't know if it was tension. I don't know what happened, but as we can see, the scoreline not looking any better than that 13-8 we saw towards the middle of this matchup. 13-6, going to be ending on a little bit of a low note, but either way, still a massive feat to get here. They had to cut through a lot of teams, and they also had to cut through just a lot of gameplay. I mean, we saw them play, I can't even count up how many rounds they've played in total overall.
You know, I might try to do that quickly while you talk next, just to see what the total amount ends up being. I want to talk about Singe. It seems like, you know, the first two maps, they were a bit quieter, but here at the end on this Killjoy, they really showed up for their team, which honestly surprises me. I felt like Arrow was the star of this map, but no, it's Singe who comes in with the highest average combat score and the best economy rating. So this Sentinel player really stepped up for their team, really was able to hold down these points once they got into them, or just denied any availability for Wayne State when they were on the attack trying to push in. So that's why you want a good Sentinel player. These Killjoys, these Cyphers, they can really make or break your team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it kind of amplifies itself once we talk about, you know, the ability to lock down one site when there's so many sites. I mean, you know, we talked about having 3 sites here on Haven, and just the capabilities to really restrict movement even between those sites makes any rotations that an attacking team would do all that much harder. So absolutely agree with you, Sing. Definitely putting up a star performance there. I mean, the entirety of the team coming in from WashU definitely looking very good. I don't think any of them can be disappointed with the way they performed.
No, and I am so close to finishing up this calculation because I am doing it right now through a calculator. I think the final total is, I think I might be missing a map score, but from what I have for 5 maps, and there was, I think they played 6 today, so I think I'm missing one along the way, but we can assume is around 2021. It was about 145 maps is my guesstimation, missing that one map score. So that's a lot of rounds. That is quite a bit of Valorant that you played today, and most of that, you know, majority, well, not a majority, but the biggest amount was those 40 rounds that they were playing in Icebox. So that is just a lot of Valorant, and I can definitely imagine that eventually you're going to get fatigued, eventually you're going to slow down, and I think that's why those scores started to get a little bit less close near the end. It was finally catching up with them, you know, being hot-handed coming out of that series in the semifinals just wasn't enough, you know, energy going forward, but they had a lot of endurance to even get this far to win that first map. It wasn't a blowout by any means. It wasn't a sweep. They fought really hard as the second place finishers in this tournament.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree. There is no shame in this second place. There's no shame in any of the performances you put up. But overall, folks, that is about where the train is going to stop for WSU. For WashU, that train's going to take them all the way to the finish line, all the way to the gold, and they absolutely have a fantastic record to be proud of. But that is going to wrap things up for tonight, so we are going to be going on a quick break. Although, thank you very much for tuning in, hanging around, and watching with us. We'll be back.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on.
Hello, and we are back, folks, and we're in my favorite spot to be. We're in the interview booth, and I love being here because for once I don't have to be the one who's talking. We're here with Adam, unofficial. Adam, hello. Congratulations. Welcome.
Hi, thank you guys so much.
Absolutely, and I feel like I should be thanking you. You put on a great game with your team overall, although, not as quick as it could have been, 4 maps instead of the 3 minimum that you'd have to play at a best of 5. But I want to tell you, I'm not sure if you're aware, but your opponent before in the semifinals had an overtime of 19-21. Were you anticipating any fatigue coming in from them? Was that a factor you guys considered?
Yeah, it was funny actually. We had jumped on the stream as soon as we finished our semifinal match just to see that it was like 18-18 on Icebox, and we were all like obviously we're all playing a ton of games today. Everyone's gonna get tired, but especially coming off a game like that, I can only imagine what they were going through mentally, and at least they pulled out the win, so that definitely helps. But we definitely expected them to be a little tired coming into the finals.
Yeah, certainly fair enough. And I want to ask, outside of this, you mentioned it a little bit in your response just now, but what was your preparation like? Were you anticipating necessarily going up against WSU, or was that consideration you might have to go up against Babson? How did your research look? What was your process, your team's process for that?
Sure. So unfortunately for the final, we were just kind of limited to watching that last game on Split. Obviously, we're happy to have gotten anything because we definitely could not have anticipated which team it was going to end up being. A few teams along the way, we were able to find some Twitch VODs that we were able to go through and help us strategize beforehand. But it was pretty minimal, honestly, coming into the final. So, we were confident, though, and we were on our game coming off of that previous one. So felt like we were good to go.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm going to ask some questions for you now, too. So the first question I had is, you guys lost the first map of the set on Bind, and then were able to get the next 3 in a row. So what was it like going from Bind into the next map, Ascent, and what were the things you guys talked about, and what were the things that you kind of were fixing in the moment to help go into the next map and take that lead?
Sure. Definitely did not feel the best to start off with a loss and be behind in the series, but we're not really a team that's played that much binds, and we were pretty easily able to chalk that one off, I'd say. We know our Ascent is strong, we know our Haven's strong, so going into map 2, I think we had pretty clear heads, and we felt like we were still in the driver's seat and going to be able to tie up the series. So definitely things got a little more intense when it came to Split, but after we got that map win, things felt really, really good, I would say.
So you guys didn't end up going to Fracture because you were able to win it in 4, but that was the 5th map on the table. So I gotta ask, like, did you guys have anything in mind for that map? Was there a comp that was already planned out, or was it like, oh no, we've never played Fracture before, we'll just figure it out as we go?
To be completely honest, we had no idea what we would have done. We would have had fun with it, I'm sure. And I think we were mostly banking on the fact that the other team also severely lacked experience on that map. But all things considered, I think it might have been for the best that we didn't make it that far.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this, me and Sir Waltham. Like, we haven't casted Fracture either, so I think it would have been everyone's first experience of it. But unfortunately, that'll have to be saved for another day before we wrap this interview up. But it's your time to shine. If there's any shout-outs that you want to give or anyone you want to give thanks to here on air, it's your time to do so.
I appreciate it. Honestly, I really just want to shout out the other guys on the team. Everybody stepped it up big today, and we've had our ups and downs throughout the tournament, and I feel like we were really able to bring it all together and bring out the win today. And a special shout out to our captain, the Hunter, for just motivating us and organizing everything and making us better versions and better players. Thank you.
All right. Well, some big shout outs there. Adam, Unofficial, thank you once again, popping in, answering a few of our questions, just hanging out, having a good time. And in case you haven't heard it enough, and in case you don't hear it enough, big congratulations on getting your first place here today.
Thank you so much. You guys take care.
You as well. And with that, folks, we are about ready to wrap things up for JagCast, just Jag, excuse me, and myself, Sir Waltham. We have been here for Conference 1. I did it too. It happens every once in a while. You know, sometimes your words just get ahead of you, but we have been here casting the Diamond and Below finals. And as I look ahead, trying to get the dates, next week we will be doing our playoffs for Radiant and Immortal, so make sure you tune in then, 3 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. You're not going to want to miss it. I know I'll be watching. But once again, from those of us here at Conference 1, thanks for tuning in. And until next time, stay safe and take care, everyone.